and say all the snaps. Ife Melifonwu, 81% of the snaps. So that's who played last night. Let's go to Marty here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Good morning.
How we doing, Marty?
It's going, guys.
Should be.
I called a couple of weeks ago and talked about you guys having a problem with the truck drivers walking down the road. Somebody wrote in. Anyways, so the football game last night was phenomenal, man. They played lights out defense. It was just something. I was a little confused. Not used to this. So I was like, I don't even know what I should be doing with my hands at this point. But as far as it goes with the Lions fans, like, you gotta stop being so negative. Like, these guys are playing really good football, man. The stuff that they needed to clean up, they're cleaning it up. Every game they just get better and better.
Marty, I think the negativity, there's not a lot of it. There's a little nitpicking here and there, but I think most people have been very positive, and they should be. This is something new. I mean, come on. Yeah. They're the division leaders after 4 freaking games. They are a great freaking football team. Maybe I shouldn't have said great, but they're good. They're really good. I
understand the fan base has been beaten up, chewed up, spit out, stomped on, and left for dead. I get it.
But you're always going to have some outliers.
Yes.
You're always going to have outliers. And for the in large part, 99% of the texters and callers today have all been positive.
Right. It's understandable when you get your heart broken year after year, time after time. Believe me, I understand it. But right now, let's enjoy this for what it is because it's unique. I was telling Doug, I feel like I'm working in Washington, D.C. again when the Redskins every other year would seem to go to the Super Bowl, have a team that's really good. You expect this. And now, the rest of the season, I expect the Lions to go into games as the favorites, to win games, and more importantly, play really good football. This is a good football team.
I think a lot of Lions fans right now, like that caller reference there, the Ron Burgundy, I don't know what to do with my hands. Like, they're in a weird place right now because they're having feelings like they've never felt before. Like, this is not only, okay, how did we get to this spot? It's by drafting good. It's by developing players. It's by being a responsible organization, a front office that you think that they got a clue, that they actually know what they're doing, and they're building something for more than just a year. You kind of feel like you're at the beginning of something really cool.
Yes.
Don't you guys think one of society's biggest problems right now is people refuse to live in the moment?
Yes.
Live in the moment. I thought last night was a display of it all coming together. Dan Campbell said after Kansas City, we got things to clean up. You had your kind of debacle against Seattle. Just remember, if you won a coin toss, you might have won that game. Last week was dominant. Oh, it's Desmond Ridder. Stop it. Last night, it all came together, and last night's the reason why I said in the offseason, I think I'm falling in love with this team.
Yeah. I
don't know how you can't love what happened last night.
No,
it was methodical thrashing. They were never within a score. Hey, enjoy this, man. And if you want to nitpick, I think some play calling, that's what we do here.
Right.
But to go bigger pictures and, they haven't beaten a good quarterback.
Right. Enjoy the moment and enjoy the ride.
Yes.
Yeah, enjoy this. This is what we always said.
The ride's going to have some bumps. They had a bump in the early part of the game. Goff's interception was a terrible interception. You know what they did? They held them to a field goal, which was huge. You look at the box score, you look at the score, say, what do you mean that's huge? No, it gave them the confidence, okay, our defense can stop this team, held them to a field goal, and what do we do after that? We drive down the field and score. I mean, come on, that's what good football teams do. No more of this pussyfooting around. This is a good football team.
It's like my 14-year-old, okay? I get it if you're a 14-year-old, are they going to score 70 tonight? That was one of his things tonight. I was like, seriously? But you let him say that. The mature fans shouldn't be acting that way, okay?
No. Let's go to Dennis in Livonia. What's up, Dennis?
Thanks, Tony. You guys stole my thunder a little bit before the break, but I'm going to make this comment anyway. I'm a sports official at a much lower level than the pros, but I'm of the belief that an official never really decides a game. Play ball and he'll overcome that stuff.
Correct.
That being said, that play at the end of the third quarter, that could have been a backbreaker if the Lions had allowed it to be. That could have put Green Bay back in the game. And that back judge really at that point of the play, there's no pass coming his way. He's got one job to do, and that's to really watch the clock. And how he misses that, I don't know. And you're right, that should be a reviewable play. And I give the Lions a lot of credit for, even though they were still up at that point 17, I give them a lot of credit for overcoming that and not letting them bake.
Right, they got the touchdown, but the Lions stopped them on the 2-point conversion.
Right, and here's where I think it's good, and I don't like using the 3 letters. They didn't let SOL come back.
Yeah.
They didn't,
No.
because that's a moment where we could point to and be like, oh, well, it was the official, right? It was the hands to the face, or it was the Anzalone, personal foul. It was the end of the third quarter where they allowed Jaden Reed to get downfield. The play shouldn't have counted. It didn't matter. They did not allow SOL to be a factor. The players, the team,
right. And
didn't allow it to be a factor.
And as far as the officiating, you got to give them credit. Maybe all officials might not have called that penalty on Quay Walker on the field goal either. I mean, it was very obvious, but still, what a dumbass that guy. He's gotten a lot better from last year. Remember the game last year? He got thrown out of the game.
Yeah, he pushed the trainer.
That's right. All right, 248-539-9797.
Hey, when I've got questions about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that they're attentive. Local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And that's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And you can count on that, since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community, because it's their community as well. And we all have to work together to help it prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com, member FDIC.
Heather has been combing the Lions trying to figure out who the hottest Lion.
It's so hard based off of these little team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute in this picture? Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
Uh-huh.
Jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh,
mean,
I'm tough,
angry.
John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
Doesn't it sound?
Matt
It feels
LaFleur.
so good to hear him squirm.
Yes.
Just that you could hear the angst, how angry he was, how defeated he was, how hey, they kicked their tails all over the field.
What a great start to a weekend, huh?
Oh yeah.
I mean, hopefully
flower.
Michigan State will get that win.
Sure.
Big Ten win. Go to
Yeah.
Iowa and beat up Cade McNamara.
Mm-hmm.
And Michigan will take care of Nebraska. And their new quarterback was Hunter Heckenberger. How do you pronounce his name? Or something like that?
Harburg.
It's the only thing better
Henrik.
than Victory Monday, Victory Friday.
Yes.
Yeah, Victory Friday, Victory Weekend.
Mm-hmm. By the way, the Spartan game is on NBC prime time, and they're doing a Channel 4 pregame show with Jamie Edmonds. And Gator and I will be having a segment talking about the Spartans.
Oh,
again.
you're going to have matching outfits again?
No.
Oh, no? Oh, you coordinated them?
We coordinated a
Or
little bit.
uncoordinated them?
Yes, exactly. We have some ticket texts. Let's be honest. Previous Lions teams would have folded after the interception on the first drive, Nick in Ann Arbor. I don't think they would have folded necessarily that early, but they would have folded as the penalties kept increasing in the second half. I was the most confident I've ever been going into the half yesterday, and halfway through the third, it turned from confidence to concern. I just want one game where we keep our foot on the pedal the whole game instead of playing down to the other team's level. That's Andy from Highland Park. I understand that. It'd be nice to have a game where you're up, you win by like 30. But they were never under 2 scores once it came to the second quarter, right? So, yeah, it got a little squirrely for a second. Have you discussed how the Packers had a little help with the second half opening drive? Yeah, we mentioned it. I mean, the penalties on Hutch and
Anzalone.
And Anzalone. Yeah, there were 2 right on that opening drive.
But they were terrible.
A strong affirmation of Holmes and Campbell is how successful next man up has been for the O-line and D backfield. Best guys have gone down, and draft picks and signings have seamlessly stepped up. It's true.
I also think adjustments in game plans.
Mm-hmm.
We saw that in the second half of the Atlanta game when you've got Colby Sorsdahl in there he was like 30, 32 snaps, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
The ability to adjust the game plan to account for that I don't want to call it a deficiency because I thought he did a good job, but it was his first opportunity, and they helped him out. They found out, and they also were able to still be an offense.
As good as the O-line is, don't forget they have a beast coming in at Ford Field next week, Brian Burns. He's really, really good.
Hey, on that text, especially Campbell, I know we pick him apart with the gambling and the play calling sometimes. I don't think we give him enough credit for how he has handled this locker room psychologically.
Oh, yeah.
Preparation-wise, they're a reflection of his mentality. He's as authentic, I think, as a head coach can be. You know, and it is next man up. What I loved about last night was that Kaminsky and Bugs, those were guys that made plays last year when things were really rolling, and that's how this team can be great instead of good.
Love the Lions win. It's a win for the culture. But regarding the Packers, they're going to run Matt LaFleur out of town. That guy seems like he has no game plan to start games and just kind of tries to figure it out as the game goes on. They are not prepared going into games. That's from Jimmy in Madison Heights. Well, yeah, considering the last 2 games, they've been way behind in the first half. I feel like I watched the John Jansen coach team. The O-line was incredible. It was a fun game to watch for a big guy like me who actually watches the lineman before the running back. His name is also John. Tough guy.
Yeah. Right.
What do you think of Jordan Love now? What do you now say to people who were fearing Jordan Love going into the game? Thanks, Tom and Hazlitt. Who was fearing?
I don't
Jordan
know that
Love?
anybody was fearing them. I think they were It was fear of the unknown. Fear of, did Green Bay do it again with Favre to Rodgers to Love? And I think early on we could say they have not.
Correct.
I think Doug was the person on the station more than anybody that was terrified about that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's kind of like that's the PTSD that he has.
The Bears game may have fooled us, but I think what we saw from yesterday is that Jordan Love sucks.
Hey, you trying to get on the bandwagon here?
Yes. Speaking of the Bears,
Yes.
text, we own the Packers. The Packers own the Bears. Transitive property, the Lions own the North. Let's go to Jamel in East Point. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Jamel?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How's it going?
Good.
Good morning.
Good. Just want to chime in about the game last night. Overall, I'm happy with the win. You know, they hung in there. I see some of the previous callers and the ticket texters, they chimed in as far as like when the second half started, and the Lions, they started to slow the tempo down a little bit, and allow the Packers to get back in the game. I mean, that was a concern to me, considering the history of the Lions doing that. I do feel like they might have left maybe a couple more points out there. They could have put up maybe 40, maybe close to 50. But overall, it was a good game. I enjoyed it. They're in first place. And the other concern was Brian Branch when he got hurt. People were saying that he might have been done for the year. He might have popped his Achilles. And,
that's what it looked. That's what it looked like with the training staff. They did a good job. X-rays were negative.
Yeah.
So he'll have 10 days off, and hopefully he'll be 100% when the Carolina Panthers come to Ford Field. And I imagine Ford Field once again will be loud and rocking.
Yes.
Exactly. Corin in Columbus here, 97 on the ticket.
What's going on, fellas?
How you doing, bud?
Good. So I know we're all excited, and I don't want to add too much fire to the fuel, but I think there is a path forward for us to get the number 1 seed in the NFC.
Sure.
So if you look at our schedule coming up, the next game that we have that's iffy is the Baltimore Ravens game. Not that it's iffy, but it's a pick'em game. They're hurt. They're hurt all over the O-line, just like Green Bay was today. The next game is the Chargers game in L.A., but that's not really a home field advantage for them. Plus, that'll be the second game for Jameson Williams coming back. And if you look at the last 5 games of the schedule, we got the Bears on the road, and the next 4 games are all indoors in December and January. That's where Jared Goff lives. If you look at his home and away splits or dome and outside splits, we have a path to the number 1 seed with Philly and San Francisco because they have tough. I think they both play the Chiefs. We already beat the Chiefs.
Right,
But they're gonna get
and
a
Philly
team.
and San Francisco, I believe, play each other as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And don't forget Philly, even though I hate the Cowboys, I don't anticipate the Eagles sweeping the Cowboys.
Here's the concern when you talk about, hey, do they have a path to a number 1 seed? Their 4 toughest remaining games: the Ravens, the Chargers, the Saints, the Cowboys. And I'm not going to discount any of the division games because they're always going to be a challenge. But those 4 games, all on the road.
Yeah, it's true. No doubt about it. 248-539-9797. We'll take more of your phone calls, your texts, concerns. You shouldn't be concerned right now. You should be thrilled.
Elated.
You have a tremendous football team. Speaking of tremendous, here's Chris Villar.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Victory Friday for the Detroit Lions after sending a message on Thursday Night Football, dominating in a 2-touchdown win over the Packers, 34-20. David Montgomery on the ground, and the defense were in the spotlight. The first 3-touchdown game for a Lion at Lambeau. The Pack only able to muster just over 200 yards of offense and a 5-sack night for the Detroit pass rushers. Head coach Dan Campbell had a big smile when he came to the podium with a 3-1 team and leading the division. Yeah, he also said the sky is the limit for this team. Also, if you saw Brian Branch carted to the locker room at the beginning of the third quarter, he said x-rays were negative, eventually taped up to the sideline before going back in, and that he would come back out after planting it a little bit funny out there, so hopefully he will be okay. If you're curious who the Lions' next victim could be, the Lions will face winless Carolina next Sunday, the 8th, at Ford Field. We're set up for Miggy celebration weekend after a sweep of the Royals at Comerica Park. Cabrera had that 511th home run and went 2 for 3 in the 8-0 win, then sat for the 7-3 victory as Spencer Torkelson hit home run number 30 on the season. They'll go into their final home series with 4 straight wins, and the U.S. is looking for a rare road victory in the Ryder Cup. It started at 1:30 a.m. and is not going so well. They lost all 4 of the opening matches. They're down in 2 of them right now and actually leading one of them, so that's an improvement.
Woo!
Yeah, so they got that going for them,
USA!
which is nice. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
I was kind of hoping that after today, the Ryder Cup would be a little close because I'm not really interested right now because of what happened last night. Usually I'd be fixated on the Ryder Cup, on the TVs in here. But then again, we have new TVs for the first time in about, 2 months. And the 2 channels that they're fixated on, billiard television.
Yes. And
it's all billiards all the time,
and
love nature. Oh,
Yeah.
there's some lions.
Yes, the cheetahs.
Yeah, exactly. Bunch of cheetahs.
That's
some
tiger.
tigers.
There's a tiger. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. We got Tigers weekend.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Speaking of Tigers weekend, listen for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Tigers tomorrow for Fan Appreciation Weekend. You get to participate in the Shirt Off Your Back promotion and receive a game jersey right off the back of the Detroit Tiger player at the end of the game. Each game, random fans will be chosen to receive fabulous prizes. Tickets still available by calling 866-66-TIGER and visiting tigers.com. When you hear Spencer Torkelson's 30th home run of the season that he hit last night in the 7-run 7th inning of the second game, be the third caller, 248-539-9797. By the way, Torkelson, the first Tiger to hit 30 in a season since Miggy and Upton did it in 2016.
Wow.
And I also saw a stat. He's the first homegrown Tiger to hit 30 in a season since like Curtis Granderson.
Hey, glad we finally got back on the board there.
Yes.
That's for sure.
Absolutely. 248-539-9797. a few minutes, we'll play Dan Campbell in the locker room because it was pretty cool. I love him in the locker room, and you hear some Jared Goff as well.
And we're also going to have some Jared Goff sound responding to Ryan Fitzpatrick's comment about him in the pregame.
Oh.
So, yeah.
What was the comment?
All right. He called Jared Goff a poor man's Matt Ryan in the pregame, and Jared Goff got wind of it and responded to him on the post. We're working on getting that in.
Cool. Directly to him?
Yeah, she's getting a little nasty.
All right.
He was joking. We'll play it.
Yeah.
Because on Fox 2, they didn't show the Amazon post game. They just went to local news.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jason in Rockford. You're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning. Calling regarding that play clock the game clock expiring at the end of the quarter.
Yeah.
Why is it in the NBA they always get together and review whether the ball left the shooter's hand? NHL, they check whether it crossed the goal line. Why is it different in the NFL where they can't stop and look at the clock relative to the snap?
It's a great question, and hopefully it'll be changed
They
because
say
it's ridiculous.
Non-reviewable. Why is it non-reviewable?
It's ridiculous. We totally agree with you. There should be lights, a buzzer, something when the clock hits zero like it is in the other sports. It's nuts.
Once again, we set the precedent for a new rule probably because last year it was Lamar Jackson. We got screwed on the play clock, and now it's the game clock. Why 0 is 0?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, in that Baltimore game. Yeah.
Well, it was – so they did actually explain it on the broadcast. The play clock – this is what drives me nuts.
I know.
It's double zeros. There's an extra beat. And then you can snap the ball, and it's not a delay of game. But when the game or the quarter is ending, triple zeros means it's done, and it was clearly triple zeros.
Yeah,
it's the second time in a 3-week span, really, that Terry McCauley, the ref guy on Amazon/NBC, was calling out his former colleagues for the calls they made. You don't see these guys; these ref analysts usually throw their other guys, at least they have some wiggle room. Right. He's been pretty adamant about both these.
Yeah, Kansas City was the illegal formation.
Right. But they're so obvious, he had no choice.
Yeah.
Right? 248-539-9797. Sean in Mount Clemens, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys, long-time listener. How you guys doing?
We're good, Sean.
All right, I just wanted to call real quick. Opening drive of the game. Goff throws interception. Me and my family thinking, oh, here we go again, Norman Lions. What an amazing rebound he had. To go into half, what was it, 24-3? What do you guys
27-3
about that? What were you guys thinking?
Well, after the interception, he said, oh, boy, this kind of sucks. He's, it'd be 3 straight games with an interception. But when they held him to a field goal, I said, this might be huge. And I think as far as the score itself, it probably wasn't huge looking back, but as far as momentum, confidence, getting the team going, because after they held them to a field goal, they scored. I thought that was a big sequence, holding that team to a field goal.
Yeah, Green Bay, their opening drive, the first time they get the ball is on the Detroit Lions 16-yard line, and all they get out of it is 3 points.
Yeah.
And then Detroit gets the ball back. They go 7 plays, 75 yards, and it was, the big plays were obviously to LaPorta and the touchdown to Amon-Ra.
Yes, absolutely. And the funny thing is, not only did they only get 3 points on that first drive where they got the ball to 16, they got no yards. 4 plays, no yards.
Yeah, well, they originally lost, 9 yards?
Yes.
Because he was sacked by Hutch.
Yeah. Let's talk to Chris in Lincoln Park. Hello, Chris.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First of all, I want to thank the Lions for the win. It was an awesome end to my birthday.
Happy birthday, Chris.
And I happened to work at Ford Field. And last year, even the beginning of the year when we were losing, the fans are just so phenomenal. They're just fantastic. And this year, it has been insane. We used to play a game where we played 3 quarters, and the last quarter we'd lose it. But they are following through. They are really stepping up to the plate, giving us our wins, making our fans proud. It's been awesome.
What do you do at Ford Field, Chris?
I'm concession manager.
Oh, cool.
One of them. one of many. Make sure you get your food and drink.
Yeah, was there a watch party / birthday party last night?
No, there was a watch party for the first game, but it was open to season ticket holders.
No, we mean
I'm talking about
for you.
For your birthday. At your spread.
Oh yeah. I was at my brother's house and we watched as I yelled at the screen when I loved it. Every time they went to go return the ball, they never took the fair catch. They always tried to get further, and they always lost. You know,
yep.
They just didn't understand. You weren't getting 25 yards from the Lions, so you might as well just take the fair catch.
I agree. Thank you, Chris.
The Packers kept running it out. And there were times I thought Raymond should have taken a fair catch once or twice, but whatever. He's a really valuable player on this football team, Kelly Freeman.
Yeah.
Really valuable.
Let him cook.
Not as valuable as the coach of this football team, though, and that is Dan Campbell. And part of the reason we love Dan Campbell is we get access to him. The fans get access to him with the locker room videos that the Lions do a great job of putting out. And, of course, we love having him on our program every week. Here is Dan Campbell and then Jared Goff at the end addressing the team after the victory in Lambeau last night.
Well said.
Mm-hmm. It was awesome.
Yes.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Sam in Sterling Heights. What's up, Sam?
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning. Happy Independence Day. Today is our Independence Day, man. I'm driving back from Lambeau. It was a good game yesterday. You seen the Green Bay getting their ass kicked yesterday. That was awesome. It was my birthday. I have lots of fun. The best thing in the game actually yesterday when my man committed his second sack. His name is Hutchinson from Michigan. And I love you guys' show. Seriously, you guys made my day. It was my birthday, man. And that's what pleasure you guys calling and taking my call. I really appreciate it.
Well, thanks, Sam. Happy birthday.
How old are you, Sam?
I'll be 47, baby. 47.
Hey, 47's a good year now.
Hell yeah. Especially with the win yesterday. And guess what? We're taking command right now. Nobody can beat us, buddy. I don't care about 49ers, Cowboys. Bring anybody on the table. We are ready. And already I made some money out of that. I love FanDuel. I always listen to you guys on the weekends, especially with the picks. I love you guys. Stoney, you are a man. You should be at the organization, man. You should be running for something with the Lions because you made him look very good. I love you, man.
Thank you, Sam. I'm taking Brad Holmes' place.
Stoney, you are man.
You are man. Loves. Sam was awesome. That's the excitement that most Lions fans, a vast majority of Lions fans are waking up with this morning. Especially
for
those that are driving back.
Jared Goff was in there, too.
Yeah, whatever, yeah.
How are they doing leaving in Montgomery?
Let's go to
listening to Stoney.
Al in Sterling Heights. I didn't bring that up. Don't pin that on me. What's up, Al?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good, Al.
Yeah, hey, you was mentioning about it. This is unique for the Lions, but this ain't unique. They were 6-0 that year. They kicked off in 2011, and the year after that, they were like 6-3 with a 3-game lead in the division.
But what, Al? Let me ask you this: what's unique about this? Agree or disagree? Is you had a feeling? You have a feeling that this team is different. Those teams, that team was really good.
Different back then?
No.
I mean, you may have forgot because remember the Lions are up and coming. They had the high offense. They had Dominican Sue. I remember because all the customers were coming all happy and dappy. Just like they're coming now. And nothing's going to change until they win a playoff game.
Well, you got a good point there, but it was different though. I don't know why, but it was different. He is right. They did they were 6-0.
Yeah.
There was 1 year 5-0. There was the 1 year under Marinelli. They were 6-2, and then went to the old what after that.
Well, come on, John Kitna was your quarterback, and Matt Millen was your GM. Okay, so whoa on that.
I understand. That.
The Schwartz year, where he did the fake field goal in Pittsburgh. There's some stat out there that this is the first time they've been in first place alone since like 93. That's not a fact. Somebody's circulating that, and it's not. They were in 5-0 in 2011, and there's been other times, but
unless it's undisputed. I don't know. Who cares? I'm feeling so good about my football team. Nobody should be
not today.
Rain on your parade.
Not today.
No.
There are people out there like him, though, that said, I'm never going to accept it until I see a playoff win. To me, you're not enjoying the process.
Right.
If you do that. But to each their own.
Yeah. Look, if it happens, if they get into the playoffs and lose, and you want to go SOL and all that, fine. Do that. But you said it right. In ETR, enjoy the ride.
You know what? Matt Patricia won a game 31-0 in Lambeau.
That's true. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, when you've been injured when you've been injured in an accident, whether it's an auto, truck, or motorcycle accident, or a slip and fall, attorney David Femininio is the guy that you need to call. And as I've told you before, I tried to tell you just a second ago, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David, you get paid. David personally makes sure that you get every single dime you deserve, and when you get paid, that's when David gets paid. He's not going to take anything until you get paid. So if you've been injured, or if you know someone who's been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, getdavidgetpaid.com.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. We're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year, because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something, because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing, but that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
Sam LaPorta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better than
rookie tight end?
Is he already better than TJ Hawkinson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hawkinson's rookie year, but TJ Hawkinson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam LaPorta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
You can't.
Or
even.
TJ Hawkinson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hawkinson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, LaPorta looks great.
LaPorta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hawkinson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy.
248-539-9797. Dan Miller with the outstanding call, as always, right here on 97.1 The Ticket.
This morning, man. What
I don't know if you watched the Amazon pregame show yesterday, but they had an interview with Andrew Whitworth. Mm-hmm. Who, of course, the fine former offensive lineman. He's one of your ilk, John.
Yes.
He used to play for the Titans and, of course, the Rams. And they were doing a story, basically, about the Lions when Whitworth was interviewing Goff, and Ryan Fitzpatrick afterwards said that Goff reminded him of a poor man's Matt Ryan.
Oh.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
And Matt Ryan did take a team to a Super Bowl just like Goff did.
Right.
And lost the Super Bowl just like Goff did. Matt Ryan
wasn't have a 28-3 lead.
True. Yeah, but then again, Goff didn't score a lot of points. So whatever. They both lost to the Patriots.
Right.
Okay. Matt Ryan was an MVP for that year. Goff has never been an MVP yet. So after the game, Jared Goff was on the set of Amazon in the post game, and Jared Goff, he heard what was said.
Well done.
Yes.
Well played.
Absolutely.
Well done.
Yeah.
Didn't know I was a poor man's anything.
Stick that in your beard, Fitz.
Yes.
Little Fitz magic.
Mm-hmm. The poor man's Grizzly Adam.
Let's go to David. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, David?
Hey, guys. Listening to you from New Jersey, so shout out to the internet and all that good stuff. But
all right.
Just wanted to touch on the third quarter with the clock hitting 0.
Mm-hmm.
We need to remember that the official clock is held by the officials on the field, if I'm not mistaken, because they're always calling up saying to reset the game clock. So the game clock is officially held by the officials, and we don't know what they show on whatever instrument they have on the field. So that's probably why it's not a reviewable call, because you can't go by what's shown on TV as the game clock.
That might be correct as far as the reviewable. However, they do use the stadium clock for things.
Yeah,
like
and if that's the case, if it doesn't match up to what the officials have, they should have stopped that before reset the game clock, because that's what the players are going off of.
Right.
And I agree with that. And I'm also of the opinion, though, that Dan Campbell would be the first one to say, hey, you guys got to play until you hear that whistle.
True.
Play until you hear that whistle. So the guys on the field, they were still playing as hard as they could. I'm sure that's the way they're coached up. So, I hate to say it, but hats off to Green Bay for making the play happen. But even more so, hats off to the Lions for not caving in and having a outstanding win, the best win I've seen, and I can't even remember, and I'm 52 years old.
That could have been Love's best pass of the day. I mean, it was a great throw. Reed from Michigan State made a really nice catch. Make sure you stay dry. I heard it's pouring out on the East Coast, right?
Oh yeah, we've been getting drenched out here for weeks.
I know
it's horrible, the weather, and today it's raining right now again. So.
Well, thanks for listening on the East Coast there.
Absolutely. Let's go to Bob and Shelby. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, hold on.
Oh, yeah. Bob, you okay?
Hey, John.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Thanks for taking my call, John. I'd really like you to respond and talk about the offensive line. A combination of the skill of the players and the scheme of the blocking. Because I tell you what, there were some holes that were open out there you could drive a truck through. And no disrespect to David Montgomery, I thought he was a horse out there. But I just love it. I just love it when the Packers want so desperately to get that ball back, and we just run it down their throats. I just love that.
Yeah, there was a play that they actually but they showed in replay where Jonah Jackson pulled from his left guard position, and I thought it was very. It was the perfect situation to show because you saw great movement on the right side, a double team by Glasgow and Sewell, getting movement on that 3 technique, and then Jonah Jackson doing a great job of getting his shoulders turned, staying tight, and getting right up behind that double team to hit a linebacker. That to me was, when I saw that, you could see that those 5 guys are operating together at a very high level.
Yes. Which really, to me, that really validates those picks that they made, drafting those offensive linemen so high. Because it's not a sexy pick, but that type of drafting and what we got on that line is going to serve us well for years to come.
Yeah, you got 3 first-round picks up there.
Yeah, absolutely.
2 of them from Bob Quinn.
That's true.
I mean, Ragnow and Decker. What Decker was in 16, Ragnow was 18, and then obviously Penei Sewell in the first draft by Brad Holmes.
Jonah Jackson was Bob Quinn too, if I'm not mistaken.
Jonah Jackson was a Bob Quinn pick, so 3/5 of that offense. And honestly, Graham Glasgow was a Bob Quinn pick.
Right. He also let Glasgow go.
Yeah.
All right, it's time for news. Here's Heather.
Well, listen to this. A couple who visited one of Disney World's water parks for what was supposed to be this just great, joyous 30th birthday celebration is now suing because they claim that their trip was completely ruined by an extremely painful wedgie. An atomic wedgie. Yes, this happened back in 2019. They were visiting the Typhoon Lagoon, and a
I love
woman
that place.
I've never been, but
you should definitely go. Love it.
It sounds fun, except what happened to this woman here. Emma McGinnis. She claims that she, her daughter, her mom, they took this ride on one of the water slides. And when she was going down, she ended up suffering an injury that required hospitalization. She says that she's been left with permanent injuries, including damage to her internal organs. She also says she suffered scarring, mental anguish, loss of capacity of enjoyment of life, expensive hospitalization and medical care, and then loss of earnings. And she says in this lawsuit that the ride, when you go up to the top of the water slide, they tell you you have to keep your ankles crossed when you're going down this water slide. But she says they never explain to you why you must do that and the dangers of what can happen if you don't do that, or if your ankles accidentally spread apart. And basically, that is what happened to her. She had a very rough landing where it sounds like her ankles came apart. And the lawsuit continues to say that, let me find where this is, that they're not informed that the force of water in the pool can push loose garments into a person's anatomy, otherwise creating a wedgie.
Yes.
The ultimate wedgie, apparently so.
I think if you're going down a water slide and they tell you to keep your feet crossed, I think the risks at that point seem to be fairly well understood.
Yeah, self-explanatory.
Yeah.
You would think, but she says they were not informed, so now they are suing. Disney has not released a statement regarding this lawsuit quite yet. So the Ryder Cup kicked off today outside of Rome. It's the U.S. teams. They're going to really try to win on European soil for the first time.
They're losing 4-0 right now, by the way.
Well, they're going to try to win for the first time in 30 years. But anyway, the main story I've got here is really not about what's going on currently, but one of the American golfers, Sam Burns, it's his first year at the Ryder Cup, and the way he found out that he was going to get to go was, I guess you could call it memorable. maybe awkward, but it's something he'll never forget, that's for sure. He says he got the call from U.S. captain Zach Johnson basically while he was mid-poop. Take a listen.
Oh.
Yeah, well, him and Scotty Scheffler certainly pooped in their first match today, losing 4-3 to John Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton. That's hysterical, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't need to know all about every detail, but yes. The wiping could have been left till after the phone call, right?
Yeah.
Just finish the call and then do your
at
business,
that point, let's
right?
not complicate matters. Let's just.
I'm going to Ryder Cup. I'm going to Ryder Cup. Oh, hold on, I got to wipe my ass.
Yeah, let's leave that till after the phone conversation.
You talk about a bad lie. Thank you, Heather.
You're welcome.
Telephone number is 248-539-9797. We'll field more of your phone calls on the Detroit Lions. That's right. Your Detroit Lions, a freaking good football team. Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little like team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute in this picture? Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
He's
a Barnes jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh,
mean,
I'm tough,
angry.
John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
Great win for the Tigers. 3-7 in the second game yesterday. And Spencer Torkelson getting number 30.
Number 30.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think he'll quite get to 100 RBIs. What's he have, like 92, something like that?
Yeah, I think that might be out of reach, but it's for where he came from, even last year, but it started this year and the struggles that he had. It's great to have a guy finally homegrown that's hitting for 30 dingers.
Yes, absolutely. All right, 248-539-9797. Excuse me. What is great is the fact that we have a freaking good football team.
Oh, man.
They play physical. They play hard. They play well. They have obstacles that they overcome them. They're not 100% healthy. They're still winning. Are they a great team? Probably not right now. But they're really, really good. And that is what's going to keep them going as they take this. It's going to be a ride.
Yeah.
And there'll be some bumps. But they'll beat Carolina. Not guaranteeing, but they'll beat Carolina. And they'll be 4-1. And then they go to Tampa. They have a lot of winnable games. So, I was one of those, and Gov was along with me, had 10-7.
Yeah.
If you're asking me right now, I think I got to bump it up to at least 11.
Yeah, I was at 11. So far, I'm 4-0 in my prediction. And so I don't know that we can say any team right now in the NFL or in college football is great. So we're not knocking them by saying, well, they're not a great team. They're a really good team, and they have the potential for a great season.
I would say the 49ers are great right now.
I think they're really good. I just want to see. Through 4 games, if the season were to be over right now, yeah, okay, they had a great 4-game season.
Mm-hmm.
I was open to
or 3 since they haven't played this weekend.
Look, I went 10-7 because I just thought it's going to take an awful lot for this thing to fully come together. Well, it fully came together last night. And that's I've always been open to this potentially being a 12-win team. I just thought.
Are you up in your prediction?
I'm going to 11 for now, and I'm going to take it to 12.
Oh,
what I saw last night is the most methodical butt kicking I've ever seen them do on the road against a divisional rival.
It kind of felt like the coming of age moment.
Yeah,
and this is what we foreshadowed. This is why I was talking about it being potentially a crossroads moment, a stepping stone. Put the NFC North on notice. I think they put the NFC North on notice. Like I think they're better than Dallas. I do. I think we're a more complete team than Dallas. I think Dallas has the better defense.
Mm-hmm.
I think we have a better offense, and I think we have better coaching.
Yeah,
and better coordinators. Aaron Glenn, I think he let the dogs out last night a little bit in terms of what they want this defense to be instead of being passive aggressive like they've shown the Seattle Seahawks way. Oh, what do you want? What are you doing to me?
No, nothing. I wanted to see if we had a short version. Remember the coach that we had, who they're the Bulldogs? I don't remember what the university was, where he was talking about the Bulldogs. And, we're a dog. Rawr, 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 rawr.
No,
right into it.
Alabama State.
That's what I loved the most about last night. The dogs showed up.
Right.
Bugs and
They were
Kaminsky.
barking.
And
were
that's
barking.
that's how they went 8-2 last year.
And
they've got it. I think the one thing this team, when they play an offensively skilled team, multiple skilled, that's the one thing against the Chiefs. The Chiefs, obviously, they didn't have Kelsey, okay? I think Aaron Glenn has showed too much respect to the Seattle Seahawks skill players. And he just wants to keep everything in front of him. I'd rather see him play like last night where they come after, and if you get beat once, so be it. They got beat once last night, even though the play shouldn't have been allowed.
Right. I think what happened in Seattle was he thought he got burnt last year by Geno running around, and he wanted to just not let that happen again. So they played a little bit too passive. Let's go to Willie in Detroit. What's up, Will?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How are you?
Good morning.
Oh, I feel great. Lions put a butt whooping on the Packers.
Yes.
Hey, and actually, fellas, I live in Milwaukee now, so, I'm rubbing it in everybody's face here in Wisconsin, of course.
Uh-huh.
But here's the thing, fellas. I'm getting the 2004 Detroit Pistons vibe out of this Lions team. I know you guys just spoke about, the 49ers and Philly, but remember those 04 Pistons? We weren't better than New Jersey. We weren't better than the Pacers. And we darn sure weren't better than Phil, Kobe, and Shaq. But what happened, fellas? Larry Brown, he stepped up that coaching. And, we had a championship. And to me, I'm looking at Dan Campbell and the Lions coaching staff the same way I looked at Larry Brown. I know Larry Brown's a Hall of Famer. I understand that. But I'm getting those vibes, man, to where on paper, talent-wise, we didn't match up just like the 04 Pistons didn't match up to Reggie Miller and none of them. But we still pulled it off, man. I just think the stronger that the coaching staff gets, like you guys say, Aaron Glenn, Ben Johnson, they just get better and better themselves. I think, fellas, I'm getting the 04 Pistons vibes. And real quick, fellas, before you guys let me go, don't be afraid, because I'm living here in Wisconsin, so don't be afraid of the fact that Milwaukee got Damian Lillard. I'm telling you guys, we got something cooking on that basketball team too, as well, with Cade and them. We got something cooking, fellas.
Let's, you know what? Hey, Willie.
Let's not ruin your credibility.
Yeah, Willie, media day is Monday. We'll talk plenty about the Pistons as the season gets near. However, just double the win total. Just get to 34. They don't even have to make the playoffs for me right now. They're so far behind, everybody else right now. Just get better and use your young players. Dame Lillard, he shouldn't scare the Pistons because the Pistons aren't in the same league as the Bucks. And Dame Lillard doesn't play good defense. Keith in Detroit, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Hey, I want to say this. I was just thinking about this. Detroit Lions remind me of the 2009 New Orleans Saints. They had a coach, Sean Payton, who was a gamer, who took chances. Dan Campbell came from that system. The defense was similar. They had Drew Brees. The Jeff Goff is not Drew Brees, but you got skilled players. You got a running game. They remember. I'll never forget that play in the Super Bowl. Coming out of halftime, Indianapolis was up, and Sean Payton did that onside kick, and it's so reminiscent of what the 2009 team that just brought. I just thought about this morning. They are the 2009 New Orleans Saints.
Well, the Saints that year, I just looked it up, started off 13-0, and then they lost their last 3 games. Mm-hmm. They still won the Super Bowl. Besides Drew Brees, Reggie Bush was on that team.
Jeremy Shockey,
Marcus Colston.
Name from the past.
Yes. Remember their backup quarterback was? Don't look if you didn't know.
They don't have it on here. Drew Brees was a starter.
Mm-hmm.
With that comparison.
Oh, I know.
You do know.
I do know, yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. Well, he's currently on the staff here.
Yes.
Mark Brunell.
Yes.
I forgot he was with the Saints.
So he's got a ring.
Yeah.
Wow.
With that comparison, that's what I've always said. I see Sean Payton's offense in what Dan Campbell runs. It's not now Sean Payton's got a mess on his hands and stuff, but it is. It's a lot like the Saints' offense was when he first went to New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, like earlier this week when I looked out the window and I thought I saw snow flurries, there's been this guy who's been walking back and forth just vaping for like the last hour. Just curious.
Working on his fitness, walking.
I guess, I don't know.
Vaping
in our parking lot, though. It's not like on the street.
Right.
Yeah. There's a vaping machine, I guess.
Victory Friday.
Yes.
That's
celebrating. Everybody celebrates in their own way.
Yeah, National Coffee Day.
He's parked right in front of John. He's waiting for you to come out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's getting ready.
Yeah.
He's getting stoned to the bejesus, just getting ready for you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 97 on the ticket.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing. But that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
Sam LaPorta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better?
Rookie tight end.
Is he already better than TJ Hawkinson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hawkinson's rookie year, but TJ Hawkinson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam LaPorta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
Oh, you can't.
Or
even.
TJ Hawkinson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hawkinson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, LaPorta looks great.
LaPorta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hawkinson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a
Oh.
Where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
Where is he?
You're talking to the depth of this team. I mean, Kirby Joseph will probably be back for the Carolina game, you would assume, right? Mosley supposedly will be back.
Yeah, supposedly he was really close last night.
Who sits? That's a discussion for next week. Congratulations to Chris in Clinton Township. He was the correct caller when we played Spencer Torkelson's 30th home run of the season. So Chris will win a pair of tickets. See the Tigers take on the Guardians tomorrow. Fan Appreciation Weekend. Gets the shirt off your back promotion. You receive a game jersey right off the back of a Detroit Tiger player at the end of the game. Each game, random fans will be chosen to receive fabulous, fabulous prizes. Tickets still available for tonight and tomorrow by going to Tigers.com, calling 866-66-TIGER. Real quick, Brett McMurphy, who's a college football guru, I guess you would say, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, been wrong on a lot of scheduling this season.
If Mike Valenti sees this, I think he will lose his you-know-what. Brett McMurphy tweeted out the following. Michigan State coaching candidates. Source told at Action Network HQ. Mike Elko, Duke, no problem. That's my number one guy for them.
Mm-hmm.
Pat Narduzzi. LSU defensive coordinator Matt House, who I don't know if he played. He went to Michigan State. I know that. Charles Huff, the head coach at Marshall, terrific recruiter. So, Huff or Elko, I think Mike could deal with. But Narduzzi, no. How about this name? Dan Enos, Arkansas offensive coordinator. Can you imagine, Mike, if they bring Dan Enos as the head coach of the University of Michigan State University?
He's right there. I can't wait to tell him. I wish we could get him
Bring
in.
Bring him in. Somebody go get Mike. Tell him to come in.
Yeah.
And then the other one would be Mike Tressel.
Okay.
The Wisconsin defensive coordinator.
I really just want to be around when somebody says Dan Enos.
I know.
I know he's walking by Jimmy's office right now, so I'm hoping he doesn't hear this.
Oh.
So he is coming in.
Okay.
All right. So don't say anything. Don't tell him.
Okay.
I just want to hear.
Knowing the grapevine, he probably knows already.
Don't ruin the TVs just got installed, Mike. Don't ruin the TVs.
Yes. Because we're glued to the Billiards Network, by the way, and the Love and Nature.
We had to change the channel.
Yes, we are very excited, obviously, by what happened last night in Green Bay. But I saw this, and I just thought of you.
Okay, I know this won't be good, so let's get into it.
Brett McMurphy, have you seen this tweet on Michigan State candidates?
I was sent a screen grab of this alleged list.
Yes. I said I just can imagine, Mike, if they bring Dan Enos in as the head coach or Mike Tressel.
Where's the gasoline? Like, where's the accelerant?
Yes.
Honestly.
Okay. Yes. All right.
Honestly.
Dave Urema?
Yeah. Highland Hickson. Oh, wait, he's dead.
Sorry, thoughts and prayers.
We're hiring Hubert Boo Boo Thompson. I mean, come on, man. I got a million of them. No, I saw it. But here's what I think that is. There's still an element where reporters are given information and schools can cross signals. Schools can keep reporters close to get their message out. Agents are leaking stuff. If that's really the list, just shut it down, man.
Yeah.
Just shut it down.
Well,
because you're just trash.
But Elko,
that's ridiculous.
But Elko would be I think he'd be a good hire.
Okay, but I keep saying this. Everyone who's going nuts for guys right now. In a month, Mike Elko might be cold as ice. Like if Notre Dame dump trucks him this weekend, and then Elko loses a game, say to like NC State.
Mm-hmm.
How hot is he still? Charles Huff, everyone's on now.
Right.
Oh, he beat Notre Dame. Okay, but guys, he also took over a stable program at Marshall because Doc Holliday didn't lose a job because he sucked.
Right.
He lost a job because the governor didn't like him. Go read that story. I'm just letting it breathe. They're either going to make a big boy hire or they're not. And if they're not, we're Rutgers. F it. I'll find something else to do with my Saturdays.
Speaking of big boys, that was a big man performance last night. And I know
business trip.
Yeah.
Business trip, took care of business.
They got adversity, they handled it, and they just kicked their freaking ass.
That's the best first half I've seen them play against a quality opponent that I can remember. That doesn't mean there hadn't been one in there. It was just fun, man. You know what I get tired of, and I'm sure you guys experience it too? Everybody texted me, who are these guys? I can't believe this. Can you just enjoy it?
Yes.
Yeah. Enjoy the game. Enjoy the ride. Like, there's going to be some bumps. We had a bump against Seattle. But there's going to be some other bumps. I hate to let everybody know, but they're not going to go 16-1.
Yeah.
But enjoy the ride, enjoy the season, and
the
the
uniqueness of it.
What else bothers me is people get upset at someone like me for putting a high expectation. I go, wait a second, you guys wanted primetime. You want to be told how pretty you are. And then when I say, no, it's unacceptable to lose last night. Like Cookies was selling this moral victory garbage. And I'm like, no. This is 3-1 with a tiebreak on the pack, road divisional win, or 2-2 and question marks. It's a huge difference. And they throttled them.
Yes.
It was awesome.
It was great. It was great to see.
You hate to see it for Green Bay. It's just so sad.
I know. It breaks your heart, doesn't it? It just
a shame Bakhtiari
really
couldn't play last night.
Oh, especially since he's on IR now.
Can I ask a question before we leave?
Yeah.
And then I got to go do the other show. What do you make of this Aidan, almost Max Crosby thing they're doing now, standing him up and moving him to the middle of the formation? What's your view on that?
So we got a texter or a caller earlier that asked that. So Jason Taylor did this quite a bit when he was in his prime, where you identify who is the biggest threat on this Lions defensive line.
Right.
It's Aidan Hutchinson.
Right.
So if I'm going to put together blocking schemes, if he lines up on the right, I may slide the protection. I may send him back that way. If he lines up on the left, same thing. But if you line him up in the middle, and then at the snap of the ball, he picks a side.
If he can get comfortable with it,
it's
could
a game
be awesome.
changer. Yeah.
He looks very uncomfortable.
He looks very uncomfortable. Now, he does look more comfortable rushing from a stand-up position than he does hand in the dirt.
Yes.
So they're hoping that he can grow into this position. And it's, hey, let's throw this out there, see if he can grow up and grow into it. And if not, hey.
But what I like, last week, Barnes, hand in the dirt, D-end, little speedster, kind of try something new. Aidan this week, standing up, middle, rover, new. They're trying stuff.
Yeah, and it's more.
I'm not
more
used to
everybody
it
has
living in
work on.
Hazleton land. I'm not used to new things.
Look, I mean, the depth they have on the defense. I mean, look,
it's getting there.
So when Joseph and Mosley come back, who sits? I mean, I can't believe we're going to have
Jerry
this
Jacobs,
discussion.
let me help you with that.
Yeah.
But listen, tremendous.
Yeah.
Cookies, go ahead. I don't want to make these guys late.
It's great.
John's got a plane to catch.
Are you doing middays today?
I got to go over there and do that thing.
I got to go
come
get my
back and pop
shorts,
in with
my
you.
shorts and my tank top because I'm going to 95.
That weather sucks.
Oof.
Carson Anderson coming up next. Jim Costa in for Gator. What's going on?
Things are great. Everybody's in a great mood
And
today.
they are. We're a real football city.
Hey, Mike, is there any chance he can dump on Goff today?
At least I didn't call him a poor man's Matt Ryan.
Yes. He didn't like that.
No, he addressed it. I thought it was a
get fun with it.
good
Yes,
way. Yeah,
absolutely. So I'm not even going to ask what you guys are talking about because we had basically a full bank of calls since 6 a.m. Wow. It's great to be a Detroit Lion fan today.
Yes, it is.
It really is. Have a great weekend, everybody. Enjoy your trip to Lincoln. Carson Anderson with Jim Costa in for Gator next. 97.1 The Ticket.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a.
Oh.
Where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
Where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake him up. Bring him out here in his nightie, and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like, dude, don't you get like the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
All right, Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket, and we have open lines, and can't wait to talk to the people today. It's going to be a little bit different show because Gator is out. He's had this day scheduled off for some time.
He gets featured on Prime, and he takes the day off.
Big time in us. He's big time in us. That is the voice of Jim Costa, who is sitting in today. Jim, great to see you.
It's great to see you, Doug.
I was just saying, Kang, this kid's had it too easy. He's this young guy. He's super talented. He's got a job here full time, and now he's got a football team that wins. I did Lions postgame shows for 2 years. They won 3 games. It was miserable, but welcome.
Thank you, Doug. You told me, and this is how he greets me today. He goes, "Hey, I fell asleep to your voice last night,"
which is true. I turned the
as
station
long as the radio's
on.
still on.
Yeah, right. I put the station on to listen to postgame coverage,
and I bored you to sleep,
and I fell asleep. And I'm not. You didn't. But it was a little
It's just how
uncomfortable
you
because
said it.
I did fall asleep to Jim's voice. I wake up, come to work, bang, here he is. And I'm like, did you even leave?
There's actually a cot. If you go back around the basketball court, you can sleep there.
I did that once when I was working TV. I had a late shift, and then I was supposed to be at work at 6 a.m. the next. It was actually New Year's Eve. And so we did the 11 o'clock news. I walked in the lobby. There was a couch laid down. Got up at 5:45 in the morning, started the 6 a.m. shift, worked in the morning. Then went and watched football. Got off the shift ended at noon. So yeah, I've stayed the night at work before. I did it when I was at 10:50 too. I did that once.
And by the way, I would not say I've lived a charmed life as a Lions fan. They have won
that's
0
fair enough.
playoff
Yeah,
games
I
in my
know.
life. And
I
Doug,
know.
I was telling you, my first year moving back here, working with the network, was Campbell's first year.
Right.
Where I remember looking to Stoney and going, did they need to add another game? It's a
17
long
games.
season. There's a lot of losing.
Yeah.
And now we can't wait for Sundays.
No, and look, I made the comment to you when we were sitting around in the office. I feel like I have a job in a completely different industry. That when you're doing the show the day after a Lions game, it's a completely different approach. It takes a different skill set. My notes look completely different. The things that we are topicking. I mean, I've worked here since 2000, and I feel like I have a new job.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. What the hell do we do with our hands,
It's
guys?
the greatest line, and for people who haven't seen Talladega Nights, it's it's the Ricky Bobby line. When he got behind the wheel, he went from
nobody,
from the crew.
Yeah.
He went from a crew, and look, he was not the brightest ball, but he gets behind. They put him on the wheel in a NASCAR race, and
I think he finished third or he placed or something out of nowhere.
And the media goes to interview him, and the first thing he says is, "I feel like I was on a spaceship." And then as the interview goes on, his hands rise up, and he grabs the mic and holds a hand near his face, and he says to the guy interviewing him, "I don't know what to do with my hands." And that's us. That's us in Detroit. We don't know what to do with our hands.
We're getting interviewed for doing good stuff.
Yeah.
What do we do with our hands?
What do we do with these things? So here we sit after sending a message to the NFC North, to the NFC, to the NFL. Guess what? The Detroit Lions are for real.
It was a coronation. It was a domination. King in the North, the Detroit Lions, and a changing of the guard, Doug. And it was not just 4 quarters of dominant football. It was after the game, the sight taking over Lambeau Field.
Now, look, there's a ton of football to be played. And you know, we've seen promising seasons go awry. But this feels different, man. Like, I got to credit a caller earlier in the week because I was kind of being a pansy about Jordan Love.
I thought of you.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. But
Well,
I was
you've
being
been the most nervous Jordan Love person I know.
Yep. What if the Packers have done it again? And the caller set me straight, and he was 100% right. It was either Tuesday or Wednesday that said, Doug, the Lions are going to be, if you're a good football team, you don't need the other guys to be bad. And that's probably the best. And I'm like, this dude's 100% right. Yeah, okay, great. What if Jordan Love is good? So what? So what? And
bring him on.
Yeah, I was still thinking in an old school Lions way, which was, I just hope that we're better than that team. And if they're bad and that's why, that's okay. Which is what we've had to do, like this weird mental strategic gymnastics to find a way to get to the top of the NFC North typically came with, I hope they suck, which we don't have to do that anymore. It's okay if the other team's good. It's okay.
And it's okay if things don't go your way in the game. You will overcome. Goff immediately throws an awful interception, and it's okay. They answer with a touchdown.
The Packers got to run a play between the third and fourth quarter, and it's okay. Right? I mean, it's okay. They ran a play.
0-0-0.
They ran a play after the third quarter ended and before the fourth quarter ended, and it's okay.
You know what they say? You go to Lambeau, you got to play 60 minutes in 1 second.
That's right.
And the Lions did. But ordinarily, we'd go, oh, they got jobbed, the refs, blah, blah. We're not talking about that.
There was, in that game, a very, I'm bringing this up for a reason, okay? I want to make sure this is, but there was a very SOL moment, and it was the leaping penalty on the Packers. That kind of stuff is what the Detroit Lions kind of did every game for 2 decades.
Quay Walker, by the way.
I should say even longer than that.
Yeah. Quay Walker, back-to-back games, he's done something stupid, right?
Yeah.
Didn't he get tossed the last time they played?
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually a really good player, too. He's just made some mental mistakes.
Like 18 tackles. He was all over the place.
Yeah. And, yeah, I was never worried, guys. I mean, especially after the first quarter when they dominated, and anything that was going to happen after that, the third quarter, the extra play, all that stuff, the penalties, the Anzalone, roughing the not even, I don't even know what they call it, excessive hitting or whatever it was, stupid penalties. I was never worried. I was like relaxed. It's clear they're the better team and they're going to pull this out no matter what happens because the Packers will score a point at some point.
Yep.
I was like, oh no, they're going to score a touchdown, and that's it.
And by the way, the Lions are going to lose another game this year. They're going to lose another game this year. I know, but we can. They've kind of. Why yesterday was so important, and they're far from the finish line. Let me make that clear. But we're going to have our moment here today. All right, we deserve this. There is still, and I understand every fan that was skeptical the entire offseason. Every fan, because you know what they all said? Show me. 4 weeks into the season, they have shown you. Who is the class of the NFC North?
It's the Detroit Lions.
Is there a debate?
No. 0. None.
Everybody else is looking up. How do we catch those guys? Teams get better. I mean, right now, if I'm in Green Bay, I'm thinking, we got a first-year starter at quarterback. We got a bunch of young weapons. We were missing offensive linemen. We can do better, but we got to catch up to the Lions. If I'm Minnesota, like, we got talent, but we got to catch up to the Lions. If I'm a Bears fan, I'm screwed. But everybody, right? But everybody else can they are looking up, and they have to strategize, and they have to scheme, and they have to think, how do we catch the Detroit Lions?
They're playing complementary football too, Doug. Think about it. Stopping the run. Aaron Jones played, right? Yeah. Are we sure?
Yeah.
They made a big deal about him playing. I don't know that he did. They stopped the run, and then you tee off on the quarterback. 5 sacks, spread the wealth all across the defensive line. They didn't even have to blitz. Mm-hmm. They could get home with 4. And then what happens when you have a lead? 200 yards on the ground. Churn, baby, churn.
9-minute drives.
Mm-hmm. Put away drives.
Yeah.
Think about it. At Kansas City, down a touchdown. Fourth quarter, go get it.
Yep.
Against Atlanta, Goff throws an interception. 10-point game, starting to get a little tight. Put away drive. And last night, in the fourth quarter, maybe some Lions fans, reactionary, sphincters tightening.
Yep.
Put away drive.
Yep. There's a lot of incredibly encouraging things going on. Lots of football to be played, but we're going to have our moment today. We're going to have our moment today. And Lions fans, let's hear from you. 248-539-9797. Jim Costa's in for Gator. This is the other thing I meant to announce, is I have to catch a flight to Lincoln. So the fourth and final hour will be Costa and Kang, and you guys will make the picks for If I Bet It this week. Gator and I have submitted our picks in the past, and then like Kang, you'd read them off, and we're like, you guys have at it. So you guys are going to each get 3 college, 3 pro picks. That's at 139. So thank you for being here, and thank you every listener for being here. This is going to be fun. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
If it's true that, hey, Rico thinks that Michigan State would be willing to pay triple, whatever it is that Marcus Freeman is making, that would be in the ballpark of $9 to $15 million. Do you think Michigan State right now is ready to pony up $9 to $15 million for their next head coach? They can. That's not the question.
No, I know. Yes, they could financially. They'll have no problem doing that. I don't think they would do that right now. I don't. I think they're going to scale back a little bit.
They possibly could.
A little bit. I mean, now how much would Urban cost?
I don't know. You probably get Urban at a discount if he just simply wants to get back into coaching.
Yeah.
Because he's got some baggage.
Yeah, you think? Yeah.
Yeah,
But he's a great.
There's no question. We've never denied that.
College football coach.
Yeah, and he's a great recruiter.
Yeah.
I just smile. I mean, that was slam the door. And we put that in the Campbell's list. 4th down, could have kicked a field goal. They were up 10. Force them to score 2 touchdowns to beat you. And probably take field goal out of play for the Packers. They'd have to go for it on 4th downs instead of kicking field goals if they were in the red zone. So there was an upside to kicking the field goal, but at no point, I think you go for it here. And first guessing, we like to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the right call? And I thought it was. Did you think it was the right call?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that was an attitude drive, right?
Yep.
You got to go 15 plays, 4th and inches to win the game effectively. Yeah, Dan Campbell's going for it, and of course they got it.
Mm-hmm.
Of course they did.
I was so relaxed that you guys asked me this morning. What was your first thought on that? And I thought I didn't even care what he did because I knew they were going to win the game.
Yeah,
I was just easy breezy last night.
It's so funny because that's one of your takeaways, Kang, is the whole game, you weren't stressed.
Well, especially, it was after the first quarter, essentially.
Yeah.
Once I could see like this, I knew where this was headed because before the angst of, we got screwed on this call or we should have made that catch and everything. I think when you're a borderline good team, you worry about stuff like that. But when you know you're a good team, you're like, they'll overcome it. It's clear they're a better team, and that's kind of how I felt last night.
You see when David Montgomery scored one of his touchdowns, he kind of looked up to the heavens.
Yeah.
That was him saying, thank God I'm not a Chicago Bear anymore.
Right.
Doug, 0-7 against the Packers.
Montgomery.
Two touchdowns in those 7 games. He had 3 last night in a win.
Wow.
It's amazing.
Wow. And there's so many things to talk about today.
And remember we thought, well, he's not going to get 20 touchdowns or Jamal Williams touchdowns. He actually might.
Yeah. Right. I mean, I was watching the first half, and I'm like, are the Lions running clock in the first half of a game? Are they running clock in the first half? Green Bay's best play in the first half was holding on Jonah Jackson. That was their best play.
They didn't pick up a first down until middle of the second quarter, and it was a Lions penalty.
Right. Obviously, the interception was probably their best play. But still. Don't know what to do with my hands. Let's talk to the people.
It's a 4-hour party. Let's do it.
Yep. Ryan, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ryan.
Hi. How you guys doing?
Amazing.
Pretty good.
I just wanted to say my brother and my dad were at the game last night. It's like going all around, our friends and stuff. He had that sign, we're here for cheese and kneecaps. And it's such a good feeling right now, man. And what I want to hear you guys talk a little bit about, and this is what you were just doing, is how this feels to me. Like, this is the last time I called into you guys was the 2004 Pistons, man. It feels like we have players, but it feels like such a team effort. And I haven't had this feeling in a long time, man, of just like the team. It's such a good team. Like, we have great players, but we don't have that. I don't even feel like we have like that Calvin Johnson, that all-star. We just have a great team and everybody's behind him. And it's just a great feeling. And I want to,
you know what, Ryan,
you guys reflect on that.
It's a great point. Somebody called, was it this week or last week, and said, what I don't like about the Lions is they don't have an alpha. They don't have a Ray Lewis was his. And I'm like, maybe they don't, but they've got some guys that, I mean, is Aidan Hutchinson an alpha? Is Penei Sewell an alpha? Is Amon-Ra St. Brown an alpha? Is Brian Branch already an alpha? But you're right about the feeling like a complete football team, by the way, that's young and has cap space and hasn't mortgaged the future.
You want to talk alpha? Have you seen these Penei Sewell mic'd up before the game hypes?
I have not.
It's like Ray Lewis. He's like getting the team animated.
Is that right?
I get it. He's a tackle, not a middle linebacker who's laying people out over the middle, but he's doing damage. And I think he's the heartbeat of this team as a captain in his early 20s. Like, that is the team. It's Penei Sewell, which is maybe a little bit going to work.
Yeah.
Lunch pail.
248-539-9797. Thank you, Ryan. We go to Lester next. Hi, Lester.
Hello. How you guys doing today?
Great.
So I wanted to say, Doug, there that I've been gone, and I probably heard your first day in 2000, and I'm back, and the Lions are back.
Yep.
So I was talking to a buddy of mine there from Arizona, calls me up. I'm telling him about Brian Branch before the draft. He tells me I hit the nail on the head. So they're asking me if I'm drinking the punch. I said, no, I'm not drinking the punch. I said, this year I'm home brewing it. So I said, what a day to be a Lions fan. I'm not taking nothing away from Miguel Cabrera, but here he is in his last 3 games in this homestand, and he's done so much for the city, and here we are talking about the Lions. This is unreal.
You know, one of the great little coincidences of the Miggy's last season is that this week the Lions played on a Thursday. So Sunday, and quite frankly, this entire weekend, it's Miggy's stage. Now, we got the college teams playing tomorrow, but Sunday is Miggy's stage. Sold out game.
Yeah, it's all
everybody there's no Lions to take away from Miggy's final moment. And so the Lions even did that right. They put themselves in a position to play a Thursday night game to free up Sunday for Miggy.
It's generous.
It very much is. 248-539-9797. Jim Costa in for Gator today. D is next. Hi, D.
DK, Costa,
What's
King, what's really going on? Hey, first of all, bro, up in the bench, fellas.
All right.
For years, we have seen opposing fans come to our stadium and try or have taken it over. I want to give a shout out to every one of them Lion fans that was in Green Bay wearing that blue. Now, these are real fans, bro, wearing that blue, cheering the team on, and making noise in Green Bay, bro. I just want to give them guys credit. National TV, y'all guys looked at beautiful, bro, all that blue. And number 97, it was a guy out there wearing number 97 with the mask. Bro, your energy was contagious last night. I don't know what city you from, bro, but keep representing the team. And second of all, DK, this is for the fake Lion fans. The ones that call in 1 week, and then the next week they want to call in with the joy and the happiness. Bro, make up your mind which side you're going to be on. If you're going to be on the hype train, if you're going to ride the hype train, you got to be prepared for it to get derailed. And if it get derailed, you got to go down with the train, bro. So this is to all the fans in the state of Michigan. Make up your mind what y'all going to do. You going to ride the hype train or you not? Make up your mind, bro. Because I heard a couple of callers call in this morning, and they the same ones that called in 2 weeks ago. Oh, I want Aaron Glenn fired. I want such and such gone. Bro, make up your mind, please.
Well, D, you bring up a ton of points. I think my favorite, though, is the fans that were there. The Lambeau field takeover was unbelievable.
Hey, D, whose house?
What up?
Yeah.
Whose house?
Lions house.
Our house,
Lions
baby.
house.
That's right.
Our house, baby. Hey, did you see when my man went up in the stands and they showed him some love? What was that, St. Brown?
Yep.
You gotta love it, man. So I'm just saying, if we lose next week, y'all, if we lose, don't hate on Aaron Glenn. Don't hate on Dan Campbell's play caller. Just say, we're going to get it together and get to next one. Because, man, this team is for real, man.
D, thank you. Appreciate the phone call. And, I mean, seriously, the Lions took over. They, annexed Lambeau Field.
Mm-hmm.
I was going around last night on social media, Dan Campbell Field. I like it. We tweeted out from the Carson Anderson account a post-game picture of the stadium and all the blue. And I tweeted, why'd they paint a G at the center of Ford Field? It was a total, he's right. D's right. That's happened to us kind of every Sunday since Ford Field's been open.
Doug, think about it too. They didn't take over at a Chargers game. They took over at one of the iconic venues in the NFL, prime time at night for everybody to see. He mentioned St. Brown, jumping in and having fun. Did you see the clip after the game? He blows a kiss to a Packer fan.
There's
I love this team.
If you haven't seen it, it's a field of Lions fans in the front few rows as St. Brown's running off, and one Packer fan in the middle. And he's hyping up all the Lions fans, and a Packer fan gives him the bird.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, straight out, as direct as it can be. And when Amon-Ra gets in front of him, he blows him a kiss and keeps running. It was, honestly, that's a fan base that's had their way with the Detroit Lions for the better part 2-3 decades. And they've had it's been a great run for them. And I've had a ton of respect for that organization as much as I hate it. And the NFC North has been flipped upside down.
Did you guys see the fan that poured beer on St. Brown when he did the Lambeau leap?
Mm-hmm.
I did not.
Honestly think that guy should be banned from the stadium for life. I don't think you should be able to pour your entire beverage on a guy. Anyways, I thought Packer fans were supposed to be nice. We see the middle finger. We see the beer pouring. What is that about, huh?
Yeah.
Well, it's a kid throwing a tantrum. They've had their way for 20 to 30 years, and now their toys getting taken away.
And that's why they left early, huh? Because that's all I saw was Lions fans.
We've got pack phone calls. I would love to hear from a fan that was there, driving back, listening on the Odyssey app. Love to get your take on that experience. Because those of us that weren't there, we're totally living vicariously through you.
I'm jealous.
Meanwhile, an NFL.com writer has come up with an amazing fact as it pertains to our Lions. We'll get to that today at 10:32. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Heather has been combing the Lions trying to figure out who hurt the hottest Lion.
It's so hard based off of these little team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute? In this picture, Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
Uh-huh.
Barnes jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh,
mean,
I'm tough,
angry.
John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm going to
Jared
mix
Goff.
this in.
Our guy, Jared
Simple.
Goff.
So, without
the
anybody's
second act of his career
let's just have an honest conversation.
is really going well. Unexpected.
Let's establish things that we know.
And the way he's embraced this city from moment one. You made a great point earlier before we hit the air, and Jim, we'll get to it in the 11 o'clock hour because you kind of nailed it, and we'll get to that at 11:05 about our guy Jared Goff. I promised a fact as it pertains to our Lions. This is from NFL.com writer Kevin Patra. He tweeted out the following. Fun fact via NFL research. The Lions are the 6th team in NFL history to win 2 road primetime games in September. 2 of the previous 5 teams to do so won the Super Bowl. 3 made the Super Bowl. These aren't your grandfather's Lions.
It's a very fun fact, Doug.
Yep. A lot of football to be played, but they are doing things that are consistent with teams that go to Super Bowls. The Detroit Lions, think about this, went on the road to Kansas City, won. Went on the road to Green Bay, won. I mean, are those the 2 toughest road trips in the NFL?
Two of the 3 to 5 toughest places. I mean, just to be even safe with it. Yeah, I mean, Doug, those are some of the toughest places to win in the NFL, period. At night, in primetime. And they did it come from behind against Kansas City, and they did it in dominating fashion against Green Bay. They've done it when they play their best. They've done it when they play their worst. They handle adversity. They don't get rattled the way that old Lions teams would.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We've got TJ next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, TJ.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Morning.
Hey, we're giving a lot of love to a lot of players out there.
Yep.
I think one that deserves a little love was Isaiah Buggs. I thought he played a heck of a game last night.
Yep. You sack early. I mean, he didn't play the first 2 weeks, and he's been a difference maker the 2 weeks since.
Yes.
I wouldn't trade him for Chris Jones.
Well, I can't blame you for that. But no, I thought he played really well. I mean, he stuffed up the center there, and he had the sack. I mean,
you know what's funny is I had the exact same feeling. Do you know how many snaps he played?
Oh, probably not many. Maybe 20-something?
12.
Wow. Really?
Yeah. I was shocked that he only played 12.
Well,
but it did. His presence was felt in those 12 snaps.
You know what it is, too? It's depth. Something you guys have been talking about going all the way back to the preseason. Depth.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I appreciate him because he could have mouthed off and been disruptive, through the first 2 games. Yep. And he wasn't. He just became, he's a pro. And when he gets his chance, he's going to take advantage of it.
He impacted the game.
Kudos to him.
He impacted the game.
Yep.
248-539-9797. Let's go to James next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, James.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? First of all, I'm going to put Seattle in front of Green Bay as far as a tough place to play.
Okay.
And apparently their home field advantage travels to Detroit. And I don't want to sound like the guy in the bleachers from Major League 2. I thought it was a great game. I'm certainly on the hype train, but I don't want to gripe. But you're up by 3 possessions. There's 4 minutes to go, and you put Brian Branch back in the game. We dodged a bullet last night when they carted him off, and then even putting Montgomery in the last couple series, and I even make a thing for Tyler Decker. So why I hate looking for a bad thing because I really enjoyed last night. But in retrospect, if we're going to put this team and say, okay, they've got potential, you have to protect it.
It's interesting because those feelings, there's a degree of validity, but I also think Dan Campbell wants his guys to finish games, to learn how to finish games, to not let anything slip away. And maybe down the road, they benefit more from the experience of finishing a game than they do from the chance of getting hurt. And obviously Branch re-injured himself, but it doesn't sound like it's serious. It's an ankle. I mean, did the entirety of Detroit go, oh my God, he just blew his Achilles? Mm-hmm. Probably. But I think there's an upside to leaving guys on the field to finish games as well.
Yeah, I think Robert Griffin III would disagree, but that's a one-off. I get it. I don't think that particular game didn't need to prove the point that game. We were going to win that game. The Lions were going to win that game regardless.
Maybe.
If Brian Branch went back in or you put Emo in.
Probably. Yeah, I mean, I guess, James, I do see the risk. It's so far down my focus right now.
I actually agree with James. If we're going to nitpick, just the Branch one at least. If you want to finish a game off with Montgomery because he's your bell cow, and you want to finish the game off with your defensive starters that have been destroying that offensive line and Jordan Love all night long, that's fine. The Brian Branch thing, if I'm going to nitpick, that's the one where I say, you know what? We had dodged the bullet, like James said. I don't want to dodge another bullet here. This isn't the Matrix. I don't know how many bullets we can dodge. We're up pretty easily here. I think we take it easy with you because I told you guys I was pretty relaxed the whole game. That was after the fact I saw Branch come back because that one was, you're right. Collectively, Detroit just goes,
yep.
No, please, God, don't let it be the Achilles. Then he comes back, jogging around, taping it up. I'm like, okay, I'm back to relax again. Now I don't need to see him on the field.
Yeah, well, I mean, I hear you. I think it's really, is it nitpicking too much? I don't know. I get it. If they escape it unscathed.
You might count this as a Campbell gamble.
Putting him back on the field.
Out there. I know we're just doing.
You know what's so
calls,
funny though?
but...
I didn't hear. Did this come up with Jansen at all this morning? Because players see it through a completely different prism. Did it?
Jansen would play out there if they wheeled him out there in the cart.
He would think. He would think the criticism's absurd.
Yeah, but he's a different mentality, different animal.
And that's kind of how players are wired. It's part of what makes them be able to do what they do. Am I wrong?
But Jim, wouldn't you agree sometimes the coaches have to take over? The adults in the room have to tell you when, hey, that's enough?
Absolutely. And I would draw the line where you drew the line. I want Taylor Decker out there because he protects my quarterback. I want Montgomery out there because we're salting away the game. Brian Branch, let's be a little more cautious about this one. That's where I would have drawn the line. Because we've seen guys finish games and it still be a serious injury. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson isn't that far removed. Remember, he went back in and finished that game against Seattle only to find out that's a serious injury, and he's done for the foreseeable future.
248-539-9797. Let's wrap up this conversation as it pertains to who was on the field.
I don't want nitpicky. I don't think we need to drag on about it.
I really. Maybe we'll do this next Wednesday when things are slow. I'm good with just basking in the glow of what just happened.
Please, yes.
Let's go to Mike. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
What's up? Go ahead, Mike.
Floor's yours.
Oh, just wanted to say I got to give big props to Josh Reynolds.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's really stepped up. I know Valeni touched on how concerned he was on the wide receiver room with James being missing, but I think Reynolds has made some really big plays and big times throughout these first 4 games, and it's really settled my nerves on the wide receiver room big time.
Think about this, and this again, we're looking and in retrospect now, traits of an organization that's being run by a ninja. Josh Reynolds was a healthy scratch in Tennessee and was released. Every team in the league could sign Josh Reynolds. Our guy signed Josh Reynolds. And is Josh Reynolds a valuable player for the Detroit Lions? And anybody could have signed him. Right? And this is a cast-off from another team. And so we're talking about getting players that shows that your guy is shrewd. Guys like Jerry Jacobs, our guy is shrewd. Guys like, the draft is potentially ridiculously good. This feels like a Seattle draft when they were building the Legion of Boom. And there's so much football to be played, but we're going to have our moment today. And yes, Josh Reynolds was a cast-off. Isaiah Buggs, cast-off.
It kind of goes back to that caller who made the 04 Pistons reference. I mean, that was a team of cast-offs. Yep. You got to find guys.
Yep. Hey, we made it to Friday, and Twin Peaks can't wait to start your weekend off right. Whether you're looking for a quick drink after work or a night out with friends, make sure Twin Peaks is your first destination. If you are a beer lover, they pour the coldest beer in the state at 29 degrees with a frozen mug that's only used once a day. Did somebody say beer crystals? If you like craft cocktails, the bar's loaded with all sorts of favorites and varieties like their Casamigos Spicy Margarita or Bullet Rye Old Fashioned. Don't even get us started on the food. Not many people realize, but Twin Peaks boasts a scratch kitchen, hand-cut and breaded to order favorites like their boneless wings and tenders, barbecue favorites like the smoked brisket and ribs, and bar standards like the Billionaire Bacon Burger. What makes it even better is you can watch all your favorite teams. Saturday's going to be a monster day featuring all the college football action you desire, and finish the day off with Canelo Alvarez squaring off against Jermell Charlo in an epic matchup. Come see for yourself why Twin Peaks just does it better. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com to find a location nearest you and to join their e-club where you score free stuff and know about all their specials. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com/Peaks-Club to get started today.
Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little like team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute? In this picture, Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
He's
a Barnes jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh,
mean,
I'm tough,
angry.
John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft. Dan Campbell following the game. Dave Burkett of the Free Press tweets out, too early to talk about whether the Lions should rest starters in Week 18 with the number 1 seed sewn up. Funny. I'm going to give this disclaimer throughout the show, okay? Because you're going to have to forgive us. We know there's a ton of football left to be played. They've sewn up nothing. One of Dan Campbell's post-game messages was, we need to refocus. We need to, when we get back, they got some time off, but when we get back to work, we need to refocus. and fix what needs to be fixed and continue to strive to get better. If the post-game speech after the game, he was in the locker room going, that's one. Like, you got to stack the ones. You got to keep. But today, we're going to have our moment. So the disclaimers, and we know there's a lot of football to be played. Dan Campbell setting the tone for the team and for the fan base. But today we're gonna make jokes about being the number 1 seed.
Well, you don't have to play a game in 10 days. I don't have to play a game in 10 days. Lions fans don't.
Nope.
We get to live this and embrace this and celebrate this for more than the 24 or 48 hour rule.
This is part of riding the roller coaster, right? There's going to be ups and downs, and when there's ups, we should enjoy it. And I don't know about throwing up the number 1 seed in the final week of the year, but I tell you what, I feel pretty confident about throwing up the division. I mean, if you look at it, and I was talking to you guys this morning, I think the second most talented team in the division are the Vikings, and they have exactly 0 wins. You know, Green Bay, tell me, I'm sorry, we just went to Lambeau.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, did Green Bay even show up? I know the Lions fans showed up. So by week, 17, 18, I do expect the division to be taken care of. The Bears, I don't even know what's going to happen over there. Coaches might be fired. Fields might be benched. Who knows?
Not our mess.
Exactly.
Feedback coming in here, and I just looked down at Twitch. Sam Zaven, Twitch on the streaming chat. Celebrate the game, not the season. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Kier Duchesne, please, writes, they were clearly the better team last night and are clearly the better team overall. Good teams overcome that stuff. It's hyper accentuated when the difference between winning and losing is one call in a game that has almost always been us. That's responding to this from Reese, who said, when the clock hit 0-0-0, this is on the last play of the third quarter, and they didn't call it, I thought, we're now good enough to overcome silly things like this. So there's so many Lions games where one bad call or bad luck or bad moment has cost them a game. And one of the refrains after those moments is, hey, you got to be so good that that one call, that one bad bounce, whatever, doesn't cost you. And that's what they were last night. The Packers ran a play between the third and fourth quarter for 45 yards. Didn't matter.
When you lose, you find ways to blame anybody but yourself. And the reality is the Lions have been a bad football team in most of those games where they were blaming the officials. Good teams very rarely go back through the film and complain about those calls. They rise above it.
Yep.
That's the kind of team we have in Detroit now.
And when Dan Campbell was asked in post-game press conferences over the last 2 seasons about the bad call or whatever, he completely dismissed it. And I always thought that was him sending a message to his team. I don't want them to think what they did was good enough after a loss. It's just was stolen from us. And he sent that message through the media. He was consistent with that. He didn't want guys driving home saying, oh, coach thinks we played well enough. It was stolen from us, because it takes away the desire to get better. It takes away some of the drive to make sure that stuff doesn't impact you. I think it starts at the top. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Shane next here on 97.1. Hi, Shane.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
First off, Doug, safe travels today,
Thank
and
you.
looking forward to your broadcast tomorrow.
Can't wait.
Heard you guys mention something about maybe a caller earlier in the week was talking about we don't have an alpha.
Mm-hmm.
Aidan Hutchinson is the alpha. I know he's only, 20, 21 games into his young career, but the stuff this guy is doing is just unbelievable. Him moving around, the pressure he's getting, and it's also freeing up the other guys to get theirs. I am just absolutely blown away by this kid, his attitude, his desire. He's the face of the Lions right now, and I'm pumped up for him big time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. It's an interesting point, and I'm not sure I agree with it, or B, I'm not convinced it matters. There's so many ways to get to the mountaintop, and like I've said, the road to the Super Bowl doesn't go exclusively through Jalen Carter. It doesn't go exclusively through having a clear-cut alpha, because there are other ways to get it done. But you can make a case for a bunch of guys being the quote-unquote alpha.
Would you tell Rico Beard that last thing?
That
the Jalen Carter thing?
Well, I mean, I'm going to guess here, I might be wrong, that in the coming seasons, there's going to be some teams that don't have Jalen Carter that win a Super Bowl.
Bold.
Yeah.
Yeah. So listen, the debate about whether they should have taken a running back at 12 or not. If you build a good football team, it's not going to.
Yeah, you could virtually do this probably with literally every team in the draft at some point made a pick in one of the 7 rounds that they should have taken somebody else. And when you're a bad team, you fixate on those things.
Did you see? And I'm sure it's like fantasy football people, but there was a lot of complaining, nitpicking, like get Gibbs the ball, get him the ball.
Was it really?
On social media anyway.
Was there?
I mean, that's what social media is for, though.
Yeah, I mean,
I just felt like in that kind of game, you want to ride Montgomery, who's getting you tough yards. That doesn't mean you don't use Gibbs. There was one point where they were alternating carries, and that big 15-play drive to ice the game, they were getting them both involved. But Montgomery's the guy around the goal line. That's the Jamal Williams role. That's why he's here.
Well, Doug, you spoke earlier in the game. Like, were they trying to run clock already?
In the first half,
Yeah.
I'm like, they're running clock.
I think Montgomery is not that he can't break one, but you know what you're getting with him. You're trying to, ball control. You're trying to keep possession. And Gibbs, and this is not the reason why he's not getting carries, I don't think, but he's more of a game breaker, a home run hitter. So I think there was a game plan going into giving Montgomery the ball a ton. They knew they were going to get the yardage. They knew they were going to get first downs. Just keep milking this clock.
Dude rushed for 121 yards.
What, 30 carries was it?
32 carries.
Off an injury.
Yeah.
He earned the 10 days off.
Yes, he did. 248-539-9797. Next up is Brendan. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Brendan?
Hey, Doug. How are you?
Good, sir. Thank you.
We called in yesterday from Indian River. We're calling again on our way back. What a game.
Hey, did you hear that you were the answer to our trivia question?
I did. We've been listening to the app the entire way back. Listening to you guys. The atmosphere, like electric is doing it disservice. It was incredible, absolutely incredible. We got rebel roused a little bit because we went in there with the jerseys. The second time they possessed the ball for negative yards, I looked at them. I go, "You guys are not winning this football game." And it got quieter and quieter. And then the green jerseys started walking up the stairs. And then once that game was over, it was just a sea of blue. It was unreal to be there and see that. And what a phenomenal game on all levels. Campbell did it. He didn't pull what everyone thought he would do. It was some crazy fourth down, or he coached just a great game. These guys killed it. And man, what a game to go to.
How many road games have you been to in your life?
For NFL or just football period?
NFL.
Oh, this is it. This first one.
Okay. I was wondering if you could put into context what it was like to take over a stadium and how it compared to other road trips you've been to. But still, what was it like to have Lions fans take over that stadium?
Oh, it was unreal. It was unreal. Everyone, GR, we're from Detroit, Macomb County. Like, it was people from all over the state just centralized. And then once everyone got behind the Thursday night football booth, I don't know how those guys heard themselves talk, even with the mics up in the ears. It was incredible. And then they all started pounding on the bleachers. You could feel it in your chest, and it's like, wow, like this is the real deal team, and people showed up in numbers. It was incredible, absolutely incredible. It was like the first time, or the first Michigan win with Ohio State. I was there for that one, and it was just as cool as that.
Oh, we got to send you to any playoff games if there are any, Brendan.
It's going to be hard to top it, but you got to be there for those games.
Yep. 248-539-9797. We go to Scott next here on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Scott?
Hey, Doug. How are you?
Good, sir.
Good. So I'm 3 hours into the drive back, and this is the best 8-hour drive. It's going to be the best 8-hour drive of my life. I mean, it was just like the previous caller said. It was truly electric. We were walking in, and I would say about 10% of the fans were in Lions jerseys. And, after that Goff interception, I turned to my son. I said, I can't remember Ford Field being this loud. I mean, the Packer fans were there. I mean, they were making noise early on before they were taken out of the game. Mm-hmm. And my son had made the road trip. He drove to Kansas City for the opener. And I asked him how it compared. He said, well, this is louder than Kansas City in terms of Green Bay fans. And, he said there are about twice as many Lions fans that were there. And it would just, I kiddingly said, I hope the Lions are up 28-0 at half, which wasn't that far off, so we could start seeing the green leave. And they left with about 5 minutes to go. Mm-hmm. And it was just an incredible, incredible atmosphere. We were at that point. It was probably 60% Lions fans. So out of the 15,000 people there, probably 9,000 were Lion fans. And I got to say, the happiest person, because I'd say half the team went around and gave high fives to everybody that was still there.
Mm-hmm.
But the happiest Detroit Lions personnel was probably Brad Holmes. I mean, he was doing the circle again, the lap around, and high fiving the fans. And the joy on his face was unbelievable.
Well, he's done an unbelievable job. He's run this organization in a way we haven't seen. With not just competency, he's an asset. Our guy's a ninja. What a day. We got somebody on hold on all 11 lines. I didn't even know we had 11 lines. Jim made a great point in the office about this second act of Jared Goff's career. We'll get to that today at 11:03. 97.1 The Ticket.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. We're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year, because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something, because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing, but that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Detroit is now the home of the first place Lions, 3-1 after a 6th straight division win, but guys like Jerry Jacobs are nowhere near satisfied yet. Well, eyes are going to be on phenomenal rookie Brian Branch's ankle injury. He returned to the field after being carted off and taped up. Dan Campbell said they'll wait and see, as it was the same ankle that he's injured before, but returning to the field was a good sign, even though he did re-aggravate it. Over 100,000 Tigers fans are expected at Comerica Park tonight through Sunday to say thank you, Miggy. The celebration weekend versus the Guardians will feature giveaways, a pregame ceremony with several guest speakers tomorrow, and then the final curtain call on Sunday for Cabrera's last game of his 21-year Hall of Fame career. Final prep for Michigan and Michigan State. Both will play away from home for the first time this year. The Wolverines at Nebraska, the Spartans at Iowa, and they'll play under the lights. Michigan will be a 3:30 kickoff with pregame coverage over on WWJ beginning at 12:30 tomorrow. And the Ryder Cup not looking great for the Americans so far, not uncommon when in Europe. The Euros won all 4 alt-shot matches early this morning, although the U.S. is up in 2 of them right now for best ball. And also Europe is up, one of them 4 up, Rory and Fitzpatrick against Schauffele and Morikawa. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Lions looking pretty good, to say the least. Last night, going to Green Bay. Message sent, message received. What we hoped was true appears to be true. And I think this was a real telling game for the show me crowd. And I don't say that with any tinge of insult. Like, I get why people have had yeah, this is fine, but show me. Yeah, Vegas made in the favor, but show me. Yeah, people are picking the Lions. Show me. Yeah, the Lions look better, but show me. 4 games into the season, they're showing you. And a lot of football to be played. That's a disclaimer. All show long, we're going to give it. But they are in the process of showing that they are what people suspected they were. Doug Karsh, Gators out today. Jim Costa's in. And you made a point about Jared Goff. I'm like, we got to bring that to the air because it's really a good way to look at it.
Look at this team. They're making me say nice things about Jared Goff.
I know, right?
But he deserves it. Think about this. He's thrown an interception in each of the last 3 games. And you had the caller, oh, he's throwing picks again. Do you realize what they've done after each of those interceptions? The very next drive, they've scored a touchdown. The story of Jared Goff is the story of resilience. Jared Goff was written out of the Hollywood script with the Rams, comes to Detroit in a terrible position, and it's a story of resilience. Doug, I could take this all the way back to his college days. They were a 1-win football team his first year at Cal. His last year, 8-5. We're talking Cal football.
Mm-hmm.
The story of Jared Goff is a story of resilience, and it's played out this season after each of those interceptions, immediate response, and the team has that same mentality too. They're a resilient football team, and that's with Jared Goff.
You know,
he's likable because of this.
He's got this chip on his shoulder for people.
Yep.
Do we have the sound from what he said to the Amazon crew post-game? Because pregame, was it Ryan Fitzpatrick said he's kind of a poor man's Matt Ryan?
That was the quote.
And apparently Goff heard it. We got it? All right, so here it is last night on the Amazon post-game show, Jared Goff on the desk. Jared Goff, chip on his shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Jared Goff, story of resilience. Is Jared Goff sort of the least, he gets the least benefit of the doubt of any former number 1 overall player taken in the draft than anybody I can remember. I mean, when you go 1-1 in the NFL draft, you kind of already assume superstar status. And maybe because we're 7 years into his career, whatever it is, that people didn't think he was an elite, so they've redefined him. But he was a number 1 overall pick.
I thought the dynamic was funny. Like, Matt Ryan's an MVP winner. I mean, Matt Ryan's a really good quarterback.
Yep.
But poor man's anything just never lands well. Calling someone a poor man's anything is not going to land well. And Goff, chip on the shoulder rallies.
Herb Street said last night in the broadcast, Goff's kind of the forgotten man.
He is.
And it's the second act of his career that is what we're seeing here. And it's going very, very well. And I can't say this enough. I wanted to start a Khalif Raymond appreciation thread on a message board somewhere because I think we undervalue him as a player. Josh Reynolds, somebody called up and gave him big props today. Amon-Ra is a budding star, but he doesn't fall in anybody's top 10 wide receivers in the NFL. If you take the Lions wide receiver room and compare it to every other wide receiver room in the NFL, it's probably not top half in terms of skills, in terms of just the personnel. But they're performing like it. They're performing like it. And now I feel like we should be respecting Khalif Raymond and Josh Reynolds more. But it feels like Jared Goff is turned the Lions into a top 5 offense with the help of the offensive line and Ben Johnson. And it's a fun watch. It's a really fun watch. And bravo to our guy who we did an interview with every Tuesday during the 10-1 start, whatever it was, his first year in Detroit. And we had to ask some questions that he took. I mean, Kang, I remember you saying, hey, ask whatever you want. This guy's a pro. And he was really good when he did things that people wanted answers to.
There was a moment last year where there was talk, would he get benched? Running 6 start, and you guys have him on every week, and he took the arrows. Mm-hmm. He stood in there.
Persevered. Resilience.
There it is.
Goes back to your word. Look at you. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Matt. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
What up, boys?
How you doing, sir?
Doug, Costa, Kang, Gator, if you're listening. What up, man? You guys are the best. I listen to you literally every single day.
Oh, I appreciate that, Matt. Thank you.
Yeah, man, you guys get me through work. But listen, I got a few points. I'll move through them quick. The one guy kind of rained on my parade a little bit because I was going to say I noticed a little, just a difference that in the past we wouldn't have noticed. When that interception happened, I just didn't feel like it was done for. In the past, that would have been such a feeling of like, oh, crap, here we go, we're toast. And then I was going to say, it seemed like through the TV broadcast, it didn't really get that loud, almost like the Packers weren't ready to take that place over because they kind of knew we're not going to be in this thing. But then the call said it was super loud, so that kind of rained on my parade a bit.
Okay.
But the point was, I was hanging out with the Packers buddy yesterday, and I was so surprised. He was mortified. He's like, well, you guys are going to kick our butt, in other words, right?
Yep.
And it seemed like my point basically overall is it seems like we as the Lions fan base are the last ones to sort of get on board with this thing that everybody else is already on board with. Like the Lions are here, we've arrived, we rule the North, and it just seems like we are the ones reticent to accept that. Maybe that's changed now after yesterday. I just want to see your guys' thoughts on that. And I had one more point to touch on about JMO.
Well, I mean, look, it's understandable. We've been over this a million times, but it's true. The relationship between the fans and the Lions. Everybody's seen the gif of Lucy pulling the football away as it pertains to the Lions, and that's been the case for like 50 years. So
my whole life.
Yeah, if anybody has like that might be why, and of course it's why, and that's okay.
It's okay, and it just seemed like it must have been the broadcast, or maybe I am so amped. Maybe I was just too fired up to like hear it, or I didn't want to hear it. It just didn't seem like that stadium went bonkers and like we were going to lose our chance in this game like it should have. But then again, like I said, that caller said it was super loud and blah, blah, blah. So maybe that was just me being too excited.
Yeah.
But I was going to say this about JMO, and then I'll be done with you guys, and thank you for your time. Winning cures everything. Like, doesn't it seem like we haven't even really thought too much about JMO anymore a little bit, at least for a couple of weeks, and that the pressure might be off him a little bit? Like, winning cures everything. Maybe this kid coming onto this team will actually have a chance at some success
because the weight of the world is not his shoulders. I mean, let's say for the sake of argument, we're 4-2. Let's say we split the next 2 games, or we go 5-1. This kid doesn't have that much pressure to come in and save this team, right? You know what I'm saying?
No,
that's a good point.
Yeah, and I would have to think anybody that is like waiting in the wings that could be a part of this is chomping at the bit to be a part of it. It's got to kind of hurt. Like, I should be out there. I want to be a part of this. This sucks.
Well, for one reason or another, J-Mo hasn't been reliable at this point in his career. They aren't going to thrust him into a role where he has to be.
Yeah.
Because they're a winning football team. He can come in and be a deep play guy. They can get him the ball in the screen game and let him use his speed. But, Doug, they don't need him right now.
No.
It's a great spot to be in.
248-539-9797. Back to your phone calls in a moment. Also, at 11:17, and another amazing fact about our Detroit Lions. That's at 11:17 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a
Oh.
Where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
But where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake him up. Bring him out here in his nightie, and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like, dude, don't you get, like, the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like, he's trying to, like, pump his crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if Lloyd Carr came out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys. Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to pump the fans up. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah. What do you expect him to say?
At least he'd done some research.
It looked like somebody told Ryan Day at halftime, if you lose this game, you're fired. Like, that's what his post-game press conference looked like. He looked so stressed out.
Yes.
It just
Professed his
emotional.
love for the state of Ohio and the Ohio State.
It's always been us versus everybody.
I mean, hey, you got the win, right?
Yeah, it's a big win on the road.
Yeah, but it's like you're Ohio State. Like, you're a powerhouse.
They were favored.
Right? Yeah, right, but you're favored. You're a powerhouse. I don't know if that's really the time to, like, boast or kind of brag. Like, you won the game, right? But
yeah.
It's kind of like he didn't. It was just weird, man. Let's go after Lou Holtz. This guy's barely hanging on, man. Let him enjoy the rest of his life.
Right. However many days
Lou Holtz
that may
doesn't
be.
need this.
Yeah. if it's true that, hey, Rico thinks that Michigan State would be willing to pay triple, whatever it is that Marcus Freeman is making, that would be in the ballpark of 9 to
Doug Karsh, Jim Costa in for Gator today. By the way, we're streaming on the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Can you imagine being a Lions fan and you're off on business in Modesto and you're like, God, I wish I could listen. Well, this is that's why you download the Odyssey app. So get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. It's free. Then you can stream our show or any of the shows here, and they're all archived up to 24 hours. So get it for your phone. Also streaming to our website, 971 The Ticket, streaming with video on YouTube and on Twitch. So go to YouTube and search up 971 The Ticket. Bang, there we are. Twitch, go to twitch.tv. Again, the search bar, 971 The Ticket. Bam, there we are. So enjoy the station however you choose. And we appreciate each and every one of you. And, of course, those that listen on terrestrial radio at 97.1 FM. 248-539-9797. All right. I want to talk a little bit about C.J. Gardner-Johnson's impact. Oh, he's out. How about Emmanuel Mosley? Out. Kirby Joseph? Out. 3 critical cogs to the secondary didn't play last night. What about James Houston's impact? Out. Josh Paschal's impact? Out. On offense, Jamo's impact, out. Hal Vaitai, out. They have overcome. They're doing this. I didn't name one player there that is kind of irrelevant. They're either starters or guys that are expected to impact this team. Again, we talk about things that are kind of unprecedented because guess what you're never going to be in the NFL is 100%. Guys are going to get hurt. But all the stuff that we have been through historically, all of that would have doomed a Lions team. Doomed them. And they're overcoming that.
It's because they weren't good enough before, guys, and they didn't have the right coaching or the right player or the right depth. But when you're a good football team, because you're right, Doug, every NFL team is going to have injuries, and this is a game of attrition. But when you're good enough, you overcome those things. You overcome blown calls. You overcome injury issues because you're just good to the core. You have that culture. You have the right people in place. And I think it's different now. So before when you're like, hey, man, they can't afford this injury or that injury. Now they kind of can and move forward. And then you look forward to when those guys get healthy, when those guys get back, what kind of juggernaut do you have?
Mm-hmm. And you're never, like, when they come back, somebody else will get hurt, right? It's just, but how about Tracy Walker? How great is it to be bringing Tracy Walker off the bench? I mean, Jerry Jacobs, undrafted free agent, who's kind of taken this position on social media about everything he's going to do for this team in the city, and he's going to persevere and don't forget about me. And he had some rough games early in the year.
Seattle especially. 2
picks last night. I mean, he had 2.
Bounce back.
Yep. There's your word again. Resilience.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
This team was not resilient for the longest time.
Yep.
And there were probably Lions fans that reflex thought, oh, here we go again when Green Bay started the third quarter the way they did. But to Kang's point, brand new Lions, never a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Of course they're going to finish this thing. Of course they're not going to let Green Bay make the comeback, mount the comeback. They got within 10, and what did the Lions do? Nearly a 9-minute drive put the game away.
I actually think it was exactly a 9-minute drive, which is, what'd you call it, a put-away drive?
Yeah, put-away drive.
Yeah. I mean, a 9-minute drive?
15 plays, 75 yards. Run.
It says, 9 minutes elapsed. The drive, it says 8:52, but 9 minutes elapsed. Was that the kick return or something? I don't know. Whatever. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Ricky. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ricky.
And I'll get you back in a second. Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey,
what's up?
Hey, I just wanted to touch base on Jerry Jacobs.
Yes.
I just wanted to say he played an outstanding game yesterday, and those picks definitely came crucial in the important time of the game.
Well, I'm happy for him because he seems to be so into this team, and he's persevered, and he had some rough moments early in the year, but yeah, he's hung in there, and I mean, you're talking about a guy who's probably going to be coming off the bench if everyone ever gets healthy. But again, it's like Tracy Walker. Tracy Walker coming off the bench is a luxury, and so will Jerry Jacobs be. I mean, because you're talking about what's your fourth or fifth corner, and how many teams have a fourth and fifth corner that capable?
And he better stay ready because Sutton, his name doesn't get called a lot for a reason. They're staying away from him, and they're going after Jerry Jacobs.
Interesting, huh? Interesting. 248-539-9797. DJ is next. What's up, DJ?
What up, dog? My dog, you all right?
Doing great.
What's up?
I am too, man. Like I had so much to say, but I know I got to stay on task. But I want to, yeah, you know what I mean? I'm listening to y'all, but people are still in some of the stuff I want to say. But number one, I don't know if you guys work your Twitter or not, but I hit y'all on Twitter last night because I told you something a few weeks ago, and it came true last night. Remember I told you to wheel some kind of way oil canned his way into a spot, and as soon as he got in the game, what happened? I don't care about the 000. That was Will Harris, man. That was Will Harris. As soon as he got in the game, bomb. And I said to myself, like, I hope Doug and Gator remember what I told them. Some type of way, Will Harris oil canned his way onto this roster. That's it. I told y'all that. I said, there it is. There it is. But anyway, let's get back to it. Last night, man, I'm super proud, and I called y'all yesterday, and I told y'all our offensive line is elite, and they are to the point that it's like those guys think when it's time for them like to push the gas pedal, Sewell and Decker, and when they do, whenever we have a hiccup, whenever something bad happens, I have so much confidence in our offensive line, and Herbstreit was touching on it. They are a force. Like, remember that last drive, how they started opening up holes everywhere, and I just said, you know what? This line is just, they're incredible, man. They are. And then the last thing, what you said, it doesn't matter that who the lead alpha dog is, but if I had to put my finger on it, I really think that it's Penei Sewell. I really do.
Yeah.
I think this team identifies with him. When you watch the pre-games on Twitter and stuff, he's the one in the Ray Lewis circle hyping them guys up. They play the way he does. They physical, they aggressive, they dogs. They play just like Sewell. I think he's the alpha.
I don't disagree. And the only reason I say I don't disagree is because all of the feedback we've gotten on that, I have not seen what he is referencing. Have you seen the pregame
I
stuff?
have. So before the Kansas City game, he's going, we're locking the gates. Like, he's in their face. It's great. And they posted another one last night. He's firing the dudes up. It's the Ray Lewis effect. And Doug, he's 22 years old, but he's the heartbeat of this football team. And you remember in his first season as a rookie,
yeah,
he's mixing it up with Aaron Donald.
Right.
And that's the dude he's been since day one.
Dancing bear.
I'm going to have to show you some of these clips.
I think I'm going to have to. Locking the gates is a great line.
Go into Detroit Lions Twitter. They always post them out before the games, Doug. And yeah, he's an alpha. And you're right. I was just going to bring up the Aaron Donald thing, Jim. Like, that was like his rookie year. He didn't give a crap. That was Aaron Donald. He's always hard on himself. He's exactly what Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell wants the rest of the guys to be, always striving for more. Whatever you need, me go right tackle, left tackle. He was a left tackle when he's drafted. We need you to play right. I got you. Hey, we need you to go back to left. I got you. How'd you do? I could have done better. And this guy, and then you're right, 22 years old, firing up the rest of the team, voted captain already. He's an alpha.
248-539-9797. We are going to dedicate some time to Miguel Cabrera today and a little bit of college football mixed in ahead of another weekend for Michigan and Michigan State. But we have a bold headline that is not just a headline in Detroit. I feel like it's a headline around the NFL. The Detroit Lions are good. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
$15 million. Do you think Michigan State right now is ready to pony up $9 to $15 million for their next head coach? They can. That's not the question.
No, I know. Yes, they could financially. They'll have no problem doing that. I don't think they would do that right now. I don't. I think they're going to scale back a little bit.
They possibly could.
A little bit. I mean, now how much would Urban cost?
I don't know. You probably get Urban at a discount if he just simply wants to get back into coaching.
Yeah.
Because he's got some baggage.
Yeah, you think? Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
But he's a great.
There's no question. We've never denied that.
College football coach.
Yeah, and he's a great recruiter.
Yeah. Heather has been combing the Lions trying to figure out who hurt the hottest Lion.
It's so hard based off of these little team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute? In this picture, Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin for Heather's birthday.
Uh-huh.
Barnes jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles. We just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh, I'm tough. I'm
angry.
tough, John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft. Lions go to Green Bay, and they don't just win, they dominate. And this kind of feels like completely uncharted territory. There was a tweet that was sent out there, and I hate it when I forget to make note of it or send the tweet to myself. So I can't remember who said it and exactly what it was, but it was something like this. It's the first time in 40 years that the Detroit Lions are playing in Lambeau Field, and the Lions are favored when Green Bay has their starting quarterback. So it was sometime in 1984 or something like that. Whatever year it was that Green Bay had a backup quarterback starting and the Lions were favored. But they've been the underdog against Green Bay starter, and even some backups, by the way, that were getting the starts again, they were always the underdog. So they go in as a favorite, and they dominate.
Leave no doubt.
No doubt. Jim Costa's in for Gator today, and in fact, Costa and Kang are going to carry you through the 1 o'clock hours. I got to head out to Nebraska. Just quick notes on that game, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
2 things to pay attention to that I think are going to be key. One is Nebraska currently is one of the best statistically rushing defenses in America. All of the stats 4 games in can get a little skewed, smaller sample size, but they're something ridiculous like 1.8 yards a carry. They've given up 120 yards rushing all season. And obviously Michigan likes to run the ball. Now, statistically, defensively, they're terrible against the pass. And a lot of it has to do with who you play to. And if you get a lead, like they had a lead on Louisiana Tech, they're going to throw every down, which means you aren't running for a lot of yards. So these things can get skewed. But it's going to be an interesting matchup. Can Michigan run it against a team that has a better run defense than they've probably faced? Rutgers statistically also was good. And the other thing is I think is going to be huge is special teams. It's going to be windy. Last week, Nebraska's special teams against Louisiana Tech gave up a kickoff return for a touchdown. It was called back by holding. They fumbled a kickoff, missed a short field goal, banged a field goal off an upright, were twice flagged for illegal formation on a punt. Michigan special teams had some issues earlier in the year against Bowling Green. And I know people want to see somebody else, maybe a punt returner. Jake Thaw can catch the ball. And in a windy day, when you're the favorite, catching the ball on a punt is a requirement. Now, he had the one that hit the ground and rolled last week, which was a hell of a punt right on the sidelines. Thaw was looking up into the sun. Might have got a late break on it. We talked about that during the broadcast. But just keep in mind, when Nebraska is punting, catch the ball. And Jay Harbaugh, the special teams coach, talked this week about we got a whole bunch of guys that have the skill set to be great punt returners once they have the ball in their hands. But about 5% of them are reliable to catch the ball. And so these are small subtleties of a game when you're a favorite that shouldn't go overlooked.
Yeah, first road test of the year.
Yep.
Fielding punts is a very underrated thing that people take for granted. I think Khalif Raymond's really good at it. I mean, he kind of waits to the very last second to call fair catch. And you saw Jaden Reed yesterday on that bounce, misplay that.
Yep.
That back there is, I think Dan Campbell mentions it all the time, too. Special teams is great. I think he's mentioning things like that. Just execute, right?
Yep.
Don't make a mistake because the mistakes get blown up. They get magnified.
You made the comparison to Rutgers. I think there's something there with Rutgers was statistically a good run defense.
Yep.
Not a team that could push the ball vertically on offense. That's the same deal with Nebraska. The QB change. I'd call them a dual threat, but it's really a one threat. They're a run threat offense. There's a big similarity with Rutgers and Nebraska. The difference being this is a road game.
Yep.
And I will be curious if Michigan doesn't roll up 200 yards the way they did against Rutgers, that means JJ puts the ball in the air. And we know as they've opened it up at times, that's led to more turnovers. You don't want to turn the ball over on the road, your first road test in 90-degree heat. That's a storyline I want to watch too.
Don't invite them into the game, you know. So anyway, just some keys for the game this weekend. 248-539-9797. On some thoughts on the Spartans trip to Iowa City a little bit later on. Let's get back to your phone calls. Ed is next on 97.1. Hi, Ed.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Good, Ed.
Hey, first off, this is a good team. This is a good team, and the more impressive to me is they're deep. They're deep. Doug, you kind of stole a little bit of my thunder, naming off all the injuries. All the other teams, you're going to put asterisks here. You're going to do this and that. We played Atlanta with third-string linemen, and we're winning these games. My big concern, not a big concern, but a concern is the way we come out of half. The third quarter, and that kind of cost us the Seattle game. I believe it cost us a few games last year coming out of half. We kind of struggle in the third quarter, then we kind of regain our traction towards the end of the third quarter going into the fourth. But, to move farther into the playoffs, which, we all think we are going to get, we're going to be in the playoffs and we want to move to the NFC Championship game. I think we need to come out of half with a little more, I don't know if it's urgency or just a little more better execution coming out of half is about all I can see. And I would love to see Gibbs get maybe a little sniff around the goal line, give him a little confidence to get in the end zone.
Yeah, these are real nitpicky things, Ed, but I'm okay with it because, like you said, they're a good team. Now what else can you get better at? Because you want to play a perfect football game. It is not achievable, but you set it as a goal. Why not? Why not? Set it as a goal. Be perfect.
You knew Green Bay was going to come out of the half swinging. They had been embarrassed.
Yep.
They had been embarrassed. They come out, they score a touchdown. You knew you were going to take their best shot, and the point is you built up such a big lead, and you finished the game the right way that the game never really was close. Yep. 10 points is as close as they got.
You're not going to score every drive, and you're not going to force a 3-and-out every possession. But again, this team was tough. Like when the little bit of heat got turned on, and I tweeted out at halftime, I sure hope Lou Holtz doesn't say something about Green Bay's toughness. But when the little bit of heat got turned on, the Lions, in the second half, they responded. 248-539-9797. Let me be clear. I'm saying a little bit of heat. Let's go to Dre. You're next on 97 a ticket. Hi, Dre.
Hey, good morning, Doug.
What's up?
Hey, Jim. How you doing, man?
Hey, Dre. What's up?
Man, same old, man. You know, big-time Lions fan, man. I enjoyed the game again last night. I wanted to chime in, though, just a couple of things. First of all, I just have to talk about the respect factor that they're getting from the NFL and the refs. You know, years ago, you see some bad calls made against the Lions, and you never get a makeup call. Last night, watching the game, you remember when Green Bay scored, they started getting a small bit of momentum, nothing really scary. But at the end of the third quarter, when the clock hit 0, they had that big 40-yard plus play, which led to a touchdown in the fourth quarter. I thought that was awful that the referees blew that. And I think the NFL and somebody higher up must have seen that, because you remember shortly thereafter, the Lions ended up kicking a field goal. And I forgot the linebacker's name who had the running jump over the center to try to block the field goal attempt.
Quay Walker.
But think about how long that flag took to fall. Somebody made a call. I think that was the makeup call to say, hey, we blew this one. This team is respectable. We're going to make that call. And they brought it back to the Lions. And instead of it being a 10-point lead, it ended up being a 17-point lead. You know what I'm saying? So I think the respect factor of, there's a lot of confidence in this team through the fans, through the team itself, and also I think through the NFL, that this is a very competitive team, and the referees aren't going to be allowed to blow calls like that against us. I just wanted to get you guys' thoughts on that.
I don't believe it at all. I mean, Dre, I don't think the NFL's offices are calling the officials and saying, hey, correct that call, give the Lions one.
I don't buy it either, but it is kind of a funny notion that we're getting respect from the officials. Doug, what was your honest reaction when they come back from that TV break and they go, hey, actually there was a flag and the field goal the Lions kicked, don't worry about it.
Yep.
First down. What was your reaction in the moment?
I was shocked. I mean, I had no idea. I was shocked. It's funny because one of the worst things you can do in this business is make a mistake on the air, say something that it's factually incorrect, and then go to a commercial break. And then sit there and watch the ticket text come in because you can't correct it right away.
Correct.
You have to sit through a 5-minute commercial break where you're just getting bombarded with, hey, you idiot.
Actually.
Hey, dummy. Actually, yeah. And you're like, oh, my God, they're right. And you got to sit there. And, Kang, you see it, right? Commercial break right before
do we get the text? Yeah,
yes.
we
do. but if you make it at the beginning of a segment, the first text that comes in, Kang can say, hey, you got that wrong. You can correct it immediately. The broadcast did that last night. They didn't see the flag. They sent it to a commercial break. And so that was the prism which I saw it through, but I was shocked.
So for my prism, I'm working in the network, and we can hear in the commercial the talk.
Yeah.
Dan's like, well, hold on, there's a flag on the play.
Interesting.
And TJ speculating. I think he jumped over the long snapper. And I think the Lions are going to get the ball. So I'm watching the gears turn in real time during that break. And then
you had a heads up. You were listening to the chatter during the commercial break. That's kind of fun.
It is really fun.
I bet you hear some stuff.
Yeah, we'll keep that off the air.
Yeah. All right, Kang, you said there were two things that you're kind of triggered by now as it pertains to the Lions. One you hear a lot, and the other I triggered. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I want to get to those today. I feel bad. We'll get to those today at 11:46, plus more of your phone calls and feedback, 97.1.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing, but that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
Okay. I know we have a small window here to talk to somebody who can provide some insight and back up a previous caller. TJ Lang was there. He was on the field. I also saw the tweet from Dan Miller. He was on the delayed plane coming back, and he did not look thrilled about it being delayed. But TJ Lang is with us here on 97.1 The Ticket. And you just heard somebody say something, and you agree with him regarding that flag on the leaping penalty?
Yeah, first of all, I'm still delirious. That was the longest post-game wait for a flight I think anybody ever had.
Yeah.
I think at one point I looked out the window and I said, Dan, look, I think the sun's coming up. It was the light on the end of the wing. That's how delirious I was and tired. But yeah, I'm telling you, that situation, that caller, it sounds conspiracy theorist-esque. He is not wrong. I mean, that play happened. Guys, there was probably 2 minutes that went by before anything happened. I mean, the refs, normally if there's a penalty right after the play, they huddle up right away and they kind of discuss it. The whole kickoff team was out there. The kickoff return team, they were out there during the TV timeout. And then, very randomly towards the back, you saw these referees just kind of huddle up, like 2 of them, and he kind of took the flag out of his pocket and just, dropped it down to the side. So a lot of people didn't know if the flag was already on the field from when the field goal happened. I saw it live because I'm watching it, and we're talking about it, and Jim's right. We were talking about it during break that, hey, he jumped over the kicker. That's a penalty, and they didn't call that. And sure enough, probably a minute and a half, 2 minutes later, they drop a flag. And there was a lot of people last night after the game, hanging at the airport for 4 hours. You're sitting there talking with a lot of people. There's a lot of people convinced that the league called down and said, you guys, that we cannot get this one wrong. We have to get this right. And this was obviously after what happened at the end of the third quarter where everybody saw the clock was at 0-0, right? So there were a lot of people convinced that, yeah, somebody had called down to the refs and said, guys, we missed this. This is a big penalty. We got to get it right. And it was just, I've never seen a delay that long from the refs dropping a penalty and actually calling it. I mean, it was pretty obvious that somebody had kind of told them, we can't afford to get this one wrong either, because we already had a pretty big mess up at the end of the third quarter. So that caller was actually, I mean, he's pretty spot on. He
Wow.
just is, at least. And there's a lot of people in Detroit that kind of feel the same way as well. It was definitely kind of weird. They noticed that, yeah, somebody called down and they did get it right. They did, because they didn't see it live on the field. And actually, we're sitting there talking, and nobody had any clue. I mean, the kickoff return team was literally out there for the Packers. The kickoff team was literally out there on the field. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, wait a minute, where'd that flag come from? It was just, the whole thing was pretty wild. But they obviously got it right. But I just tell you, I've never seen it that late before.
Yeah. No, it's great insight, TJ. And perhaps I stand corrected on this one. But does that call, do you think the line or people there suspect it came from somebody upstairs, like a sky judge or the replay official that maybe they called down?
You know what? If it comes from the sky judge or whoever's at the game, it's usually immediate. I mean, they can call down, and you see it all the time right now. I mean, the refs they'll say, "Hey, complete pass," and then 5 seconds later, well, after a quick review, it's incomplete. Right? They usually get it pretty quick if it's somebody coming from the stadium. That's why I think a lot of people thought somebody else had to maybe intervened on that and said, this is too obvious and too bad of a missed call. We can't afford to have that, right? Not in a primetime game, especially what happened, in Thursday against Kansas City. I mean, with the whole world watching and the false starts and the illegal formations, and you could just kind of tell like the league did not want to have any sort of controversy surrounding that. So that's why I think a lot of people think that the call actually came from somewhere else. Because if it was somebody at the stadium or if it was something that happened immediately, you would have seen that flag come out super fast. I mean, it wouldn't have taken a couple minutes for them to try to get it right.
Well, TJ, thank you very much. Sounds like you guys had a ton of fun. You know what it's like to be on a really good football team, and this is weird for us.
It is weird, isn't it? I mean, even yesterday, I kind of got like, when it got to a 10-point game, I was like, okay, come on, guys, like, come on, But I'll tell you, man, this team is so fun. Like, I know last year Campbell was always talking about, hey, we've got a small room for, error. We can't afford a mess up, right? We're one bad play and it goes sideways. I mean, this team, everything they've overcome so far, even yesterday was just incredibly impressive, man. It's a fun group to watch.
Yep. Thank you, sir. Hey, if you need to call up and make any more corrections, feel free.
I just wanted to stick up for my caller buddy, man.
Yeah, you're
like,
right.
He sounded like a conspiracy theorist.
Well,
I'm sitting here like, he's actually spot on, man. He's right.
It sounded a little tinfoil because on one hand, we're like, the league's never going to go. You can't do the Lions like that.
Yeah.
You can't do the Lions like that, but maybe that's what they did.
Yeah.
TJ, good stuff.
Thanks, man.
All right, fellas. I'll talk to you.
There he is. Pre-game sidelines, TVs, TJ Lang.
I mean, maybe it's not worth bitching about for like Green Bay and LaFleur because they got so killed and dominated that game. But if you are Green Bay, you're like, dude, what the hell? The whole special teams is lined up. We're ready for kickoff or whatever. What do you mean there's a flag? You can't just stand there and drop a flag out of your pocket all of a sudden, right?
Apparently you can.
Talk about the latest flag ever.
Yep.
Yeah, but you can't complain if you're Green Bay.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I don't even think you could bring it up, but I mean, kind of.
Okay, what's triggered you? Let's start with the overall, not just what I've done.
Okay, so last night, of course, me and Gator on a text thread chatting about the game and things like that, and the Lions were dominating, but then there's signs of life from Green Bay, and Gator starts, kind of worrying a little bit, and they blew this call, the refs, and I don't want to see the Packers score here. The Lions need another touchdown, and it's not nothing personal against Gator, but I felt probably a lot of fans feel that way. So the one thing I'm over with is worrying about that stuff as a Lions fan. I think the team is good enough where you don't worry about the blown calls, and I need a 21-point lead to feel comfortable. Hey, guess what? It's the NFL. Games are going to be close. They're competitive. It's really hard to win on Sundays. So if we're a good team, let's start acting like a good team. Let's start acting like a fan base that believes in our team. So that's one thing. The other thing is you triggered me, Doug.
Sorry.
It's okay. So Brian Branch goes down, right?
Yep.
And we're all worried. Everyone in Detroit, every Lions fan, probably the players, coaches, all that stuff, because you see him go down. And Doug immediately texts us on the thread, goes, "That's a torn Achilles." Okay?
No, you didn't.
Yeah, no.
Douglas.
I got to bring this up now because it was like I'm reading this thread and I'm kind of getting annoyed with you, Doug. You're
That's
a little
okay.
bit.
Yeah,
And
that's
it's
all
nothing
right.
serious,
Yeah.
but you go branch Achilles, and then Doug texts us this, Costa. I'm fully convinced. Oh, Doug. So I didn't text anything back, but my thought was, so you're a doctor now.
Yeah, right.
So this is what
Doug
I'm
Karsh,
over.
MD.
This is what triggered me. I'm over not just the fake doctor and Doug, the diagnosis from Twitter and internet and everyone at home, but I'm over the real doctors on Twitter as well. Because then I get, like Chow, I'm talking to you, Pro Football Doc, and all the other ones, because he's not the only one now. They're all doing it. Everyone diagnosing injuries from their couch. I'm over it. I'm just going to wait for the report from the team. When the x-rays come back, the team report, even the reporter that's actually there at the game. I don't want to hear everyone's diagnosis, because someone sent me another doctor, a sports doctor, and he lists off like 6 different things it could be. I'm like, sweet, every lower leg injury he could have? No kidding. He looks hurt. You're not there. And I'm sick of everyone just telling me it could be a broken bone. It could be Achilles. It could be a cramp. It could be turf toe. It could be, enough.
High ankle sprain.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. No,
Let's
gotcha.
just all wait.
Yeah, that's fair, I suppose. I mean,
Do you have anything to say for yourself, by the way?
No.
Because I text Doug
I'm
after.
going to own this one.
He owned it. He
However,
owned it.
We don't know that it wasn't an Achilles. He just played with a torn Achilles. He came back into the game because he's that special.
They need new X-ray machines there. then.
I'm convinced.
Honestly, that was a little bit of this is going too well. Like everything is going way too well. Of course, something bad's going to happen.
But to King's first point, we need to get used to this. And I know it doesn't happen overnight, but we don't have to doom scroll every time something goes wrong in a game. We have a good team.
There's no doubt. You're right.
Doug goes, I'm fully convinced. And I'm like, based on what? Like, what? Like, because we saw the same thing we all saw.
Right.
And then after it was revealed Branch is coming back, like he was taping up his ankle and he's jogging, I text Doug and Garrett. I go, well, someone tell Chow Doug's not coming for his job anymore. Chesty Doug over here.
I got very chesty.
And then Doug owned it and said, I fully deserve this.
Yes, I do. I'm not pushing back at this at all. You're right.
I was you know what? I don't want it anymore from anybody.
It was full on panic.
I'm fully convinced he's going to die. You know what I mean? Like, what?
I panicked. Is that a career-ending
right?
sprained
like,
ankle? That's a career-ending sprained ankle.
He'll never walk again, guys. Hey, wait, Brian Branch is warming up. Jogging.
I'm gonna go ahead and own this. Yeah.
I understand it though. We all, kind of panic when things are going too well. You're right.
And that was peak panic Doug, for sure. 248-539-9797. We get back to your phone calls next. 97.1 The Ticket. So Anderson's out today. He had this day scheduled for some time. Jim Costa is sitting in. Did anyone see? I did not see the Amazon pregame show. They sent a crew in here on Monday. I think it was Monday, just to film us talking about the game that they were going to mix into the Amazon Prime pregame show. But what was clear when I looked at Twitter is that Doug's part ended up on the cutting room floor.
They featured Gator.
They featured Gator for like 2-3 seconds, I guess.
Featured.
Yeah.
Now, Kang, you saw this.
Yes, I did. And what happened was they basically took a sports radio guy, I'm assuming, from Green Bay, showed him and a clip of him, probably about 5 seconds or so, previewing the game. And then they panned to Detroit, like a city sky shot. And then Gator from WXYT-FM saying, it was like 5 seconds as well. I'm pretty sure it was something about, and the Lions have a huge game at Lambeau tonight. It was like literally something as generic as that.
Right. So
like,
nothing profound.
Yeah, exactly. He wasn't breaking it down or anything like that, but it was something like that. Just and kind of like the Green Bay and then Detroit and then Amazon Prime logo or whatever, and they go into the game. So yeah, Gator made his Amazon Prime debut. He's already subscribed, Doug.
Subscribed. I do think because it was on Prime, I think I can log in and just watch it again. So maybe I can go take a look and see Gator starring, along with the Detroit Lions, starring in last night's broadcast.
This is people were mentioning to me on my Twitter that because you and I were featured in the Inside the Den, one of the episodes.
That's right.
That and Gator didn't make that cut. That this is getting us back.
My guess is the next step is Al Michaels will request Gator every week. Is what I suspect is going to happen.
Herbie looking over his shoulder.
Anyway, Jim Costa's in, Kang's there. I'm leaving for Nebraska in like an hour, and so these guys will carry you through the final hour of the show, and it's a fun one, man. It is a fun one. We have a caveat. We have a disclaimer. I'm going to say this a lot today, and I've said it a bunch already. We know there's a ton of season left to be played, but we're going to have our moment today. Dan Campbell said all the right things to the team in the postgame speech about that's just one. And then told the media, when we get back at it, we are refocusing. There's still a ton of work to be done. So they're all set there. Like that's not going to go unaddressed. And I don't think Campbell's going to let up on them by any stretch of the imagination. But we're going to have our day today because we spent an entire offseason with people telling us the Lions were going to be good. And there's a good faction of Detroit that was in the show me camp. And I understand it completely. They are showing you. 4 weeks into the season, they're in first place. They've made a road trip to Green Bay. You got two other teams in the division that are 0-3. And 4 weeks in, I mean, I guess it could be going better. They could be 4-0. But let's be realistic here. This isn't, a perfect football team. Nobody is. But they've gone to Kansas City and to Green Bay, which you could argue are two of the toughest road trips in the NFL. They clearly are two of the toughest. Mm-hmm. Now, Green Bay is kind of in a rebuild, but it doesn't matter to me. They won at Kansas City and they won at Green Bay. These are unthinkable accomplishments for the Detroit Lions.
Doug, I would say Kansas City more impressive. I would say last night more satisfying. That team, in my mind, is the biggest rival that we have as Lions fans. They've owned this division for the better part of 30 years. And to go into their house, win convincingly, dominantly, coronation, first place, you get the crown on your head for now moving forward. That's as satisfying a game as they've played in a long time. Mm-hmm. Doug, for Lions fans, blue all across your TV screen. Let's go Lions chants taking over Lambeau Field. A double-digit win. You get the quarterback. You run them over. 200 yards on the ground. Satisfying. Tough to find a more satisfying game than that, and now it sets them up. Haven't done anything yet long season, but sets them up with a runway, and they're cleared for takeoff. Think about what the upcoming schedule looks like. They're going to be favored, I would assume, in all but 2 or 3 games the rest of the season.
And they're not going to win all the games they're favored in. I mean,
but that's the runway.
Yeah. I mean, it's shaping up to live up to the expectation. And then the other thing about this is kind of the 30,000-foot view where you zoom out.
Mm-hmm.
Brett Favre debuted for the Packers 31 years ago. Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers have tortured us for 3 decades. So forgive us if we're doing victory laps today. Forgive us if the fact that the Lions have beaten Green Bay 4 times in a row, twice back-to-back in roughly 10 months at Green Bay, forgive us if going into Green Bay and dominating, we're gonna have our day. We're going to have our day today.
We deserve this. We do, as Lions fans, deserve this. People who've supported this team have suffered through years in this division with this team. Doug, I thought about you, though, when you mentioned Favre to Rodgers to Love. I don't know if anybody's more paranoid of Love than you are after watching that. Yep. Some of this is the Lions are good. Some of this is he's not Favre or Aaron Rodgers, right? Can we take a step and kind of power down the paranoia?
And I'm glad you brought it up because I wish I had the caller's name. Somebody called up this week and scolded me, and that person was
Finger
right.
wagging all.
Yeah, but you know what? This caller, whoever it was right. He was like, Doug, why are you doing this with Jordan Love? So what if he's good? So what if he's good? And again, it's because I'm so accustomed to how can the Lions win the division? One of the prerequisites was everyone else has to suck. And that was kind of
sad but true.
What I've done in this role is realizing the only path to success included failures elsewhere. But so what if Jordan Love is good? If your football team's good, you're prepared to play and beat good teams. And there's some evidence that he might not be. Maybe he'll be great long term. Mm-hmm. And Green Bay might be the second best team in the division. Maybe it's Minnesota. It ain't Chicago. But it's right. It's the Lions are going to, if you're good, you don't care who the other guy is suiting up. I mean, New England fans, when they were winning Super Bowls, weren't, Indy's good. Well, yeah, they are good, but so are you. And I need to reprogram, and that caller was right, and I backed off my Jordan Love paranoia Wednesday, Thursday, and I'd established myself as fully paranoid and understanding that I was, but then I realized the guy's right. Okay, so he's good. Big deal. Aaron Rodgers won 1 Super Bowl in Green Bay. 1. As good as he was. 1 Super Bowl. Now, he won the division like every other year.
More than
that, yeah, and we looked up to him. But now that everyone's looking up to us, yeah, we're going to revel in this for a minute. 248-539-9797. Nico, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Nico.
Hey, how you guys doing? First-time caller, long-time listener.
Hey, every time you call the station, it's not an hour and 12-minute hold time. Thank you for being patient.
I know. I thought many times about giving up.
Perseverance.
Yep. Yeah. Jared Goff. Okay, so what I wanted to say was everyone kept calling timeouts. And I think that they could have just as easily just taken the 5 yards and kicked a field goal both times. Like, it was well within range. Just
save the timeouts is your point?
Yeah, save the timeouts. It seemed like poor clock management.
Well, look, I mean, we've talked about all that went right. There are some things that fall into the category of not perfect and maybe nitpicking a little bit. Nico, thank you for the phone call. Kang, you made a point off the air before the show about Dan Campbell's reputation. When they line up to go for it, you might get teams to jump more often. You might have them in punt safe when they don't need to be in punt safe because people are now coaching against the Lions and coaching against Dan Campbell's reputation.
Yeah, his rep is out. Everyone knows Dan Campbell likes to gamble a little bit. So I think when you're trying to draw a team offsides with a hard count, like every team does, I think you actually respect the fact that Dan Campbell might go for it more than other teams. So you're on alert, and so that hard count might actually work. So his reputation can work in their advantage.
I think it already has worked in their advantage because there was a situation in the first half, I think first quarter, 3rd and goal from the 4. Offensive holding is the call on Jonah Jackson. Now, most coaches would say, decline it, you didn't get it, take your 4th and 4, kick your field goal. They didn't want to give Dan Campbell a 4th and goal from the 4 because there's at least a real threat that he would go for it. They said, no, you can push him back 10 yards, give you another shot on 3rd down.
And what it did is actually kind of give the Lions another shot at a touchdown.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So, I think that people want to criticize his aggressiveness, but this is where it helps also, when you don't even go for it. Right?
They have to account for it, yeah. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, it's another big weekend of football here in Michigan, and listeners are loving the Playgon Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only app I recommend right here in Michigan. Odds, bets, slots, and games. Download the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now and play all your favorite casino games right at your fingertips. The casino and the Sportsbook are right in your pocket and go wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold, and Wheel of Fortune. New slots like Atomic Meltdown and Imperial Wealth. Play with a live dealer on your phone and enjoy blackjack, roulette, or baccarat. Check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em on the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. Great offer for new users right now. Download the Play Gun Lake app right now and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down within the first 24 hours. The Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or the Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Sam LaPorta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better?
Rookie tight end.
Is he already better than TJ Hawkinson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hawkinson's rookie year, but TJ Hawkinson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam LaPorta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
Oh, you can't.
Or
even.
TJ Hawkinson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hawkinson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, LaPorta looks great.
LaPorta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hawkinson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a
oh.
Where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
But where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake him up. Bring him out here in his nightie and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like...
Dan Miller on the call, 248-539-9797. People have been very patient, so let's bang out some phone calls here. We go to Bill. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Bill?
good morning, guys.
What's up, Bill?
Hey, good. Hey, great day. Yeah, just a few things real quick. Hey, Detroit, we are officially better than the Green Bay Packers.
Mm-hmm.
So just take that little nugget for sure. We are a better team than Green Bay.
Yep.
Number two, I don't know. I think it was a gift from the heavens that Brian Branch fell to the 45th pick of the draft.
Yep.
I think when you're talking about alphas, you talk about Sewell, but I think Branch is an alpha, maybe in a lower key way. He's a dog, man. He just makes plays.
Yeah.
And it's we got to keep that guy healthy. And Brad Holmes was so smart the way he built this team. I mean, just to touch it on one of the earlier callers said it. When we have an offensive line like this, you might not see it in the first 2 or 3 drives of the game. They might start off a little slow, but when you have a great, like with the running, but as the game goes on, it gets a little better. And then by the fourth quarter, a line like ours just has worn the other team out. And if our defense is going to play like they do, and if we play close games, that line will just wear people out by the fourth quarter. You've seen it.
Yep.
Kansas City and the Packers. The offensive line just takes over.
You take a look at Brian Branch, and the kind of a forgotten man here who was emerging as last year's Brian Branch is Kirby Joseph. These are 2 non-first-round picks that have made their debuts, and Joseph has been hurt, and they should get him back pretty soon, that are playing like first-round picks. This is reminiscent of the Seattle Seahawks building the Legion of Boom with mid-round picks going to Cam Chancellor and Richard Sherman and getting those picks right where you in retrospect got star players in something other than the first round.
I believe in that same span, it might have been that same draft for Seattle, they took Bruce Irvin, edge rusher, in the first round, and that wasn't seen as the greatest pick in the world. But when you back end the draft the way they did,
yep.
Maybe you're never going to love Gibbs at 12. I don't know that I will. But when you back end it with what they've done in each of the last 2 drafts, that's a foundation. I mean, that is how you build. And Bill, that's how you build something.
Yeah, I think Branch is going to be an all-pro. Yeah. I really believe that.
He's off to a hell of a good start. And it was really the only negative takeaway, and it's far less negative when you saw him get back on the field. When he got hurt last night, Kang panicked and sent a ridiculous
I mean, I definitely panicked a little bit, but I wasn't confirming any injuries, that's for sure.
I'm fully convinced.
But the thing about the draft isn't that part of the draft? Like the Brad Holmes said after the draft to the public, basically said, listen, I don't want to call anybody out for mock drafts and things like that, but you guys just don't have the information we're privy to. Part of the game of playing the draft is maybe they do like Brian Branch better than Jack Campbell or Gibbs, but they knew they couldn't get Jack Campbell or Gibbs in the second round.
Mm-hmm.
So you can maybe get Brian Branch in the second round. So you got to play the game. Hey, we know Gibbs is not going to be there, so we got to take him now. Jack Campbell, Tampa Bay really likes him. We got to take him now. Even if they think Branch might be a better play, I think that's the whole information thing that we are not privy to, and they know. Or they have a better idea of it, at least.
Sure. 248-539-9797. Patrice, you're on 97 won the ticket. What's up, Patrice?
Hey, how are you?
Great.
Me too. I was confident. I was confident going into the game last night. I ran into this guy. I wear my Lions stuff all the time. I ran into this guy at Kroger. He had his Green Bay shirt on and hat, and I'm like, go Lions. Going back to the Kang thing like a couple weeks ago when people are saying go Lions. I do it all the time, and people look at me like, what? Like, until this year. Like, you're crazy. But I said, go Lions, and he kind of gave me this really cocky whatever, and I just turned and I laughed. I'm like, yeah, okay, we'll see tonight. And we came through. I knew it. I was very confident even going into that fourth quarter. I knew we had it.
Now, here's my question, Patrice. So, have you always done this and always felt this way?
Always.
Or is it okay?
Always. And even when they weren't, because I'm like, when people, I would go wear my Lions and people would be like, Lions, whatever. And I'm like, you got to support your home team. I'm a Lions fan. You have to root for your home team, no matter what.
Now,
and people would look at me like I'm crazy.
Well,
And
Now,
so
part of that
I
might
think
be because you've been the boy/girl who's cried wolf. That may be why they've looked at you that way, right?
Yeah.
Like, you've told us this before. We've been told they're going to be good before. Now it's true, Patrice.
Yes. And people, and now more and more people are like, when I'm out and about in my Lions stuff going, go Lions. I'm like, well, where were you before? But yes, go Lions. Exactly. But the guy with the green bay was like, yeah, whatever.
Dismissive.
And I just I turned and I laughed at him, and he, I would love to run into him
Well,
again.
you know where he shops, so feel free to stalk him and let him know you mean business.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Thank you, Patrice. 248-539-9797. Jim is next. What's up, Jim?
Yeah, this is Jim from Slovenia.
Hi, Jim.
And
How are you?
Very well. I'm doing very well, thanks. Enjoying the show.
Great.
We are over the top antsy or skittish as a fan base. We're worried about validating our draft picks. We complain about home run plays for Gibbs and Williams, Jameson Williams. But if we can win every game with this heavy ball or bully ball, we're going to do that. And that's the way we should do it. But I seriously can't wait till we get down a couple scores now and dip into the bushel basket of creativity from Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell. And I think we'll see some action then from these highly skilled players that we draft high. But stop worrying about Williams and Gibbs having to get theirs. You don't get to the Super Bowl by validating draft picks. Don't worry about what other people think. Win the best way with your personnel possible. I guess that's just a little
Jim,
message.
I don't think it's an epidemic, what you're referencing. In fact, I think the only mention of that is you mentioned you saw some of it on social media.
Yeah, I think it's fantasy football.
It might be
people.
fantasy football complainers, that they're trying to get points.
Oh, give them a touchdown.
But when you're a good look, I know it's Stoney's thing to they should have done this, they should have done that, and Mike, it's been suggested he come up with an app that points out all of the mistakes in terms of the draft picks you didn't make. The truth is, every single team in a draft, when it's over, can look back and say, well, in the 5th round, we should have taken this guy instead, or the 3rd round, we should have taken this guy instead. But when you're good, it kind of doesn't matter. Because right now, they're getting play from defensive tackles. Everybody knows what we're referencing. They're getting good play from their defensive tackle spot. The 2 players they got instead of taking that guy, one is a interesting young weapon in Jahmyr Gibbs, to put it mildly, and the other is leading the NFL for his position in yards receiving per game. Sam LaPorta is the most productive tight end in the NFL in yards receiving per game 4 games into his career.
Think about it like this. Trade value. You'd put Kelsey as the number 1 tight end, and Andrews and Kittle, Hawkinson. Is LaPorta the 5th most valuable tight end trade value-wise right now in the NFL? Maybe Dallas Goedert. The point is the guy immediately out of the box has been a difference maker in the passing game, the run game. They'll use him to dig out defensive linemen. He's been as advertised and more out of the box as a tight end.
So there's 2 things. One, Michael Myers out there in Vegas with 1 catch so far, and a lot of people wanted him instead of LaPorta. And we took complaint calls. Why'd they take this guy when they could have got Michael Mayer? The other is the fact that, he's the way that they have used him, the trust that he has built with Jared Goff has been really, really good in the early going. And Goff has talked to us about his trust in Josh Reynolds going way back, his trust in Amon-Ra, how it was built, and how it's quickly developing with this tight end who's going to make roughly $40 million less than TJ Hawkinson over the next 4 years. And so far, I feel comfortable in saying he's right now right there on Hawkinson's level.
And then you adjust for cost, factor that into a trade value. Yeah, he might be one of the most valuable tight ends in football on the open market.
248-539-9797. Let's go to David next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, David.
Hi, how you doing, Doug?
I'm good.
When you have multiple defensive linemen getting to the quarterback, you win. That's what they did.
Yep.
That's what the Lions. That's what made them win that game. You got to have that instead of just one guy, Hutchinson. Now, Let me also say that the guy Gibbs, he's a third down back. He's not a weapon. Okay, has he rushed 400 yards in a game? No. So stop saying he's a weapon. He's a third down back. And Love playing like a rookie quarterback. He's not accurate, and he's going to take time. It's going to have to take time for him to get good. But he's not that good. I've seen 2 games with him, and he's not accurate. And it showed yesterday. He was overthrowing receivers, holding the ball too long.
David, was that maybe a product of your first point, is that the Lions got to him?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that part of what your first point, the Lions got to Jordan Love?
Yes, they did. They got to him. They got to him, but it's also a part of the coach. The coach gets a turnover, and he comes out with 4 wideouts for the when they're on offense, and he's throwing the ball. What are you throwing the ball for? You're at the 35-yard line. You come out, and your offensive linemen should be running the ball. They like to fire off the ball.
Are you talking about Green Bay?
Get the blood flowing of running the ball. That guy is terrible. He's going to get himself fired. He keeps coaching like this.
Here's the thing. Desmond Ridder wasn't a good quarterback the week before. Good defenses make bad quarterbacks look terrible. And I don't know if you want to put Love in the bad quarterback territory, Doug, but they got to him.
Right.
They disrupted him. 5 sacks, 2 interceptions, a whole bunch of pass breakups, quarterback hits, TFLs. Like, this is on the Lions' front, back-to-back weeks, making less quarterbacks look lesser.
I have seen a little bit of feedback. Kang, you sent me a text that I haven't read yet, but there's a little bit of what's the big deal? They've beaten teams that they should beat, and I'm thinking to myself, isn't that actually the big deal? Is that they are now better than the teams they are beating, and so they're beating them.
Like beating them.
Yes.
Like those are dominant performances, even if they're not playing perfect ball, right? Even if they do have a turnover, they're beating those teams, not by a squeak. They're like, hey, it's clear who's the better team on the field here, and that is a big deal.
Yeah, but big deal. The Lions are just winning football games.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the point.
They're winning because they're better.
Hello. Come on,
Than
guys.
the opposition. 97-1 the ticket.
Dude, don't you get like the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like he's trying to like pump his crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if Lloyd Carr came out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys, Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to pump the fans up. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah, what do you expect?
If it's true that, hey, Rico thinks that Michigan State would be willing to pay triple, whatever it is that Marcus Freeman is making, that would be in the ballpark of $9 to $15 million. Do you think Michigan State right now is ready to pony up $9 to $15 million for their next head coach? They can. That's not the question.
No, I know. Yes, they could financially. They'll have no problem doing that. I don't think they would do that right now. I don't. I think they're going to scale back a little bit.
They possibly could.
A little bit. I mean, now how much would Urban would Urban cost?
I don't know. You probably get Urban at a discount if he just simply wants to get back into coaching.
Yeah,
because he's got some baggage.
Yeah, you think? Yeah.
Yeah,
But he's a great.
There's no question. We've never denied that.
College football coach.
Yeah, and he's a great recruiter.
Yeah. Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little like team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute? In this picture, Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
He's
Barnes jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh,
mean,
I'm tough, John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft. Jared Goff following the Lions win 34-20 at Green Bay, 248-539-9797. Coming up today at 12:46, we got there's good and bad about this weekend for honoring Miguel Cabrera. One is the Lions don't play Sunday. He'll have the stage all to himself. The bad part is, unfortunately, the Lions are such a huge story right now. I mean, at least it's hard in our time slot to give him his just due. But we got some stuff I want to get to today at 12:46. Gators out today. Jim Costa is in. Costa and Kang will do the picks today at 1:39. I'm off to Nebraska at that time. But I'm sure you guys, we're leaving it in capable hands. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We got a Juan next on 97.1. Hi, Juan.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing, sir?
All right. I just wanted to talk about, man, I'm so impressed with the O-line and the D-line. I mean, I was never a guy who really was too excited about offensive linemen. Of course, we want to razzle-dazzle, but the way them guys, man, punish people is spectacular. But the defensive line, I think I've never seen a team go from bottom last in sacks in the first 2 weeks to number one in the league in sacks within 4 weeks of the league. I mean, like 2 weeks and 2 weeks. But I just want to give shots out to one guy we're really not mentioning, which is McNeil. McNeil is balling, man. And too many people not mentioning his name, but he's balling. So basically that's what I want to say.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously the Lions have played one more game than everybody else but Green Bay. But, yeah, the Lions currently with 13 sacks are tied for the league lead. I mean, that's going to last for the next 35 minutes or so when somebody else plays a game. But remember the panic over the lack of pass rush early in the year? And when they played Seattle, and Seattle was playing with a couple backups and they didn't get home, Green Bay was playing with a couple of backups and they lived in the backfield like we hoped that they would.
The only sack they had against Seattle, it felt like Geno gifted them. Just backpedaling, waiting to get sacked.
Right.
Lions came in and they did not overhaul the defensive line. They didn't use a high draft pick on the D-line. They didn't sign a premier free agent on the defensive line. Brad Holmes said, I like my guys. And Dan Campbell echoed it. We like our guys. We think we have more than enough on the defensive line. After Seattle, I think people were starting to question whether that gamble was a good one. Nobody is questioning that 2 weeks later. 12 sacks. Atlanta and Green Bay back-to-back weeks.
248-539-9797. Paul is next on 97.1. Hi, Paul.
Hi, thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I have a question and an idea. The question is, there's 8 referees out there, I believe, 8 or 10. You try to tell me that one can't sit there and watch the clock, and the minute the clock goes off, he throws the flag? That's my question. And an idea is this, that we've got Barry Sanders up there. Who are the next 6 players? There's enough room to put 6 more statues up there. Who would be the next 6 players you'd want statues of? And I want to say that Montgomery, the running back, ran 30 times, and that guy's 225 pounds. He put a hole in that defensive line for Green Bay. I never saw some good hard hitting in that game since the 1963 Thanksgiving Day game. And don't make fun of me. I know I'm old.
I don't know about the statue thing. Like, I can't even.
Come on, the Doug Karsh Sculpture Garden. What's in there?
I don't. I mean, that's a big question. It would take some thought.
It's too early.
Billy Sims, Calvin. I'll miss somebody, but
obviously Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
I mean,
Panay Sewell.
Yep.
Yeah. The fact that the clock expiring. They said on the broadcast, there's no grace period like there is, which is also one of the dumbest rules. There's no grace period with the shot clock in the NBA. Why is there a grace period with the play clock in the NFL?
You mentioned basketball. I think that's what's so jarring. That's like what all reviews in basketball are used for. The clock.
And by the way,
you can't do it in the NFL.
This is a pretty easy thing to review.
Yeah.
It doesn't take a lot of interpretation. It doesn't take, an intimate knowledge of the rule book. Any dummy can do it. Is the clock at 0 and is the ball snapped?
But Doug, you know what's great is we've had full phone lines for the entirety of the show, and that's maybe the second person who's mentioned a missed call.
Mm-hmm.
If the Lions lose that game, or if these were the same old Lions, I feel like it's 50-50 calls blaming the officials. And the key difference is the Lions are a good enough football team where even after that blunder, that gift from the officials, even after Green Bay finishes that drive with a touchdown, the Lions are up 10 with the ball in the fourth quarter, and Green Bay never got any closer.
Yep.
Beautiful thing.
248-539-9797. Patrick is next on 97.1. Hi, Patrick.
Hello.
Hey.
I just had a quick question. I feel like Reynolds is stepping up as a wide receiver with the lack of wide receiver depth we have, and LaPorta is obviously showing that he can be a top tight end. If hypothetically these rumors are true, I mean hypothetically with Adams and Mike Evans, I just want to know where you guys see Jameson Williams fitting in this picture. Will he be a part of a trade? Is he going to get the target share that we expect him to get when we drafted him? What are your thoughts on that?
It's a great question, and I don't know. Here's one thing that I do know, is that when Jameson Williams comes back, they're in a position where the primary goal on every Sunday is to win football games. It's not to develop anybody. It's not to, hey, we got to get this guy involved because we have a lot invested in him. Hey, let's see what we got. It's if he can help them win, then that's how you use him, to help you win. It's all up to him. It's all up to his skill set. It's all up to his practice, his work ethic. Because let's face it, they're in a position now where they don't need Jameson Williams to win. They might need him to win big, but let that happen rather than be in a position where you have to force it.
I don't think they need him to win this division, and they didn't need him to win in Kansas City against the Chiefs. It's a great spot for a guy who hasn't been reliable, one reason or another in his career, injury, suspension, fill in the blanks. They don't need him, which means when he comes back, there's no pressure on him, or at least there shouldn't be. I know he's a first-round pick, and clearly people are dug into the camps of J-Mo, but from a team standpoint, there is no pressure to get him the ball. No pressure for him to win them games. It's a great spot to be in.
Yeah, I'll push back a little bit on not needing him because I think there's going to be a moment or a game where people are going to be like, we need another receiver. I think they've been kind of getting by. Josh Reynolds has stepped up, right? Where's Marvin Jones been? You can count on Khalif Raymond for certain, plays. Ben Johnson's going to drop on him. He had the end around. He can the flea flickers, things like that. And St. Brown is St. Brown, as reliable as can be. But at some point, you're going to need that dynamic, down, stretch the field type of receiver that DJ Chark was supposed to be when healthy. And I think that game's going to come, or that moment's going to come. And because Gibbs hasn't been the home run threat we thought he'd be so far. So I think J-Mo coming back, although they obviously don't need him to win games, but there's going to be moments in games where you want him. And then that's going to be a nice positive coming back.
Yeah, need versus want. I like that.
It's Carson Anderson, Jim Costa, and for Gator, 97.1.
Sam LaPorta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better than
rookie tight end?
Is he already better than TJ Hawkinson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hawkinson's rookie year, but TJ Hawkinson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam LaPorta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
Oh, you can't.
Or TJ Hawkinson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hawkinson fan.
I'm going to keep money the same.
I mean, LaPorta looks great.
LaPorta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hawkinson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better. All right, so a couple things because there's other stuff going on. One is, according to the Associated Press, the Las Vegas police have made an arrest in the 1996 drive-by shooting of Tupac Shakur, which is pretty wild. They've made an arrest in the Tupac drive-by. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, I need details. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's all. It's a tweet from the Associated Press.
I was just going to say, I agree with you, Jim. I need like a hologram person they're arresting?
No, I think they're arresting
like a real
an actual
person?
I think they're arresting an actual person, yeah.
How did they get new evidence?
I don't know, man. I mean, you know, maybe it was a tip at some point. It can let people know. So, I mean, that's a pretty big breaking news story. 2 is Miguel Cabrera wraps up his career this weekend in uniform of the Detroit Tigers. I mean, we probably just watched the greatest Tiger hitter ever.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, I guess if they play baseball to eternity, somebody will eventually come along that's better, but probably not in our lifetime, and probably not for a few lifetimes after that. Just an incredible run. And I saw something out there. The Wayne State baseball team is volunteering down at Comerica Park, stuffing gift bags for people that are going this weekend. I heard Sunday's game sold out. There's a few tickets remain for Saturday. I'm glad that Miggy will have the stage on Sunday. No Lions to distract. So, you know, from this time slot, we say thank you. But what a career. I just wish the storybook World Series would have come with at some point, but hey, man, still it's been a great run for Miguel Cabrera. And looking back at his career, his personality on the field, the playfulness, was the most charming part of Miguel.
He'll go down as one of the all-time greats in the game. You're right, the greatest Tigers hitter ever. And the way he played the game, I think, was infectious. I think people were drawn to him. I don't want to say we were spoiled, but there is an element to that, right? I mean, there will be people who grow up watching baseball that don't get to watch Miguel Cabrera play. And from that standpoint, yeah, we were a little spoiled.
Yep.
And Doug, there was some animosity near the end because his play dropped off and his contract was so expensive. But it's water under the bridge.
Yeah,
this is a weekend where you celebrate the guy.
I mean, it would have been great if they had that money to go help this baseball team. But we knew when they signed this contract, it was the price of doing business. They locked him up for a long time. They were trying to win a World Series, which virtually every contract is justifiable when you win a championship.
Mm-hmm.
But I do have details now in the Tupac arrest. This is from a story linked through Click on Detroit. Dwayne Keefe D. Davis was arrested early Friday morning, although the exact charges or charges were not immediately clear. According to officials' firsthand knowledge of the arrest, they were not authorized to speak publicly ahead of the expected indictment later today. Davis has long been known to investigators and has himself admitted in interviews and his 2019 tell-all memoir, Compton Street Legend, that he was in the Cadillac where the gunfire erupted during the September 96 drive-by shooting. Shakur was just 25 when he was gunned down. The arrest comes 2 months after Las Vegas police raided his wife's home July 17th. In neighboring Henderson, documents said police were looking for items connected to the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Might have found something.
Yep. So 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Jimmy next on 97.1. Hi, Jimmy.
Hey, what do you say, fellas? How you doing?
Doing great.
Great.
Awesome, guys. So I got some irresponsible Week 4 overreactions.
Let's go.
I apologize. Dude, guys, I just don't see it. I don't see Gibbs in what's so special about him. And you guys can talk me off the bridge if you want, but it's like I see what Montgomery's doing. He's out there. He's jamming it up the middle. He's getting yardage. He's getting those tough yards. He's breaking tackles. Gibbs will flare out. He scoops up a quick pass or a quick screen or something and is almost immediately hit and almost immediately goes down. Am I missing something at Week 4? And I'm not saying like he's not going to be something. At Week 4, I just don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, he averaged 5 yards a carry last night, and that's quite a useful total. He's 4 games into his career, and quite frankly, if they're doing enough to win, I don't even really care who's doing it. They're not going to hit on every draft pick, and if this is a swing and a miss, so be it. Hopefully Montgomery stays healthy, but I'm whether you see it or anyone sees it 4 games into the season is so far down the list of my thoughts considering where this team is that okay.
But Jimmy, I'll humor you. You called in with the overreaction. Let's at least have the conversation for a minute here. I think David Montgomery is proof positive that it's about your offensive line. When he was in Chicago, he wasn't nearly as productive. He never had a game like this against Green Bay. His very first shot at it behind this Lions offensive line, he runs for 120 yards and 3 touchdowns. I do think running backs are more a product of their offensive line. Something I know this time slot believes in too, which then makes it a little more puzzling that you would invest a first-round pick, one in the top 12, on a position that is relatively interchangeable, replaceable. And they've told us, well, Gibbs is more. We're going to use him in these fun, creative ways. And I would say thus far, we have yet to see that. And ultimately, he is going to play primarily running back. So, yeah, Jimmy, we are ultimately nitpicking, but I'll humor you, sure.
And again, I don't want to nitpick, right? I mean, they're doing great. The defense is night and day different. It looks amazing. Everything what's going together here is a great looking team. And if I wanted to call up and complain about a piece of this that is not seeming to work in my mind, it's Gibbs. But again, it's week 4, right? I mean, no overreaction intended.
There you go. I mean, look, Jack Campbell had one tackle last night, right. And I'm a huge Jack Campbell guy, but I'm also not I think it's okay if he's not getting double-digit tackles a game 4 games into his career.
And do you see a glaring weakness on this team right now that you're like, damn, because the defensive line has responded the last couple weeks. Do you feel like there's a glaring weakness that they overlooked?
No.
So then maybe, and I hate justifying the running back at 12, so I won't. But the argument would be they were in a position to do it.
Yeah, I guess I just don't expect everything to hit. And don't really care who's doing it, as long as A, they're doing it, and B, the people that are doing it, it's repeatable. Like, I don't think Sam LaPorta is going to suddenly not be able to play football. I don't think Aidan Hutchinson is going to suddenly not be able to rush a quarterback. I don't think Jared Goff is suddenly going to look like he's throwing with the wrong hand. Like, there's repeatable stuff going on.
It's weird because the caller did prefaces. He doesn't want to be irrational. It's week 4, so he didn't want to go over the top. But there is this underlying, and you've mentioned it, Jim, this Gibbs angst kind of whatever, or pushback. Where's Gibbs? If I had to nitpick, if I had to say something and Gibbs' name comes up. He averaged 5 yards a carry last night. You know how much David Montgomery averaged? 3.8. And David Montgomery's getting flowers and roses and all the gifts and everything, right? And Gibbs is getting why did we draft him calls almost. It is early. Gibbs' receiving totals may be lackluster because I think he's getting hit right away, and the caller's right about that. But I think when he's on the field as a receiver, the defense knows this. They're on him. They cannot give that guy any space. So I think the time will come where he makes a splash play and Ben Johnson draws something up really creative. But right now, I'm fine with Gibbs. If you didn't want him running back at 12 overall, I totally get it. I was probably one of those people as well. But it's not like Gibbs has been some major disappointment. 5 yards of carry last night.
248-539-9797. We go to Nick next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Nick. Oh, Nick put us on hold. What do you think Nick does here?
For work?
Yeah. Why does he put us on hold? Is this like calling us from a...
It's pretty good home music, though.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, you think he works at like a massage parlor or something like that?
You get massage parlor with this?
Well, I mean, I feel like this is kind of a new age thing they got going on here.
I think like electronics.
Do you?
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
I was thinking like insurance or something. I'm not sure.
All right, well, maybe we'll circle back to Nick.
Good job.
Larry, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Larry.
Hey, great. Hey, good afternoon, guys. Great show.
Thank you.
3 quick observations, and I want to hang up and hear what you guys have to say.
Well, make your best one first because we're up against the clock.
All right, best one first. Gibbs is going to be a player, but they're using him wrong. Why I say that is there's such a thing as quick pitch outside, so he's beating one guy or two guys instead of running him up the gap. Misdirection, show something else. To Montgomery one way and Gibbs the other way, like where he only has to beat two guys. Another thing is the culture. I'm 65 years old. The culture has completely changed 100%.
Well, that I would totally agree with. As far as Gibbs usage, I think Ben Johnson's got this. You comfortable with Ben Johnson as your offensive coordinator?
I am comfortable, Doug. People want more of a guy that probably means he's a pretty good player. Yeah. And I trust that they'll get him involved.
It's Carson Anderson. I'm off to Lincoln.
Safe travels.
Yes, you guys, I'm sure, will keep the train on the tracks.
Absolutely.
For the next hour. I'll talk to you tomorrow. What time are we on? Like 11? No, that's Nebraska. We're 12:30 with the tailgate show. 2:30 pregame, 3:30 kick from Lincoln. 97.1 The Ticket.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something. Because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing, but that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
Said to Doug as he was walking out, this took a weird turn. I don't know why we're doing Gibbs radio today. Kang, are you with me on this? Like, did we watch the same game yesterday?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you're right about the fantasy people or it's just angst or we're nitpicking because there isn't a lot to complain about. So what can I complain about?
How about we just celebrate? How about we continue a 4-hour party? And I know Doug was trying to be very cautious and disclaimers. Guys, last night was a domination, coronation. Put the crown on your head. You're in first place. As satisfying a victory as the Lions have had in some time. Maybe you tell me Kansas City's more impressive, but Kang, that team in this division, that way, taking over their stadium, that's as satisfying a win as we have had in a long time.
It's taking control of what you thought was already yours, right? You came in this year expecting to win the division, and one of those teams that were a thorn in your side for decades, and you just took care of business on their, well, I was told it was their home field, but it looked like the Lions' home field, if you ask me. Yeah, so let's celebrate it. Let's enjoy the ride. There will be a time we can complain and will complain. Trust me, because it's the NFL, right?
They're not going to go undefeated.
They're not. But yeah, the Gibbs thing, it's funny to me about complaining about that too, is because, like I said, he had 5 yards of carry. And he only had, what, was it maybe, I don't even remember what it was, like 8 carries, I think it was, for 40 yards. Yeah, he did fine. And you know, last night, I think the game plan was Demo, all day, all night, stop us. We're going to get chunk yards, control the clock. They had put, time of possession? What was the total yardage the first half? It was staggering.
194-1, the yardage total at the end of the first quarter.
Oh, my God.
Lions in complete control of the entire football game. And when Green Bay mounted their version of a comeback, still didn't get within single digits, Lions pummeled them, put them in their place, sit them down, and say, hey, there's a new sheriff in town. The North runs through Detroit. And we used to, speculate it happened. Last year, would it carry over? 3-1, couple big-time road wins. Got a good football team. So I'm not going to turn people away who want to talk Gibbs, but I would like to actually talk about the moment that was last night. 248-539-9797. Later in the hour, Kang and I, if we bet it, and we do, we'll give you some picks for the upcoming weekend in both college football and the NFL. But think about the moment that was last night. You've got all the Honolulu Blue taking over. Let's go Lions chants echoing Lambeau Field deep into the night. You have Amon-Ra St. Brown blowing kisses to bitter Packer fans. I love this team. Penei Sewell locked the gates, firing the team up, and then he's walking around going, are we actually at Ford Field at the end of the game? Jared Goff, chip on his shoulder. I'm not a poor man's anybody. And the story of Jared Goff is the story of resilience, and the story of this team is the story of resilience. I want to talk about those things. I don't like the Gibbs pick. It just feels like a weird thing to force into today's show, and I last couple callers maybe derailed us. I want to keep us on the tracks.
Watching from home, I'm sure you felt the same way, seeing all those Lions fans and all that Honolulu Blue. It seems surreal. I can't imagine what it was like there. When you look around, you're at Lambeau Field, and you see thousands and thousands of Lions fans. And the Thursday night crew's got to address it because it's so loud with "Let's Go Lion" chants and cheers. And Carissa Thompson's talking to everyone, Sherman and Gonzalez up there and going, I feel like this is a Lions game. When we've always talked about this, Jim, here in Detroit. If, and those big capital I, capital F, if the Lions ever get this thing going right, in the real right direction, where you feel like you're a real football team with a real chance, the fans are going to be unleashed onto the rest of this country. And in Kansas City, in Lambeau, we've seen it.
You passed along this note. Doug Russell is a Milwaukee radio guy, does radio in Milwaukee, sports director, I think is his title. He tweeted out last night, there is an absolute ton of blue here. I've been covering Packer home games for 30 years, and I've never seen more of the other team's colors in the stands than tonight. Ever. Lions fans sense this. They're being validated. And I think we are ushering a new era of Lions football. And that is results on the field, and it's fans needing to adjust to that too, Kang. And some of that's the nitpicking today. Some of it is even in-game. You remained confident. I think there were some people that got nervous in that third quarter. Guys, get used to it. The other team's going to score touchdowns. Get used to it. Not every play is going to go your way. Oh, Goff threw an interception. Oh, no! It's okay. They respond every single time with touchdowns. All 3 Goff picks have been answered with 3 Lion touchdowns. They got this. Calm down. We don't need to be jumping off a bridge. Oh, they gave the Packers a free play. And the Lions are good enough to overcome it.
Good teams do that. Good teams make those invalid. It doesn't even matter. Blown calls and, things like that. I want to go back to the crowd thing real quick.
Yeah.
Do you think that there's going to be a time this year where the other team refuses to sell tickets to, because it's happened with the Red Wings, right? Yeah.
Yep.
When the Red Wings play in Florida, like at Tampa or whoever's like, we can't sell to, Michigan area codes. The Lions fans in Kansas City and in Green Bay have taken over almost. Do you see that becoming a thing where Baltimore or even Tampa this year, Minnesota, Chicago, they say, hey, we got to stop selling to the Lions fans?
Listen, you can try. But I also think it is the ultimate waving of the white flag. Like, I thought it was sad when Tampa would do that in hockey. Like, oh, we're not a hockey market, so maybe they get a pass. But if the Green Bay Packers or other marquee NFL franchises are like, we aren't allowing road fans to buy the tickets, you're waving the white flag. If your fans won't stand up and keep your own seats, if you're afraid of the other team coming in and taking over your stadium, you got bigger problems. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Matt. You're next up. Matt, you're on Carson Anderson. You're on 97.1.
Hey, look, we've got so many transplants out of Michigan over the last 20 years that we're going to travel well no matter where we go. Mark my words, November 12th in San Diego, or rather L.A., you're going to see almost as much Honolulu blue as you do powder blue for the Chargers.
You'll probably see more Honolulu blue.
Yeah, I mean, L.A.
Matt, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good, man. I'm optimistic. I think we stepped. I think we pumped the brakes a little too early last night. Coming out of the half, but they had to figure out that dumping was the only way they were going to keep Love protected. But overall, I'm real optimistic. I'm and I'm happy with the win. I'm happy to see the rest of the season play out.
Yeah, and I'm happy that they're following this blueprint that I think is replicable. I think they can do this every week. They've done it the last 2 weeks, and they did it at the end of last year when they won 8 of 10. Aaron Jones played last night, right? Are we 100% sure Aaron Jones played? Because Packer fans, hey, we got Aaron Jones. He's back. We rested him. He didn't play Sunday. 18 rushing yards. Aaron Jones, the last 3 meetings against the Lions defense, going back to last November when everything flipped, held under 50 rushing yards in 3 straight meetings against the Lions. You know who else has been held under 50? Saquon Barkley, Bijan Robinson, Dalvin Cook, Kenneth Walker. The Lions' blueprint is we are going to be stout against the run, and then we're going to unleash this defensive line. 7 sacks last week, 5 sacks last night. The defense was as big a reason as any that they turned it around late last year, and it's as big a reason as any that this team is 3-1. Pick 6 in the opener against Kansas City, couple interceptions last night, and I thought the one that really started to pour it on was Jerry Jacobs' interception in the first half. Lions go from 17-3 to 24-3. All right, everybody's having a party. It's going to be one of those days. It's going to be one of those fun days that we don't get very often, and we haven't had very often, that may become the new normal. 248-539-9797. Sam, you got some thoughts here on 97.1.
Hey, well, I'll tell you, your screener really worked me over pretty good. So I hope I'm going to be okay here.
You're battle tested, Sam. It's okay.
Yeah, he did a nice job. Hey, I got 2 things: JMO and I got remaining opponents. Which one do you want first? Remaining opponents?
I feel like this is Jeopardy. I'll take remaining opponents for 200.
All right. So here we are. We got these games left, right? And I got to go by something, so I'm using the ESPN power rankings because the Lions are number 8 and everybody else has a number. Here they are. Carolina, 30. These are our upcoming opponents. They're 30th. Vegas, 27th. Chicago, dead last at 32. We played them twice.
Mm-hmm.
Denver at number 31. That's a home game.
Yep.
And the Vikings twice. That's 7 games right there with the 5 worst teams in the league playing a couple of them twice. So what are we going to do? We're going to fetch, 7 wins maybe? I mean, this is paper stuff. Has to do with predictions. I haven't heard any predictions.
Sure, and teams reserve the right. Teams reserve the right to get better. But yeah, I would agree with you. Another way of looking at it is, I think they'll be favored against Carolina, Tampa, maybe not at Baltimore, but they'll be favored against Vegas, potentially at LA, Chicago, Green Bay at home. Like the Lions are going to be favored in, I think, all but 2 or 3 games the rest of the season. That doesn't mean they're going to win all but 2 or 3, but this is a team where if you thought they were 10 or 11 win team, maybe they've won a couple of these games you were skeptical. All of a sudden, you recalibrate. 12, 13, first place, seeding, NFC. These are the type of things you start talking about.
I've been talking about them since preseason, and here I go. I'm a 15-2 guy. Okay, I took a sliding scale. They're going to win 12 to 15 games. I think Gator had them at 12-5, and so I feel like if I don't get 15-2, if I get 14-3, I still win. If I get 13-4, I still win. Even if I get 12-5, I still win. If I get 11-6, I'm not happy at all because that doesn't mean we're that good.
Okay, I'm not going to get greedy about 11 wins, win this division, get a home playoff game, but I do think more meat is on the bone. I had a friend text me, and this is classic euphoria after a game. Okay, he goes, 15-2, right? 15-2, right? Now that's immediately following the game, the euphoria. We can't be beaten. We're invincible. It's the NFL. They'll lose a couple they shouldn't, but I think the reality is this team feels different, and they're just getting started. There's a runway here for the Lions to seriously take off and make a run at it in a way that we haven't had in a very long time. So yes, today has been a celebration. And Doug's disclaimer, no, this is not, hey, season's over. We got a long way to go still. But celebrate today. 248-539-9797. Lions, big time win. Get in on the phones, 97.1.
LaPorta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league, and he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know? I mean, is he already better?
Rookie tight end.
Is he already better than T.J. Hawkinson?
Yes.
And not T.J. Hawkinson's rookie year, but T.J. Hawkinson now, and he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam LaPorta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
Oh, you can't.
Or T.J. Hawkinson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hawkinson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, LaPorta looks great.
LaPorta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hawkinson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a Where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
Where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake him up. Bring him out here in his nightie and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like, dude, don't you get like the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like he's trying to like pump his crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if Lloyd Carr came out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys. Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to pump the fans up. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah. What do you expect him to say?
At least he'd done some research.
It looked like somebody told Ryan Day at halftime, if you lose this game, you're fired. Like, that's what his post-game press conference looked like. He looked so stressed out.
Yes.
It just
professed his love for the state of Ohio
and
the Ohio State.
It's always been us versus everybody.
I mean, hey, you got the win, right?
Yeah, it's a big win on the road.
Yeah, but it's like you're Ohio State. Like, you're a powerhouse.
They were favored.
Right? Yeah, right, but you're favored. You're a powerhouse. I don't know if that's really the time to, like, boast or kind of brag. Like, you won the game, right? But
yeah.
It's kind of like you didn't. It was just weird, man. Let's go after Lou Holtz. Guy's barely hanging on, man. Let him enjoy the rest
Flying
of
quarterback Jared Goff.
However many days that may be.
Throw an interception early on the road. Things could snowball. They would have snowballed for previous Lions teams. Hold them to a field goal, respond with a touchdown, never look back. It was a bad decision. Bad ball. He's thrown 3 bad interceptions. They've responded with touchdowns each of the next 3 possessions.
Even the best quarterbacks in the league throw a ball here and there where you're like, what the hell were you thinking? You know, you can go back and look at a Tom Brady interception or Aaron Rodgers interception. It's going to happen. It's how you respond. And like you said earlier, they responded.
They did. And they've had big fourth quarter drives in all 3 wins led by their offensive line and their run game. Think about trailing in Kansas City. Think about, hey, it's a 10-point game against Atlanta, 10-point game against the Packers. Lions lean on their strength, lean on their offensive line, play with a lead. Defense gets after it. 248-539-9797. As euphoric as that was, as satisfying as that was, to see the Lions win. King, it was also great to see the Packers lose. I don't think we've spent enough time truly appreciating Packer fans booing their own team at Lambeau Field. Beautiful. Music to your ears.
One of my favorite moments last night during the game was after that dominating first quarter, the crowd shots. You know, when they pan through the crowd and it's like, you know, the surrender cobras, just the look of disgust and like shock on their faces, like drinking their $15 beers going, what the hell did I just pay to get into? And probably sitting next to a lot of Lions fans too, by the way. I love that. Yeah. It's been a while. We're gonna enjoy this because I think this is gonna be something we're gonna see a lot more of.
Packer coach Matt LaFleur, a little testy after the game. I think we have that audio. Yeah, we do. So LaFleur is asked a question about that first half, how poorly things went, and he got short with the reporter. Yeah, what a question, Pete.
I'm surprised he didn't call out his full name. You know when your parents get mad at you and they're just like, James Manuel Costa. I don't know what your middle name is, but
Anthony.
Anthony. Okay.
James Anthony Costa.
He goes, Pete?
He could have hit him with a Peter.
I know.
Formal. But you could tell, I mean, they got manhandled. They got bludgeoned. They had no answer. And the question is that he was asking is a great one. The Lions didn't blitz. They showed a stat at one point on the Amazon broadcast. 0 blitzes. Pressure on 45% of snaps. All the Green Bay offensive linemen had allowed a pressure at that point in the game. There were no answers for the Lions. They could line up with 4 down linemen and win repeatedly. Drop extra guys in coverage. Jordan Love had no chance.
See, I love that kind of defense. Like that rush for play coverage. I think that's the best way to win in today's NFL because it's such a passing league. But the problem is if you don't have 4 guys that can, 1 or 2 guys have to beat their one-on-one. So if you have a guy like Aidan Hutchinson who gets doubled, right? Mm-hmm. That means Isaiah Buggs or Charles Harris or Ali McNeil. They got to beat their one-on-ones. And what they did is they beat their one-on-ones. And I don't care if it's backup, stars, whoever, that's how you cause the pocket to collapse. And then Jordan Love's looking out there, and there's coverage everywhere, so he's got to eat the ball.
I love a timely blitz, but I love a team that doesn't have to blitz. And the Lions, hey, there are questions about this defensive line against Seattle. We do not have those questions after the last 2 weeks. It's a young group, it's a hungry group, and it's a group that's only getting better. Let's go to the phones. 248-539-9797. Tom, you're on Carson Anderson. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Great show. Jim Kane doing a great job. Hey, I'm ecstatic. So I was jumping out of my chair. My dogs were looking at me like I was going crazy. But the only thing that I saw was the resiliency between Goff throwing that pick and then coming back and driving down and getting the score. And I just think they pushed on their throat all the way through. Again, little lapse in the third quarter. They came back, just about 10 points, right? 10 points. Mm-hmm. But then they just came back and dominated on that line. And Montgomery just was absolutely just pounding the rock all the way through. The one question I have for you guys, because I haven't heard anything, what's going on with Kirby Joseph? I love Brian Branch, but Kirby really had Rodgers' day. So is he injured?
I'm sorry, what?
Is Kirby Joseph injured?
Yes, he did not play. He's injured. Yes, they didn't have him or Emmanuel Mosley. Those are 2 key players in the secondary. No Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Like, that's part of what makes it so impressive. Doug was talking about that earlier. Like, they don't have their full complement, and yet the defense, even the secondary, was doing work. Brian Branch was out for a chunk of that game.
Right. I was just curious, guys, because I haven't heard his name called or seen him play. I was just wondering what was going on with Kirby. If he got hurt in the game or hurt in practice.
It was the game, right? It was the play against DK Metcalf in week 2, and he didn't play against Atlanta, and then the short week he didn't play on Thursday night against the Packers. The thought here is nothing super serious, 10 days off between games. You hope to have him back against Carolina. And I think that's the other thing, too. Decker didn't play on Sunday. Montgomery didn't play on Sunday. And maybe those are guys that you go, hey, I really want you there Sunday, but I need you there on Thursday. And they were able to win without him on Sunday, and they were catalysts to the win last night. I mean, David Montgomery, 32 carries, 3 touchdowns, workhorse. Wasn't always efficient, but they needed someone to get tough yards repeatedly to keep drives alive. No better example than that attitude drive in the fourth quarter where they go 15 plays, and David Montgomery finishes with his 3rd touchdown. David Montgomery, 0-7 career against the Packers. He said after the game he gets to go home and tell his kids, I finally beat Green Bay. He had 2 touchdowns in 7 games against Green Bay, 3 last night. It's a great story. And it's one of those, just another guy that they've plugged in.
Yeah, and that's what good teams do. They're able to plug in another guy. I mean, Kirby Joseph, he sounds like he's close, by the way. He was listed as questionable. He was a limited participant in practice all week, so I don't think he's too far off. But the fact that you can go to a Tracy Walker or an Iffy, right? Brian Branch, they've been counting on a lot, of course, and he's just a rookie. So, yeah, if you don't, you got to count on your depth here and there. And Kirby Joseph will be back. I think he'll be a playmaker once again. But, hey, rest up. They're taking care of things without him.
I would tell you what people were concerned about most last night was Brian Branch, and x-rays were negative. So, hey, take your 10 days. And that's what you say. After you play a game in the division, where you had to be the more physical team, take your 10 days. 248-539-9797. Brian, you're next up. What's going on, Brian?
Fellas, it's a beautiful day in the D. I'm not even mad that my plus 550 3-leg parlay got mollywopped because Gibbs didn't score a touchdown, but that's neither here nor there. I had Lions minus 6.5, Montgomery 2 touchdowns, and Gibbs anytime. So it was a nice little payout, but anyhow, just wanted to talk about the line of scrimmage in the second half, man. It looked like for a period of time that we were playing on a slanted field with the D-line getting after it. And when the D-line's getting after it, the corners and the safeties and DBs can jump routes. They can jump those short routes. It looked like we were playing on a slanted field.
Yeah,
because I think Lenny.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, more to your point, like when the other team can't run the ball, everything's uphill. Like if you've ever done like a workout on the treadmill and you start going on the incline, it's a lot harder just to maintain your speed. And I think that's what the Lions have done the last 2 weeks.
100%. It was a beautiful thing to watch. And they're doing it with 4 guys. I mean, I think I heard Valeni say it last week that San Fran gets after it the way that they can because they can get pressure with 4. If we can kind of emulate that same style, get pressure with 4, bring an occasional 5th or 6th if we need to for a big splash play, but get pressure with 4 primary, we're going to be all right.
Well, and
we're
so
going to be able to do that.
So much of how the game is being played right now, teams are playing 2 high safeties to take away deep plays and make teams earn it underneath. Well, if you start needing to blitz guys, you're taking more guys out of coverage and you're letting superior quarterbacks pick you apart. The way the league is collectively, not a one-size-fits-all, but collectively decided to try to slow down elite quarterbacks is to make them singles hitters and doubles hitters and not let them hit home runs. But if you're a team that blitzes, you open up home runs for the other team. So that's why someone like San Francisco can say, we'll drop guys in zone, Fred Warner owns the middle, 4 guys will get home, and we're going to make other quarterbacks beat us death by 1,000 cuts. And you're going to expose bad quarterbacks, and you're going to eventually get to good quarterbacks. And that's how some of the best defenses have been built.
And once we get Mosley back, to have him and Sutton on opposite sides, man, I can't wait for what the season holds. And two other quick points, and I want to hear what you guys think. Branch, I know that the X-ray came back negative. Did they run an MRI?
Did you see the
I didn't
scope of what they ran?
I didn't see the MRI, but they obviously felt comfortable enough with the X-ray to say, hey, you're good to go to tape it back up and get back in the game. I personally didn't like seeing him go back in the game. I think he just, at that point, the domination was on. You could sit him, but he must have talked to him, said, I'm totally fine, and then he re-aggravated it. But no, everything seems to be good. They wouldn't let him out there otherwise. No.
Keep talking to Lions fans, 248-539-9797. Make some picks going into the weekend, college and pros. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Heather has been combing the Lions trying to figure out who the hottest Lion.
It's so hard based off of these little team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute? In this picture, Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
Barnes
jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh,
mean,
I'm tough, John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
Lions win on Thursday night. Means they don't play Sunday, which means it's Miggy's day, his final day. Kang, you have some breaking Miguel Cabrera news?
Yeah, that's right. The Detroit Tigers have tweeted this out on X or posted it, whatever you want to call it. Once a Tiger, always a Tiger. Following Sunday's game, Miguel Cabrera's next chapter will be in Detroit as a special assistant to the president of baseball operations. A quote from Scott Harris says, lessons like how to deal with praise and pressure are exactly what we want Miguel teaching players throughout our organization. I'm honored to have him as part of our staff and know he will continue to make the Tigers better in his new role. So he's sticking around for the long haul. This is a way you treat a legend like Miguel Cabrera.
I'm sure you guys have had these phone calls. How many people have called in and said, he should be a coach? Not quite the same role, but he's going to stay around with the team. All those callers that wanted him involved to help young players, he's still going to be there.
Yeah, and this is kind of like, isn't that what Jim Leland got handed as well, too? You know, there's always a special assistant to whoever, but I'm not sure what Chris Spielman's exact role is, and I'm not sure, this different sport, of course, but Miguel Cabrera is going to be around. You're going to see him. How big of an influence he's going to have, we'll find out, but he's definitely someone they wanted to keep around and kind of honor. But yeah, they want him talking to young players. Every time you talk to a player, whether it's on the Tigers or even on the opposing team, they're always picking his brain, and they're always asking, how do you stay so consistent? Baseball is such a difficult sport. The guys that do it consistently for that long, there's something to it, and they want to know how, right? Torque talks about it all the time. Like, he's always picking Miggy's brain.
As we get set to honor him in his final days. Do you feel like we've appreciated him enough?
Probably not. I mean, there's partially due to the Lions are really good right now, and the other part is some people are salty about the contract and everything like that, and they didn't end up winning the ultimate prize, right? I think it'd be easier to swallow if you can look back and go, remember when Miguel Cabrera won us that World Series? But that didn't happen. It wasn't just his fault, of course. But I think this is something what you appreciate maybe a couple years more when you see how hard it is to do what he's done in his career.
Yeah, it's crazy to say a guy who played here like 15 years and be like, I don't know if we appreciated him enough, as great as he is. But maybe the answer is you just can't truly appreciate somebody that good until it's all gone. Let's get back to the phones. Let's talk to some Lions fans. Raymond, you're on 97.1. Big win last night.
Hey, Cookies. Good to talk to you as always.
What's up?
Oh, not too much, man. The only thing better than watching the Lions win in prime time is winning in prime time once again against the Green Bay Packers with Quay Walker just, handing over that nice little victory to us. Thank you so much. That was so appreciated. Yeah. But to be quite honest, I wanted to kind of move the conversation just a tad bit to what's next, right? Because you got to start moving the goalposts. Like the Lions, by winning last night, you get to talk about playoff seeding. And I didn't think in my lifetime, mind you, I'm 29, never seen them, win a playoff game like you or win the division. Mm-hmm. I feel like we've got a 2-game lead, against the Packers just by the head-to-head matchup, and they still have to play Kansas City, and that's just how much respect I have for the, Chiefs. So, I kind of want to, look to Philly, San Francisco, the teams like that now we're going to have to start, battling for the number 1 seed. And it just gets you excited. Like you just want to make the Super Bowl go through Detroit. And as a fan, this is what you dream of. This is a special season. It's time for the Lions to not, take a back seat to the same, but go and claim it and make Philly come to you, make the 49ers come to you, make Seattle come to you, albeit, try to get the knockout punch where it matters in the playoffs. This is awesome.
Yeah, I know when Rico comes in at 2, he's going to offer you a coupon, a BOGO, buy one, get one free. A win last night, 10 days to prepare, revenge game against Carolina. It's a buy one, get one. All of a sudden, you're 4-1, and you stare at this runway where you think you get the Bears twice, you get the Vikings twice, you're going to play Denver at home. Yeah, the seeding, probably a little early for seeding, but dare to dream, right? And the Lions have played well enough that you get to start considering those things.
Yeah, I definitely think it's too early to talk about seeding. But as far as the division's concerned, because you just played it, a division opponent, won at their field. Last year, they went 5-1 in the division. I don't think it's crazy to think they could at least match that, if not go undefeated. I think the second best team, talent-wise, in the division are the Vikings. And the Vikings have 0 wins. And that's all that matters in the division is wins and losses. So the Vikings are fighting from behind. No one's scared of the Bears. You already just beat Green Bay, so you have a heads-up, a tiebreaker against them. Next time you play them, it's going to be at Ford Field. I think, like I said, too early for seeding, but as far as the division, they could take control of this thing real quick.
Think about it for the Vikings. Digging themselves a hole. All the one-score games they won last year, they're 0-3 in one-score games this season. They won the division last year, which means they're the reigning champs. It also means they have to play a first-place schedule. So in the month of October, they are going to face Kansas City and San Francisco. And then late in the season, they're going to face Cincinnati on the road. You assume Burrow is healthy and up and running by that point. Their start, doing them no favors. Their schedule, going to do them no favors. And then 2 of the last 3 against the Lions. You get your pound of flesh. You win this thing. Let's go to Michael. Michael, you're on 97.1.
Hey. Happy Friday. What a day.
Great day.
So I was most impressed with the total team effort of last night's game. There was not one group that outshone the other or played less than the others. The inside pass rush was fantastic. The offensive line was fantastic. Goff, with the exception of the first series interception, was fantastic. And I was very impressed with the way he just let that roll off his back and came back and just opened up a can of whoop-ass on the Packers. That was the best evening ever. I stayed awake from the beginning of the game to the end of the game. And I want to ask you a question. Did Gator appear in his little cameo at the beginning of the game?
Yes. Did you see it?
I did it, but it flashed by so quick. I was like, was that Gator? And I heard him talk. I think my focus was somewhere else in the room, and then I heard the voice, and I looked, and then it was gone. So that was cool. And I was also happy that Fox picked up the the telecast because I have Prime, but I was happy to not have to switch over to that
You
app.
didn't have to jump through any extra hoops. So the Gator thing, and Ken,
Nope.
you watched this. You saw it happen like on the pregame, right? It was maybe, 4 or 5 seconds of fame?
Very quick. Basically what it was they took a clip from a sports, guy over at a sports station over from Green Bay. He set up the game. Then they went to Detroit, which was Gators' part, where he says, this is a big game come up in Lambeau. And then they went on to the rest of the montage or whatever it was. But he got his head so big that he didn't even come in today. That's what happened, people. Gator.
Be back Monday. Hey, he's not here. Doug's not here. He's catching a flight to Nebraska. We still got to make picks. Three college, 3 pro. Kang, you want to start?
Sure, I'll start. I'm going to start with Oregon at Stanford. Oregon is giving 27.5 points. I know it's a big number, but people, Stanford's really bad. And Oregon, if they told you anything, their coach said, hey, I go for it on 4th downs. I go for 2s. They like to run up the score on anybody. It didn't matter if it was Coach Prime. Maybe there was a little more there for Coach Prime, but they continue doing this throughout the season. I like Oregon giving up 27.5.
I like Kentucky minus 1.5 at home against Florida. Gators are a running football team, not a good offensive football team. Kentucky average defensive lineman weighs 315 pounds. They got a couple NFL linebackers. They win the home game minus the 1.5.
I agree with you. I got Kentucky minus 1.5 as well. I just don't believe in Florida's offense at all. Graham Mertz, it doesn't matter.
On the road, too?
Yeah, Big Ten or SEC. I like Kentucky minus 1.5 as well.
I have Duke plus 5.5 at night on ABC. They welcome in Notre Dame off a physical matchup with the Buckeyes. Duke, Devil's number 5.5. Duke in a good spot with Mike Elko. I'll take the points.
Another big number here. It's USC at Colorado. Coach Prime coming off that big loss, and I think he's going to suffer another big loss. Caleb Williams, I know Colorado's at home, but Caleb Williams, it's minus 21.5. I think USC pours it on. Colorado just doesn't have enough. And Coach Deion Sanders even said, get your shots in now while you still can because they're coming. So I think USC gets their shot in right now. I'll give up the 21.5 points.
I'm going to take a shot at TJ Lang. My Chips are going to beat down his Eastern Michigan Eagles at Kelly Short Stadium. Chips minus 7.5. Eastern ranks 127th against the run. Both CMU QBs are mobile, and I think they found a guy, Jace Bauer, last week. 5 touchdowns. CMU has blown out Eastern and Mount Pleasant each of the last 2 meetings. Fire up, Chips.
Are you betting there with your heart or your head, my friend? All right,
a little both. I know Doug can get guilty of that.
All right, we're gonna switch to the NFL here. I spoke of the Vikings earlier not winning a game. Unfortunately, I do think they win a game this weekend. They're at Carolina. They're minus 4.5. I like them giving up the points. I think Carolina's just not going to have enough on offense. The Vikings defense is going to hold them, and they can score points, though. So either way, even if they give up some points, I like the Vikings to cover the 4.5.
I like the Ravens this week, and the line's moved. You're only getting 1.5 right now. But they're getting a couple offensive linemen back, and that's big facing a Browns front that's been the best in football. How about this power stat? Lamar Jackson, 12-2 as an underdog in his last 14 games. 5-1 against Cleveland in his last 6. The loss, he got injured in the first half, and it was only a 2-point game. Give me the Ravens.
Yeah, I don't understand that Lamar Jackson slander. The guy just wins football games. And I know quarterback wins. Wins aren't a quarterback stat necessarily or shouldn't all be on him, but the guy just wins games when he's healthy. The next game I'm going with is Broncos at Bears. I'm not going to pick a winner between these two losers, so I'm going to go with the number. I like under 46. Bears actually have defensive players. Broncos can play some defense. I like inept offense here, under 46.
This next one is a total reaction to what the books put up. The Titans, plus 2.5 against the Bengals. You would think this would be a bigger number, but the Titans at home against a Bengals team that hasn't looked right this season. I'll take Tennessee, Vrabel as a home underdog, plus 2.5.
I like that sneaky play. I'm not gonna go there. I'm gonna go to the Taylor Swift Bowl. New York, Sunday Night Football, Kansas City at the Jets. KC's minus 8.5. Give up the points. Zach Wilson seeing ghosts. Trust me, it's not happening. Plus, Kelsey's got a show out for Taylor. She's supposed to be at the game, so I like KC minus 8.5.
We are on opposite sides of that game.
Oh, you fool!
My third pick is the Jets. Only 18% of the bets are on Zach Wilson. No one wants to touch him except I will bet the Jets.
You're doing what I usually do is fade the public.
Fade the public. And how about this? I mean, the spread 8.5. I think we took 9.5 on Cash the Ticket. The idea that you're going on the road and winning by double digits in the NFL against a good defense, run the ball, muck it up. Give me a team no one wants to bet. I'll take the Jets.
It's not the defense that people are worried about over there, all right? The Jets' offense is offensive.
You know, for Taylor Swift, she's going to watch a brutal product this week. And I saw this was
she saw the Bears last week.
I know. I saw it was a TV reporter, and I think they're a Jets fan, and she said Taylor Swift is just like a lot of women out there. She has to suffer through Jets football for a man. People in New York can relate. All right, those are some picks for the upcoming weekend. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing, but that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
That's a great point by Hatchet. He just stepped in here. You got Valenti and Rico coming up at 2 o'clock. He said so much happened in that first quarter. It's like, wait, are we already at the half? No. But the Lions were in command from start to finish against the Green Bay Packers last night, Lambeau Field. I said I think it's as satisfying a win as we've had in a long time. I think Kansas City was more impressive, but I think that's as satisfying a win you could have as a Lions fan at this juncture of the season, right? That's for sole possession of first place. It's against your most hated rival. You took over their stadium. Their fans are booing each other. Your fans are chanting, "Let's go Lions," in a loud echo into the night. Amon-Ra St. Brown's blowing kisses to bitter Packer fans. Jared Goff's getting up on stage going, I didn't think I was a poor man's anybody. Chip on his shoulder, dominating victory. Domination and coronation for the Lions. 248-539-9797. And we've had a fun day, kind of just reveling in it. We deserve this. We deserve to have a good football team, and that requires a certain rewiring of your brain. I know people are hesitant. And as Doug likes to say, he understands why. I mean, it's been a while. But it's okay to let your guard down. The team is proving it on the field. Questions about last year, would it carry over to this year? Guys, it has. It has. This is the best team in the NFC North. This is a team that should win this division. That means a home playoff game at Ford Field. It means a favorable matchup in that home playoff game at Ford Field. And it means you're a contender to win the NFC and more. 248-539-9797. Jason, hope you're having a great Friday.
Hello.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I'm just on my way back from work, and it's kind of interesting that you just brought it up because I'm a longtime Lions fan. I'm 48 years old, and I've had season tickets in the late 90s at Pontiac Silverdome and at Ford Field. And I always remember being at Green Bay's games and just having Green Bay fans just chirp in my ear the whole gosh darn game. It was so satisfying to hear about "Let's go Lions" echoing through that place, even when the officials had that questionable call with the time running out, the two flags, and I'm just sitting there just like everybody else is, oh, here comes the shoe. It's going to drop on us and everything. I just sit there, and it's okay to feel good today. It's okay to feel good and to believe in these Lions. It's a long time that I've had this feeling because it's the only team I'm ever going to root for.
Right. Absolutely. I think you've gone through it, and we all have gone through it as Lions fans. And like to see light at the end of the tunnel is such a fun thing.
And the greatest thing too is I love seeing Hutch. Nobody can match up to Hutch's speed. However many times he gets held, double teamed or triple teamed, he is going bananas out there right now. So is LaPorta. How did they hit so well on LaPorta? When they first drafted him, I'm like, oh, here we go. We got another
tight end, right? Yeah.
And then you see this happening, and I'm like, son of a gun. And then Branch. Where did Branch come from? I know that he was great in college, but who makes that jump like that? Who makes that jump like that? As soon as I saw him get injured, I was like, oh, it's his ACL. It's just the way of the Lions for it. And then I was glad to see him on back. I don't know anything on his injury report.
Yeah, they said X-ray is negative. But Jason, I think your response is like a totally human, normal response. But I think it's this rewiring we have to do as Lions fans. We're like, we don't have to doom scroll every time something goes against our team. Like you mentioned the free play that the refs missed at the end of the third quarter. It was zeros across the board. Shouldn't happen. But you know what? Even after that play counts, and even after they score a touchdown, Lions have the ball up 10 in the fourth quarter. It doesn't turn into a factor at all.
You know
You're a good enough football team for that not to matter.
You're good.
Thank you.
You're good, and good teams don't care about that. Good teams just move on next play.
Move on.
It's going to take a while. I like how you put that. Oh, hey, how you doing?
Hey, Rico, how are you, buddy?
For Lions fans to be rewired. Last night, I saw a different team, and I'm like, you know what? This is different. All summer long, we're going to be different. All right, prove it to me. You proved it to me.
Proof in the pudding.
First half, best first half I've ever seen.
If you got a recliner at home, you kick your feet up.
This was the equivalent of almost throwing a perfect game. It's like giving up a single in the first inning to the first batter, the pick that they got early on. You shut them down. This game was over. And it kind of came back, and I know a lot of Lions fans are probably thinking, oh, my God, it's going to happen. It's not. You're going to win games. You're going to make teams look bad. This thing, the best way I can equate it,
it reminded me of the buy-in season. It was 2013 for MSU football, where you this is cute, but in the end, you'll shoot yourself in the foot. And then they kept winning, and they kept winning. And the style that they did it, their defense, man, they did something that I always say great teams do. Great teams make bad teams look bad. You don't let them hang around. You don't let them believe, because you saw what the Cowboys did when they went in there and played the Cardinals. You gave them hope, they beat you. Great teams just say, nah, you're not on our level, and we're going to show you early and often you shouldn't even be here. Thank you for playing. God bless. Go home.
Rico, Lambeau Field was donned in Honolulu blue.
Oh, and that's the funny that's the other thing that I don't know if people even realize. Like, Lions fans are so starved. Like, they're traveling. The next step is Lions fans will become obnoxious fans. They will become what you hate, like with the cheese heads. And I'm not saying
I can't wait. I can't wait for us to be the obnoxious winning fan base.
But you will become that fan base that goes everywhere. They're like, oh, God, here come the Lions fans again. Oh, here they come. Whether it's an engine block or a ski mask or whatever.
Let the good times roll, baby.
Lions fans are showing up. They're going to go places. They're going to be loud. I believe you're in the middle of something special. I think that this year, for the very first time, this may be the first that where all the hype meets expectation. And that could be dangerous.
So I assume you guys are going to get into this. Anything else planned besides the Lions?
Dude, we are breaking down MSU, Iowa.
I'm so sorry for the listeners.
You know what the funny thing is? They did a throwback. The Big Ten Network played the Big Ten championship game in 2015, and I forgot. Like, it was final score was 16-13. I don't know if they scored that many points on Saturday.
That game had an epic drive too.
It had an epic drive.
Yeah,
but
I'm just drawing the parallel to last night. Lions, this man drive where you just go 9 minutes and beat everybody up. MSU had the drive in that game to ice it, to win it.
See, I don't even know if it was a drive. It was just more of a, you know what it was?
Why can't I think of the running back? He was a freshman at the time.
LJ Scott.
Yes.
No, it was David Montgomery. David Montgomery showed you how valuable he is. And I know he was never that sexy piece. He didn't walk in with ridiculous Pokemon hat on his head. All this guy does is just, honestly, I'd be on the phone with his agent right now saying, hey, I know you've heard these idiots on the radio say we don't pay running backs. We want to pay you. We need you around for another year.
He's got a 3-year deal.
Yeah. It's 3 years?
3 years.
Okay.
I think 2 with the option, yeah.
I thought it was 2, but okay, if it's an option, who owns the option?
No, it's not an option. It's a 3-year deal, but most of the money is guaranteed in the first 2.
So they can let him go. Okay, you know what? I'm okay with that. Because I'm like, is he on a 1-year deal? I'm sitting there watching the game with my neighbor like, this is phenomenal. I'm sorry. Be respectful.
Treat everybody with respect. The whole thing. Valenti and Rico coming up next, 97.1.
I feel like I'm riding the back of a Tyrannosaurus Rex on Jurassic Park right now. This music's regal. What do we have, John Williams on the score today?
I'm just out handing out coupons today, folks.
That's right.
It's BOGO Friday.
You get a BOGO ticket.
Congratulations on being 4-1.
That's right. I don't care. I'll roll with it. They play the way they played last night. They could beat any team in the league. Here's where we start. I think the venerable Coach Prime said it best. Do you believe? See, while Jim Costa was selling you moral victories and being a total candy ass on network coverage, no less. Shame on Jim Costa. And other people are going, well, I need this, I need that. All I said to you was, if you were for real, you go into Green Bay last night, business trip, and you win. I don't put a score on it. I don't put a style on it. There wasn't a certain win. But the fact that you rolled up there with a street cleaner and put their face in the scrubber, that's all the better. So my question is, do you believe? Are you now accepting that you have a really good football team that is 3-1, and as Rico put it, BOGO arrival, 10-day rest into a game against Carolina? Like, it's okay to feel good. Rico, I don't know what happens with you because I know your phone never stops. But, like, for me, like, I had people I've known for so long. Wow, who are these Lions? And I'm like, F you. Like, I don't, just enjoy it. I can't believe this is real. Like, if I got another one of those texts, my head was going to explode. Stop being affected. Just go for the ride. Enjoy it. They're good. How many effing times do I have to say it?
I know. No, my phone, it was just me and my one of my oldest friends, college roommate, knew him in high school.
Lover.
No, B. Stevens.
Okay.
But
I
no. But here's the thing. He has been a lifelong Lions fan. I'm like, Brian, this team is good. Like, the hype has finally met the expectation for the first time in my life that you always hear, oh, this is our year. This is our year. You know what? I kind of believe it is. And Mike, here's something that I think I know you can relate to.
Let's hear it.
This team reminds me a lot of the 2013 MSU Spartan team, where it was, okay, they've won a few games, but eventually they're going to go back to being who they were. And then they just kept picking up momentum. And then the defense got better. And then all of a sudden there's just no fly zone. And the next thing you know, you're like, wait a minute, this team is really good. Like, the nation started noticing it. Last night on national TV, best thing that happened to you was utter domination of Green Bay. You turned it into a mausoleum in the first half. By the end of the game, when you're hearing "Let's go Lions" in Green Bay, that had to be embarrassing if you're a Packers fan. But it just showed you. The first play, after the pick, you're thinking, okay, all right, we're into a ball game. No, it wasn't, because it was 3-0, and then you blinked, and it was 27-3. And it was never that close. It was just a complete. It was like almost a football version of a complete game.
You could simplify what you just said. It's the best first half of football I've seen from the Lions
ever.
Against a good team in my memory. I know someone will find something anecdotal. I'm just saying. I agree with you totally. It was a business trip.
See, I don't even think they beat expansion teams like this. It was Green Bay never had a chance. Mike, they didn't cross the 50.
I watched the game.
I understand. I'm sorry.
I was present.
Until the second to the last play of the first half, followed with a sack, putting you back. No. You don't belong on this side of the 50. Get back on your side of the street. Total domination.
Look, one thing is getting pretty obvious. They can run it, and they stop the run. How many teams do they have to face that they stop the run before we start to believe that's actually their strength? And it doesn't have to make sense.
No.
I know that they're thin up front. I know they didn't draft Jordan Davis. I know they didn't draft Jalen Carter. Wish they would have drafted one of them. I do. But they stopped the run. Go look. About the last 10 to 12 games, go look. Nobody runs it on them.
Yeah.
They had the one outlier against Carolina. Other than that, what Rico's saying is we're in unison. We're Voltron.
Right, and for anybody, well, Jordan Love may not. Okay, guys,
I don't care.
You know what? You know what really good teams do? Really good teams make bad teams look bad. You got a good team, and some of you've been saying it for years, but guess what? Now you're living it. This team, this is one of the best teams in the NFC. The defense, they're rushing 4. They're not blitz like
Rico. They're without their best corner. And they're without their starting safeties.
Who are you? What gives you the audacity to rush 4 and get this type of pressure? You're the Lions? Yeah, you're the Lions.
And again, you took a team that had backup O-linemen in there. You made right what you did wrong against Seattle. I think that's the other takeaway.
You took advantage. It wasn't your fault. But, hey, you know what? You showed up on the field. Just go ahead and take this beat down.
You can't ever play the way you played against Seattle again. I think that would be the big takeaway for me for Aaron Glenn. The conservative stuff, laying off, playing scared. Look at how they played the last 2 weeks. And I understand Geno Smith is better than Ritter, and he's probably better than Jordan Love. My point is, you can't play a different way. This team has a different gear when they're allowed to play aggressively on defense. Now, that doesn't mean we're going nuts and blitzing every down. I just mean you play physical, you really dominate the line of scrimmage, and yes, you get aggressive with certain things. I love the last 2 weeks. Different stuff. They put Derek Barnes at defensive end last week to generate a rush. This week, we're seeing Aidan Hutchinson used like Max Crosby.
Yeah, just walking around.
Moving him around. Now, again, is he good at it? No, absolutely not. But at least when you're doing it, you're forcing the offense to go, okay, I have to locate him. I have to adjust my pressures. Mm-hmm. I think eventually Aidan has to be more comfortable rushing from that standpoint. But they're trying things. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm with you, man. I just want to know, if you don't believe now, what's your problem? I was upset about Seattle because I know that this team was in there. Should they be 4-0? Yeah, they should. But 3-1 at the quarter pole, you take it all day, every day. Rico's a Niner fan. If I told you next 4 games you're going 3-1, you going to take it?
Yeah.
Blindly, you take it. Yeah. I ask you a question a month from now. You going to take it?
Yeah.
You damn right. I'm a Giants fan. Don't even know who we play. 3-1. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Sign me up. I'll take it.
Means you finish the year 12-4.
Last month of the season. Don't even know. 3-1. Sign my name in blood.
Yeah.
So you went 3-1. Success. You know the next marker now? 6-2 at the bye. That's it. 6-2 at the bye week. You're getting pieces back, James Houston, and you begin earning the process of scoreboard watching and talking about seeding. 6-2 at the bye.
Right.
And I'll tell you right now, you're 6-2 at the bye, I guarantee, or as Charles Barkley says, guarantee, you're 6-2 at the bye, you'll have a multi-game lead in this division without tiebreaker.
No, I totally buy into that because I'm like, wait, they don't play another division game until the second half of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you got the Vikings twice, you get the Packers again, and you get the Bears twice. So, yeah, those are 5 winnable games that are in your back pocket. And you know you're good when the biggest concern is, are you going to leave Jared Goff in for the rest of the game? Why don't you take him out? That's a sign of a good team, where you're now worried, our lead is so big, maybe we need to take the starters out.
Just go on what travels. A defense and running the football.
I mean,
and
the fact that, hey, you're not even blitzing. You're just bringing 4.
With no Bakhtiari and no Jenkins, why should I have to blitz?
Right. I mean, it was like, okay, they got the interception and went backwards 20 yards.
David, your thoughts? I mean, I'm sure you were upset last night.
No, I was not upset last night. I was surprised last night.
Not from
not from the win, but the domination of the win. They dominated that game. And I looked at my son, one of my sons, at the end of the first quarter as it was ending, and I looked at him.
The one you fed or didn't feed?
Yeah, they ate. And I looked at him and I said, wow, they did all that in the first quarter? Like, I just forgot. I thought it was the end of the half. They dominated them. And what you always want from your team is to dominate in the trenches. We talk about that all the time. They dominated in that offensive line. You had Decker looking at the third level to block on some of those runs.
He's playing hurt.
He is playing hurt.
He's not 100%.
But he is the MVP of that team. I'm going to say that right now.
And David, it was one play. It was so funny. Poor Ragnow was just looking for somebody to hit. He ran 15 yards down the field like, okay.
It's almost like an opposing wide receiver against State. Just trying to find human contact. 248-539-9797.
Okay.
Listen. The bar is high today.
Yeah.
The highs of today are only going to be matched by the lows of tomorrow, Rico, at about 8 o'clock.
As you one game at a time. We are just here for Friday.
We're on to Iowa.
Okay. But now I'm just like Ragnar is literally looking for somebody to hit, and he's like, "Okay, the play's over." And sure, all right, fine.
It's all there. It's all there. I think it's an A+ first 4 games. I'll deal with the loss to Seattle because of the way they bounce back. And look, you made the comp to like 2013 MSU. It's the same vibe. When State went down there and lost to Notre Dame on the 8 pass interferences, they bounced back the next week at Iowa City.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a game everybody thought they were going to lose. And they went to Iowa City and did exactly what we talked about last night. Business trip.
Yep.
Showed up, took it away, splash plays, dominate. And you're like, okay, this might be different. I get what you're saying there. I do. And
I'm watching last night. Like, I've heard years, decades of, okay, but it's going to be different this year. This year,
it's different because it's built different. That's the whole reason I got behind this, is you could see from the beginning they were taking almost a Cowboys model.
But see, I just needed some proof. And God bless them. They showed up and gave me proof. You bounced back from a loss with 2 dominating victories.
At what point last night did you sound like this? At what point were you power walking around your living room in a circle, possessed by the Holy Ghost spirit of the Detroit Lions?
Nah, it was
come on,
waiting on Jahmyr Gibbs to give me the final leg of my parlay, which
you break out some of that communion bread?
I did not.
I know you got some of that in your cabinet.
No, I don't.
Little crunchy snack?
No.
How about a little church wine?
Those are just called crackers, Mike.
Okay. Yeah, but you're so holy, I figured you'd have a box from the church.
They're just called crackers. You can buy them at the
You go to
grocery
Rico's
store.
house, the buffalo chicken dip's got the communion bread as the little tortilla chip.
No. Just
Always-
regular old salty.
I always said it to David. You think the churches, they want people to come to mass. Like, just replace that terrible wafer with like a nice piece of focaccia or a crouton.
There's a point to
It's
it.
symbolic.
Yes,
yes.
thank you.
It's awful.
It's very symbolic.
But think about a nice parm crisp. You'd really have people excited about communion.
Not how it works.
Food trucks in the lobby.
Why can't the body of Christ be a parm crisp? 248-539-9797. We got a good football team in this town. Let's go. It's so exciting. When you're injured in an accident, whether it's auto, truck, slip and fall, you name it, David Femininio is the guy you need to call. And we've told you, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. David personally makes sure you get every dime you deserve. And they don't take a fee until you get paid. So if you're injured or know someone who is, tell them to call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
Heather has been combing the Lions trying to figure out who the hottest Lion.
It's so hard based off of these little like team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute? In this picture, Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
He's
a Barnes jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh, I'm tough,
angry.
John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
All right. I'll explain later, David. 248-539-9797. Why don't we Why don't we just get to the people? Yeah.
It's like Ice Cube said, today's a good day.
Because tomorrow won't be.
Let's dive in today.
Iowa 23.
You know what?
MSU 0.
Today, Iowa can't score.
Iowa can't hurt me today.
Right now, we're handing out buy one, get one free coupons because with last night's victory, you get a victory
You have a really
in
good
9
team.
days.
Like you're real. The Lions are real. Do you accept it as fact? Yeah. We go to Keith, 97.1. Hello, Keith.
What's going on, fellas?
Keith, good to hear you again. What's going on?
Oh, man.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they are for real. I got to tell you guys something. Do you know how good it feels to look in that press box or the offices upstairs and see a confident GM? Do you know how many times I felt you remember that movie, The Omen, when the nanny would jump out she stood out on the ledge and said, "It's all for you, Damien." You know how many drafts I stood out there? "It's all for you, Quinn," and just wanted to jump off a ledge. It feels so good watching a competent GM put together a competent product on that field after so many years of wanting and wishing. Do I believe? Yes, I do. And I'm so glad they put the NFL on notice because finally I can say this is not the same old Lions.
No. Same old Lions don't go on the road, short turnaround in the division, and dump truck an opponent. They just don't do it.
But I'll say this, Keith. You know, in order for same old Lions to die.
Oh, no.
No, Lions fans need to stop bringing up same old Lions and just live right here, right now.
Bell.
Well, Rico, you got to understand the wounds are deep, bro. And it's going to take a minute.
Listen.
You know
but
what?
I'm
Go get
enjoying
some,
the ride while
go
I
get
got
some
it.
back team, put it on there. You'll be okay.
Here's the deal, Keith. You broke up with her 10 years ago.
Right.
She can't hurt you no more. It's over.
Right. Quit driving past our house.
All
It's
right?
okay.
That's right. She moved on. She married a loser. You're a winner, Keith. Remember that. Say it in the mirror. Stop letting this team hurt you.
Right. Because, well, you guys, no, You guys mentioned same old line.
Oh, last night. Oh, my God. I can't
In the
believe
third
this is
quarter.
real life. I'm like, it all makes sense on paper. This isn't magic.
No.
They win up front.
And surprise, surprise, as Keith said, you go out and your draft picks in the second, third, fourth, fifth rounds stick and play on the team.
And what it makes up for is the mistakes Brad Holmes has made.
Yeah.
Okay?
No GM is perfect.
No. The point is, barring something spectacular, J-Mo's a mistake. Because the entire time, if you had drafted Davis the way we wanted, you make the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
If you drafted Davis, what do you think your front looks like? So my point is, it looks like a mistake. It's a pick I tried to defend. But he's done so well with like we talked about it. Branch and LaPorta are better than Campbell and Gibbs.
Once again, if I told you that they were the first round picks,
I'd have
you would
no
be like,
problem.
Oh, man, those were great first rounders. Actually, they were in the second.
Jack Campbell's uniform, way too clean last night. Again. And why am I looking at Montgomery getting 32 carries and the other guy gets 9? Come on now.
And hey, we're staying positive.
We are. But my point is, it's a credit to Holmes that things like that aren't arising because of how well he's drafting in other spots. It was a compliment by way of angst.
You know what? I should have asked him in cross. Like, next time you do cash the ticket and download that if you haven't.
Oh, thank you.
Ask Cookies, does he believe in Goff yet? Because Goff may not be Patrick Mahomes. But you know what he is? He gets the job done.
But Cookies, David said this to me in private. Cookies is a non-believer. He don't believe in God. He don't believe in haircuts, collared shirts. Cookies just doesn't believe.
He believes in cats.
Right. He believes in rats that purr, and he drives a clown car. I don't know what his problem with Goff is, because right now I look up, and here you are. If you value PFF, you don't. Just take a grain of salt. PFF's number 4 overall quarterback. Is he perfect? No. Do you need to protect him? Yeah. But he's good, guys.
Yeah, he throws the pick, and okay, I gave you one, and that's all you get. Watch what I'm about to do to you next.
He's good enough. I'll continue to say this, and I know there's weeks I'll look stupid. Rico, he's good enough to get you to a Super Bowl.
Mike, he
if
is.
Rat Purdy's good enough, Jared Goff's good enough.
I really thought we were bonding.
Rat Purdy, number 18 on PFF's list.
You mean Brock Purdy? No, but the fact that Goff stands in there, knows he's going to get hit, takes the hit, gets up, and just moves the ball down the field. I like that.
That's right. Tanner, 97.1. What's
Brock
up, Tanner?
Purdy.
How are you?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. What's going on?
Hey, so I got something on both sides of the ball that have really stood out the last couple of weeks. I think why I think this team is different.
Okay.
Number one, I'm not very happy. I wasn't very happy that after getting 24 points in the first 17 minutes of the game, I was really hoping for that 40 burger to throw on these guys and really, really make that statement. And they let them back in a little bit. But the difference was, I feel like through the Patricia era and just with Stafford in general, when third quarter historically we always kind of let the team get back in, just didn't know how to close. But this team, unlike those teams, knows when it's time to flip the switch back on, but not in a panic, and really knew that, hey, this is the drive where we got to take time off the clock. We will run the ball at will, and we have to put points up. But it's not.
Well, and let me give you one more example,
Yeah.
too. Tanner, think about it. Quay Walker, who, by the way, is a bird brain. I mean, this kid really is a bird brain. But Quay Walker takes a ridiculous penalty on a field goal, and you made him pay. You made him pay by cashing it in, 15 plays, and we're going to get 7, and we're really going to finish this thing. That's what good teams do. Yeah. And that's how I know you're a good team.
That's right. And that was perfect, and they did the same thing against the Falcons, where it got a little bit interesting.
That's right.
And they had that long drive that just sucked the life out of them, too.
Right. This isn't, I think the problem that happens, Tanner, and look, it's a blessing. It's why part of the reason I love working here is we have college football and people care. But college football perverts people's perception of realities on Sunday. Because on Saturday, we see teams, 38 bagel executions. The NFL is different. The idea that you're going to play a game where the opponent is never in it nor gets into it is not reality. And I don't care who you are.
Right. The Dolphins-Broncos game doesn't come around that often.
Bills-Commanders. Right. There's like one a Sunday. Other than that, you're going to be in a cage match.
Right.
And when the other team starts to get back in it, You have to make a decision as a team whether we're going to respond or not. You did.
Yeah, it's a blowout is probably 10 to 13 points.
Or if you're a Niners fan, it's every week. Privilege. I will say, your Thursday night uniforms, those are fire, as the kids would say. They're beautiful. 248-539-9797.
Unfortunately, next week's Thursday night game, well, you could probably go ahead and mow the lawn. Bears,
Commanders.
Yeah. I was like, what's the name of the team?
You know it's bad when you're cutting a commercial for a corporate sponsor and you openly tell them this is unwatchable, so you probably need to bet on it to make it watchable. Close quote. Yeah, I went off script. I couldn't sell people on Thursday night being excited.
Bears, Commanders.
Bears, Commanders, divorce. You pick.
But I will say once again, Lions, congratulations. You went on national TV and you showed the world what Detroit's all about. And with the fans showing up as well, man, that go ahead. What are you about to hit?
In essence, the Lions are...
You know what? They are.
They are. It feels good, doesn't it? It's nice. Nice. All right. More of your calls. Prop Bet Casino. Is TJ joining us today?
Did he make it back?
I received no communications from him last night.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Oh, I can tell you why. I'll show you the video.
Oh, dear. 97-1. Now, this weekend, let me give you an example. You're a Michigan fan. You're hyped up to play Nebraska. You should be. You got a really good team. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, my God. What is this? What am I? Okay. Yep. Yeah, I know. That. Okay. So, as I was saying, if you're excited about your team, or you're like Rico and I and you hate your team's guts, a.k.a. MSU football, eat your feelings and do it with Hungry Howie's. I mean, let's think about it. The pizza doesn't cause a hangover. It's dynamite. It's delicious. And whether you're celebrating your team's march to a third straight Big Ten title or coping with the fact that your team is, in fact, the pleasure pillow of the Big Ten, Hungry Howie's has a pizza for you. And in the month of October, not only are you stuffing your emotions into a box and learning to live happy, you're also helping fight cancer. What else do we need, people? They're going to raise $5 million to the National Breast Cancer Foundation. You're going to feel good about yourself regardless, even if your team sucks. It's Hungry Howie's Pizza. Go order some pizza. Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year, because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something, because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing, but that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now? Boy, I tell you, David, Rico is just spitting fire, football knowledge. He just told me it's hard to win a game if you turn it over 5 times. Close quote.
So I've heard.
Keys to the game brought to you by... All right, let's get to the prop bet casino, shall we?
Oh.
Evan Jenkins.
Oh, they make quick adjustments. Evan is joining us as well.
Yes.
All right.
How many gummies? Let's talk about it.
All right.
Today or tonight? Tonight, I don't know if they make enough.
And tomorrow versus Iowa? Infinity
Definitely
gummies.
don't make enough.
Just don't be like the guy on that plane.
Evan's going to be gnawing on a weed gummy the size of a cantaloupe.
No, I'm going to be like the lady on the plane and be like, I'm seeing, do you see what I'm seeing back
That MF isn't real.
Like, look!
Jay Johnson's not real.
It's nothing.
Combined field goals in the Michigan State-Iowa game. Over, under, 5.5.
Under. Because one of the teams won't get in field goal range.
Okay, can you just play along?
Under.
I'm saying under as well. I was going to say 4.
I'm going to say over.
Kenny's just going to pick his beard. I mean, can we participate?
To come over here. You said attempts, right?
No, made.
Oh, made under.
All right. David, I'm with you. I'm going over. Total halftime points, both teams. Over, under, 12.5.
This is what I'm doing with my Saturday night. Over.
Yeah,
because there'll be a defensive touchdown.
Big Ten championship game was 6-6. That's why I have 12.5.
I could see a 7-6 deal going into half.
No.
Give me the over.
No.
Competitive ball game.
Over.
It'll be tied at 7. Over.
Oh.
Wow.
Woo. Kenny?
It'll be 7-zip. I'll go under.
Kenny, I'm with you.
Oh, man.
I'm going under. I'm going 7-3.
Oh, my God.
Trey Mosley, total receiving yards over under 56.5.
Under. He's banged up. He left the game like 7 times last week. And Noah Kim sucks.
Okay.
Under.
Maybe it's not Noah Kim throwing on the ball. I'm going to say over. I think he gets like 60-something.
Oh,
breaking
Hauser?
news?
You mean the lawnmower?
He can move the ball.
Let's keep it. David,
I'm
help
going
me
to
out
go
with this.
over.
Over.
I'll go under.
Play Sam Levitt.
I'll go over.
I'm desperate.
Nate Carter rushing yards over under 68.5.
Under. Offensive line is Mac caliber.
Gosh.
You could go to a daycare center, assemble 5 kids who don't even know each other, and they'd be better than State's
He
O-line.
just needs to break one without the O-line.
I'm going to say over, and it's coming in garbage time. Ugh.
I'm going to say over as well.
What crack are you guys on?
Say under. I'll be the one with logic here.
I'm with you.
You know
Under.
what? I'm going to say over. Just that one that he just breaks.
Right,
he
69
doesn't
yards.
need the line. He just.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Iowa total.
He doesn't need the line.
I told you. He's on fire right now.
K9.
It's like Marshawn Lynch to Barry Sanders last night. You didn't even need an offensive line. Barry's like, I don't know about that, but all right.
I was like K9. Didn't need a line. Iowa total points over under 17.5.
Over.
Under.
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 What on earth?
They might not score in
Kenny,
the
you
second
said
half.
under. Kenny, you
Can
said
I
under?
personally book these bets? Over.
I'm going to go under as well. All right. It's our weekly Donovan Edwards. Does he get a touchdown? Over under 0.5.
No. It's a Blake Corum game.
I agree. He's going to get the Montgomery treatment. He's getting the carries of Corum, so no.
Mike, you know he's going to score because this is the first week you said under.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm going to go with, yes, he finally gets a score. 95 degrees. I think they have to kind of split it. He'll get the touchdown because of it.
He's going to revolutionize the game with a touchdown.
It's on a tee. Sweat it out, David.
It is a Blake Corum game, but there is garbage time, so I will say over.
You're right, Evan. I missed that one.
You know what? Under. Michigan total points scored over under 32.5.
Wow.
What is the over-under? Do we know that?
It's
actually?
44.5. Hold on.
And you said 32 and
I'll
a half?
tell you what.
No.
Go around the room. I'll have the over by the time you get back to me.
Because I'm going to say over. I think they get 35.
Under.
Yeah, I'm with you, Evan. I think they get at least 35 over.
Rico, go ahead, and your total is timeout. Total's 38.5?
Yep.
Under, exactly.
What is there, a typhoon? Like, is there cows blowing by? Like
no,
Twister?
Nebraska can't score. Their quarterback's horrible.
He
Their
is really
quarterback
bad.
makes Noah Kim look like Joe Montana.
Oh, Bobby Habersall or whatever his name is? He blows.
He makes Noah Kim look like Andrew Maxwell.
Fair.
So you said over or under, David?
No, under.
Under for me. It's going to be 100 degrees.
It's going to be disgusting.
Jansen already said he's got 3 changes of pants.
I heard 4.
Do you know how much sweat that takes?
That's
He's going to look like that golfer.
DeAndre Swift rushing yards over under 109.5.
Under. It will end. Kenneth Gainwell's going to get his job back. Under.
Yeah, I think Gainwell lost that job, and he's going to be looking for a new one somewhere else because this is Swift's, man.
Under.
Over. Yeah, it's Swift's job now.
He's going to be doing
Under. Absolutely under.
His dad's going to be doing
Mike,
reps
it's
in the
okay.
end zone.
You believed in Swift just a year too soon. You were ahead of your time.
I know. It hurts. It hurts.
All right. Zeke Elliott headed back to Dallas. Over under 0.5 touchdowns scored in Dallas.
Under. I hate this Patriots team. And frankly, if you use Zeke around the goal line, it's malpractice because Stevenson is way better. I'm just saying under.
I'm going to go to the opposite of that because Spite usually doesn't win you bets.
Oh, there it is.
So I'm going to say touchdown.
I'm with you, Evan. It's all about the spot. You know he's going to score just to run out. He's going to pull a Terrell Owens and run out to the star.
Yeah, when they get inside the 20, he's playing every snap because he's trying to get that touchdown, so definitely over.
Oh, you can't use Zeke as a sledgehammer. Under.
All right. Who scores more points this weekend?
Iowa.
All right. Iowa points or Miggy home runs. There you go. The 49ers against the Cardinals or the Chiefs against the Jets?
Niners. I think the Niners are going to drop a bomb on the Cardinals. Remember, the Jets' defense is really good. And Niners.
I like the 49ers too, so drop a bomb on them, Flex.
Flex!
Yeah, the Chiefs are really good. Of course, we know this. But the Jets, I think they'll stop them a little bit because of their defense. I'm going 49ers Cardinals for sure.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. Niners Cardinals.
I don't know.
Okay, more points. MSU against Iowa or Northwestern against Penn State?
Oh, God.
I like that. I'm going to add that.
You see they practice in silence, Rico? Penn State?
They turned the music off at the practice facility to simulate the quiet crowd at Northwestern.
You should do more TV viewership instead.
Really?
That's what they said.
Kenny, it's a push. It's a 0. I mean,
who do you got?
I will take MSU.
So will I. 3 gets it done.
Right. 3-2.
I sadly have to take Michigan State.
All right, hold on. Let's do another one of these.
I still got 4 more.
Oh, let's go. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Kenny, what do you got?
I got Michigan State too.
Yeah, me too. All right. Michael Penix over under 4.5 touchdown passes.
Arizona's sneaky good. I'm not saying they don't win. I'm going to go under. Hard to throw five touchdowns.
It's hard, but he's going to make it look easy.
Okay.
Give me Penix and over.
Yeah, this is a road game for Washington, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's under.
There's not going to be anybody in the stadium, but yes. Under.
There could be 5 people in the stadium. Get the under.
Yeah, I think he gets 4, not 5. They're going to pull him. Colorado total points over under 21.5 against USC.
Over. USC's defense is booty.
Oh, under. I root against it.
I thought Spike didn't make a good bet there, Mon Frere.
I didn't say I'm winning.
I'm going to go over.
Yeah, that defense, absolutely over.
Yeah, I'm going under because I don't know who Shadour's throwing the ball to.
All right, ready?
Doesn't matter against that defense.
I got one for
Okay.
you. More points. USC or Vikings-Panthers combined. For reference, the total in the Panther game is 47. USC or Panthers-Vikes combined, more points.
Oh, that's easy.
USC?
Fight on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I say USC
Show
too.
me 52-24 final. You do that for me?
I got 56-13.
No, I need 4 more points. Over under 73.5.
Okay. I'll give you 60-13.
Thank you. Actually, I need another 60-14.
Whatever you need.
All right.
The Vikings have scored. Bryce Young is back. I'm going Panthers-Vikings in that one.
No, it's going to be USC.
All right. I just thought we'd get creative there. Sorry.
All right. In his final homestand, Miggy home runs over under 0.5.
Under. Please go away forever. Thank you.
Over. Man, I can't believe he's going. Over.
What?
I love that man. He's my baseball joy in my entire life.
He's been dead for 6 years.
And so that's all the joy I've had of a Tiger fan.
Okay.
Is Miggy, man.
Here's what I'll do with this one. The writers are back. Strike is over. They write a storybook ending, and he hits a home run.
That's my man. That's my man. Come on, Kenny. I know where you lay.
Quickly.
Under.
Oh.
Thank you. And
over.
Over.
Oh, they're gonna groove him a final pitch.
Yes.
It's gonna get grooved out. It's gonna be It's gonna be underhanded.
He'll roll over on it just like he has the last 6 years.
Like
Michael
Michael went
Strahan.
Oppo the other night, man.
Wow, a Zeppelin.
5'11".
I'm out. That's the prop bet casino. You're done. You're done. All right. Does your garage floor look terrible? Is it dull gray concrete? Essentially, does it look like Spartan Stadium? If so, fix it with Comer and Cross Premium Garage Floor Coverings. In one day, you transform the garage to the gold standard. You'll go from looking like Spartan Stadium to looking like the Empire State Building. It's going to be beautiful, and they do everything. They remove all your garbage. Then they put it back if you like, and they get the job done in one day. It's the gold standard, 4 times stronger than epoxy. In one day, you're going to love your Comer and Cross garage floor. Call them today, right now, for your free estimate. 248-266-4443. That's 248-266-4443, or you just schedule online, comerandcrossgarage.com.
Sam LaPorta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better?
Rookie tight end.
Is he already better than TJ Hawkinson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hawkinson's rookie year, but TJ Hawkinson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam LaPorta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
Oh, you can't.
Or
even.
TJ Hawkinson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hawkinson fan.
I'm about to keep money the same.
I mean, LaPorta looks great.
LaPorta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hawkinson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better.
We've got a live track from halftime of MSU Iowa. Rico on vacation. Cutscene. Here's my Saturday night. All right, we'll get to your calls momentarily because it is a Lions day today. We have a good football team. Can you just accept it? Can you accept the newest law? You got a good football team. Because I feel like so many of you were in stunned disbelief last night, you couldn't enjoy it. So we're going to get back to your calls in a moment. David, briefly, ticket text, and we'll go on the board. I'll add another college pick. And yes, promotion time. It's simple. Rico's 5-Star Zone, new episode out. Cash the ticket. We come off the Opus weekend. We can't match it. I went 10-1-1 last weekend. But yes, a copious amount of picks are there for you. All free wherever you get your pods. Rico and Howard Griffin on your Big Ten coverage. All my stuff on Cash the Ticket or the Kickoff Show with Boomer, which I believe comes out at 5 p.m. today. I don't know. I can't figure out the embargo. I just do the content. Go ahead, David.
Chris in Fenton says, I believe, guys, the favorite part of the game last night was the dominant performance, was them beating them with simple power football. We didn't need to reveal anything on page 2 of our playbook.
Stop with the revealing of the playbook. No one is saving the good plays.
No, I think he's not saying that. He's saying they didn't even have to go to it because they just dominated from the first page. That's all.
All right, I'll allow it.
Yeah. I was a believer in the offseason, and these first 4 games solidified that. I can see why Holmes brought back the defensive line. They were dominant last night.
How about Bugs? Where was he the first couple weeks? Looked good again yesterday. And again, I like they're trying new stuff. I like that they're trying to do the Max Crosby with Aidan. That's fine. He needs to get comfortable with it. But they're trying things. They're being more aggressive the last 2 weeks. I like it. It's what needs to happen. And if you get burned, you get burned. Let's go on the board, shall we? All right, this one's for my family. I may be walking into something here, but this is messed up. LSU Ole Miss opened up LSU laying 3.5. Planet Earth is on LSU. Nobody wants a piece of hotty toddy. And the line is down to 2.5, and it has stayed there. And money keeps pouring in on LSU, and the line stays there. So you do some digging. Look, LSU's offense is really, really good, but it's inconsistent. When they're hot, they're hot. When they're not, you go, what am I watching? Ole Miss, kind of the same deal. So the edge to me goes to the home team. Junkins should be healthy this week. Their star running back, Trey Harris, all the way back. But it's on the defense, Rico, that I'm super interested. It's been kind of a dirty secret early in the year. LSU's defense is ass. It's horrible. It's not just bad, it's ass.
It can't be, Mike, because I saw their defensive coordinator is on the MSU watch list.
More on that later. They rank outside the top 100 in just about every meaningful metric. They are horrific.
And this is why you download Cash the Ticket.
I'm going to take Ole Miss. The Grove is going to be lit. It's going to be such a good time. They're going to roll in. We got a 6 p.m. kick. Give me Ole Miss. Take the 2.5. But I just feel like they're going to win the game. Put your battle blues on.
Little ML action.
No, take the points always.
All right.
Go ahead. What do you have?
Mike, what if I told you that Christian McCaffrey, Jalen Hurts, Kenneth Walker III, and Justin Jefferson would all score a touchdown?
It sounds totally plausible, except I don't know if anyone ever wins these same game thingamabobbers.
Well, they do when you don't put Jahmyr Gibbs in.
I didn't. I was fine.
I did.
Oops. Go ahead. What's it pay?
Plus 753.
God, that just seems so easy, doesn't it?
Well,
that's how they stay in business. Kenny Cott.
I wasn't going to do it, but then I got the inside track from our boss, Jimmy Powers.
Oh, please.
Georgia laying 14.5 traveling to Auburn. I have a Georgia hat on. I will have a Georgia hat on tomorrow. Oh. Give me Georgia laying the 14.5 in the Deep South's oldest rivalry.
Fun fact, the rivalry began with a Civil War veteran coming to the game with an eagle on his shoulder. It then
left, circled the stadium as Auburn was going on a game-winning drive, and the crowd began chanting, War Eagle. Wow. It is the South's oldest rivalry. That's a true story. Kenny was related to that guy.
The Eagle or the...
No, Kenny's great uncle was Stonewall Jackson. No, listen, I think you're insane. But congratulations on betting your team on the road laying 2 touchdowns.
Uncle General Lee?
Okay. Can we go? My God. Oh, my.
All right, so you probably want to grab this. I think the line is about to move.
Oh, you mean like this?
I truly believe this line is about to move. There's news here on Deshaun Watson very soon. He has not thrown a football all week because of a busted shoulder. I truly believe he's not going to play. So right now the line is -1.5 for that game. So I'm going to go Baltimore plus 1.5 right now.
If Watson's anything but 100% or close, you got to opt out of that. I don't even know who their backup is.
Dorian Thompson?
Oh, DTR.
Yeah, DTR.
Oh, UCLA.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I'm back. No, listen. That's great information by you're right, David. Everyone should reach out and grab that one quick. And that's on the board. What? David said it, not me.
Just know that he won't feed his kids.
All right, so let me tell you about FanDuel. New customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 wager. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. And whether you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's really no better time than now. So what the hell are you doing? Spreads, player props. I mean, Rico with these ridiculous same-game parlays. They got them all. FanDuel.com/ticket. Kick off the season, right? FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a where's Lou Holtz? Like Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
But where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake him up. Bring him out here in his nightie and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like, dude, don't you get like the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like he's trying to like pump his crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if Lloyd Carr came out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys. Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to pump the fans up. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah. What do you expect him to say?
At least he'd done some research.
It looked like somebody told Ryan Day at halftime, if you lose this game, you're fired. Like, that's what his post-game press conference looked like. He looked so stressed out.
Yes.
It just
professed
emotional.
his love for the state of Ohio
goodness,
and the Ohio State.
It's always been us versus everybody.
I mean, hey, you got the win, right?
Yeah, it's a big win on the road.
Yeah, but it's like you're Ohio State. Like you're a powerhouse.
They were favored.
Right? Yeah, right. But you're favored. You're a powerhouse. I don't know if that's really the time to like boast or kind of brag. Like you won the game, right? But
yeah,
it's kind of like you didn't. It was just weird, man. Let's go after Lou Holtz. Guy's barely hanging on, man.
And we're brought to you by the good people at Capital Mortgage Funding, 1-800-LOW-RATE, the best mortgage banker. First place in 3-1 Lions now have 9 days out before they host 0-3 Carolina at Ford Field. Panthers are 0-3. They host the Vikings on Sunday. Good news on DB Brian Branch's ankle. X-rays were negative. Number 2, Michigan favored by 17 at 2-2 Nebraska. Tomorrow kickoff at 3:30. MSU a 12-point dog at 3-1 Iowa. That's tomorrow night. Tigers host Cleveland tonight, 6:40 right here on the ticket. The first pitch is the honor of Miguel Cabrera all weekend. He is expected to play all 3 games, and next year he'll be a special assistant to the president. A few tickets remain for tonight and Saturday. They are sold out for Sunday. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It is 3 o'clock. We've got loaded phone calls. We also have a man who looks like he came off a 4-day bender in Vegas. Hold on. You just need to just hop on the air. This is hilarious.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
You
pulled in the driveway at 7 in the morning.
Yeah.
And you were on an airplane that looked like a pencil.
Yeah.
What kind of operation are we running here at Lions HQ?
Yeah, the video that Dan Miller put out there was
go
hilarious.
check out Dan Miller's Twitter. He put be like the 3 of us crammed into one little tiny aisle.
Well, why were you on a tiny plane? What the hell's going on?
Yeah. So,
Wait, you were on a puddle jumper?
He was on a Buddy Holly plane, like 2 props.
Oh,
man. There was an issue with the normal plane, and it being that late at night, I guess they couldn't fix it, so we sat at the stadium forever, then we sat at the airport forever. They had to fly one in from Minneapolis. I'll tell you what, though, it's much better having that delay after a game like that.
Correct.
It's a little bit more palpable.
Question for you before we get to the football, because they were showing something on TV, and I didn't have the answer to it. These houses, obviously, you played in Green Bay. The houses that are around the stadium, and these sick backyards people have built.
Yeah.
So they showed a guy, and it looked like the nicest golf clubhouse you could imagine, all Packer etched glass. And he walked outside, and he has a fire pit. So are those like Airbnbs or actual people's homes?
Both, I think. I know a couple guys that own those, and I think they rent them out on game weekends.
Gotcha. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, and they make a killing. I mean, up there in Green Bay, my goodness, they have these garages kind of behind the house.
Yes.
And they turn those into like a clubhouse. And, they do like a rooftop bar up on top of the house and on top of the garage. Like it is really cool. I mean, every time when I was with the Lions, when we go back to Green Bay, the new guys on the team, the rookies, it's so funny to watch their face because you're just driving through a neighborhood.
Correct.
And then bam, Lambeau Field.
When I went
right
there in 07,
it's like,
I'm like, am I going the right direction? And stadium.
It's like you're lost.
Post office, mid-century modern stadium. You're like, what?
There's a row of houses right across the street that are awesome.
Okay.
I mean, one of them actually they redid it, and it's like a replica of the stadium.
It's the anti-Citrus Bowl in Orlando, where it's stadium.
It's awesome.
It's just neighborhood check cashing place, stadium.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
So I had to ask because the Amazon coverage, they bumped back with it, and one of them was like, not a drone, but it was a walk through this dude's house. Oh, my God.
Oh, that's the first time you saw it?
That looks like something that should be in a Sarah McLachlan video. For $1 a day, you can feed this child, except it's TJ.
I had an armrest firmly stuck in
Pull
my
that up
groin
again.
for about 45 minutes.
Oh, can you send that to me? That is TJ.
I'll show you the video during the break.
Okay.
Yeah, that was. I was a little grouchy this morning, and like I said, I get very anxious when I travel, and when they tell me, "Hey, the plane broke," like that's the last thing you want to hear when you're already scared to death to fly.
You're scared of flying, huh?
I don't like flying.
But what do you want them to say? I mean, we're here for the next 3 hours.
Anything but the
plane's
broke,
not broken.
Right?
We're just here. Stand-up comedy.
I'm watching the engineer, and he's on the phone with the pilot, and he just goes,
really? And I'm like, that ain't good.
Never seen that before.
Yeah, the pilot's sick. Say that.
goes-
That's way better.
He goes,
Say
how
that
low,
again?
how low is it getting? And I was like, that's not good. That's not good.
In my
That's not good for
15
my
years of
anxiety.
doing this, I've never heard that before.
So you're saying there's a chance the wheels don't deploy?
All right. So from a football
Can you
perspective,
fly
with one wing? I want you to fill in the blank. You ready?
Let's go.
Best first half of Lions football since. Dutch Clark,
I feel like
1936.
there was one last year against Jacksonville, but with everything considered,
right?
On the road, division opponent,
Right. Short turn.
like early in the season to go to 3-1, like that was absolutely massive. You know,
People
And
coming off of injuries, yeah.
yeah, and short turnaround. I mean, it's hard to play Thursday night games. It's hard to play them on the road. You're traveling. I mean, you just early in the season, you're a little bit more healthy than late in the season. But man, I'll tell you what, I was so impressed. This is just it's a tough ass football team. Like it's just a tough ass football team, physically, mentally. I mean, Jared Goff. I know we've kind of nitpicked a little bit the last couple weeks about, oh man, play here, play there, but. You just talk about a guy with just mental toughness. I mean, he comes out first possession, throws a pick, defense does their job, keeps him to 3, comes right back, rips off 27 points, right? You see players a lot where they make a mistake early in the game, and it's like, oh boy, right? We know another one's going to eventually come. I think that with Jared Goff this year, the last 3 games, every time he's thrown a pick, the very next drive, he goes down and scores a touchdown. Like that to me is mental toughness, just putting it away, saying, all right, I made a mistake. Let's not let it compound and start snowballing into bad things. Let's go out there, get it right. Let's get it fixed. And that to me is just a sign of mental toughness. And he's a physically tough dude too, man.
No, he
took
takes
a lot of shots.
Oh yeah, he
took a lot of shots in that Atlanta game, and you could tell yesterday he was hurting a little bit.
See, I think
he's just a tough guy.
I think the thing that helps Jared Goff is knowing that when I make mistakes, this defense, you're going to bail me out. You're going to go out there. You're going to make sure they don't score. And I'll go fix this problem.
Yeah, your margin of error isn't what it was last year where coach talked about it every week. We cannot have this mistake. We're not good enough to overcome a pick 6. We're not good enough to overcome, this dumb penalty on 3rd down and giving the other offense a free first down. We're not good enough to overcome that. This year, you're not only good enough to overcome it, it's almost like it doesn't even matter, right? I mean, how many times in the past – was there right? You throw a pick the first drive of the game, and it's like, it's going to be that type of game. Or end of the 3rd quarter, right? I think we can all agree. Clock was, I think, at 0.
Yeah, it was at 0.
You're looking at the sideline. Nobody's throwing a fit. It's like, whatever. Didn't go our way. Let's go out there and play, right? Like that's the thing that I watch at this team, and I watch them on the sideline up close and personal. I'm just like, man, I'm so impressed with their ability to respond and just to have a short memory. And go back out there and do it again the next time. Like that to me has been maybe the most impressive part. Nobody panics. Nobody freaked out. Even after the 3rd quarter. I
saw that in the beginning, in the first week though.
We can't review it. Okay, whatever. Let's just go out there and keep playing.
Yeah, think about the first week when the right tackle for the Chiefs kept jumping off sides and nobody was losing it on the sideline. It's like, all right,
it's just like whatever.
Hey guys,
let's go do it again.
They're not calling it, so just keep playing.
Yeah, and the defense. Offense goes out there and. I know it didn't happen yesterday, but, the Kansas City game, late in the game, you go for it on 4th and 2, you don't get it. Defense, that's pretty easy to be like, damn, Patrick Mahomes, man, like, come on. Nope, let's just go back out there, get another stop. And that complementary style of football, it's impressive, man. And that this was a physical-ass team yesterday. I mean, you watch Green Bay, and they looked like a finesse punch. They got punched in the mouth. They had no answer whatsoever. It kind of backed down a little bit. And, of course, they hit a couple big plays in the second half.
It's going to happen.
The guys made some circus catches, don't get me wrong. But when it came back to Detroit, hey, we got the ball back. Let's go show them what big boy football is, right? You go on a 14-play drive, eat up 9 minutes. Quay Walker does something stupid again. You
what
put
is
that
wrong
game
with
out of
that kid?
So,
sorry.
I mean, it's been 2 games in a row now, right, that he's done something stupid.
And they said he went to meditation to get himself mentally better.
You know what? I watched that play. I'm going to say it right now. I think that was a called play. I think that's on the coaches because you watched and I didn't think so either. The guy that was lined up over the right guard, grabbed the right guard's helmet and pinned him down. He knew Quay Walker was jumping. I don't think you don't do that on accident. You know what I mean? I think that's a called play.
You're going to go vertical, not jump over, and
Everybody knows you can't do that play going to high school.
And that's what I think sometimes coaches, you get late into a game and you're like, the refs really don't want to call ticky-tack stuff now. Let's just do it. It's already a 10-point game. Hey, if they call it, whatever. We're still down 2 scores anyways. If they don't call, they almost didn't call it, Rico.
No, you're right. All of a sudden they came back.
Right away. It's like that guy, that you can't do that. They didn't throw a flag. They went to TV timeout. The kickoff return team was out there. The Lions were getting ready to kick off. All of a sudden you see a little huddle 2 minutes later over at the 15-yard line, and a flag just dropped out of my pocket. Yeah. Somebody called that down. I'm telling you right now, because if it's a sky judge, if it's somebody at the game, that usually comes within 10 seconds, right? We've seen it a lot already where, hey, you ruled a completion and then 5 seconds later, after review, after discussion, incomplete, right? This took 2 minutes. I think somebody called down, and I think the NFL knew. Yeah, they probably gave him a freebie at the end of the third quarter. We cannot do this again. We don't want to be the storyline. It's a penalty. You got to call it.
Do you want a shot at maybe reffing the Super Bowl? You better go fix that.
And that was a brand new referee crew, too. That was a brand new crew. Well,
one thing I've noticed
the
this
head
year,
guy was new.
Like, guys, the amount of early season, insanely bad calls. Did you guys see the Amari Cooper one last weekend?
The out-of-bounds one. Yeah, it wasn't even close.
So not only did they get the call on basis wrong, they got the procedure wrong by blowing the whistle. It's a 70-yard touchdown that's now an 18-yard catch, and it wasn't even close to being out of bounds. But whether it's that, whether it's the time issue in yesterday's game, I have seen
week 1, the right tackle. I mean,
Juwan Taylor.
Taylor.
You're seeing stuff, and I'm going. I know the Hollywood writers are on strike. Are the officials? Who are these people? What is this?
And you know what? It's happened a couple times now to the Lions where I think in the past would probably be enough to break this team.
Yes, not anymore.
But it doesn't matter. Who cares? All right, they gave him a free play. It doesn't matter. We're still kicking their ass. Let's go out there and find a way to get a stop.
A question, because I feel like the last 2 weeks have been a direct response to what they did against Seattle from an aggression standpoint on defense. And whether it's getting creative with Barnes as an edge, Aidan now doing the Max Crosby routine, minus regrettable neck tattoos. The whole idea is they're getting more physical at the line. They're bringing a little bit more pressure. No 10-yard Terry Fair cushions. What do you see out of it the last 2 weeks?
I see guys winning one-on-ones. I do. And even I know after the Seattle game, a lot of people were kind of complaining and bitching about, no pass rush. We only just sacked Geno one time, right? I mean, you go back and Seattle's running 8-man protections, right? The couple plays that you did have pressure, you're giving up 15 yards of cushion. Just the defense just didn't match, right? Yeah. If you're going to bring pressure, you got to play tight coverage on the outside.
And you know that ball's going to come out quick. The internal clock. Ball's coming out.
Ball's coming out. We got a free runner. This isn't going to be, a 5-6 second play. Yesterday, they actually didn't bring a ton of pressure. They didn't. Maybe a couple run plays. I think maybe in the second half with the one where Jordan Love kind of felt pressure off the edge and he threw it backwards for a minus 10-yard loss.
I liked off the
slot. They did early.
It was nice.
Early. And that's what you kind of have to do to a team like that with a lot of the motion and with a lot of the zone that they like to run. That's a killer if you get outside pressure. But you go back and look at their third downs, second and longs, it's a 4-man rush. Guys are winning one-on-ones. Aidan Hutchinson's trying to get double teamed. I mean, he's a guy that you get to the line of scrimmage, it's like 597, right? In the Seattle game, he was getting double-teamed, triple-teamed, sometimes getting shot from 4 guys at the same time, and nobody else was winning the one-on-ones. Yesterday, Isaiah Buggs with a sack, right? John Kaminsky had a couple insane bull rushes. Charles Harris with the sack to close out the first half. You're starting to get guys to step up. And I think that's, just to finish, when you put a guy like Derek Barnes out there on the edge on the first third down against Atlanta, that kind of sends a message to the other guys.
Calling them out.
If you're not going to win your one-on-ones, we're going to try to find somebody that can. And that kind of boosted the pass rush to where everybody's like, okay, I don't want this guy I don't want a linebacker taking my spot. I don't want a linebacker rushing when it's my job on third down. And it's elevated everybody's play.
Who was the tomato can filling in for Bakhtiari?
Rasheed Walker. I think he was a 7th-round pick last year.
Okay, you're a no-round pick.
Yeah, they're offensive. That's where
I had to ask. I almost felt bad, and then I realized DGAF, it's Green Bay.
They look soft. They look soft. And I know you're missing Jenkins, who's a really good left guard. Bakhtiari, sounds like he's going to be out for the season. mentioned maybe surgery.
Signed every year.
No, and that's uncharacteristic of them to look like that. But I thought Green Bay's defense or offensive line looked completely soft. I mean, they got manhandled by the Detroit D line, and most of the game, Mike, we're rushing 4 guys.
Yeah, you know what it reminded me of?
That was huge.
Privilege. It reminded me of privilege.
Having 9 guys that can go get 10 sacks.
Oh, we'll just rush 4 and drop 7. How did this become about me? Read something. When your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, they got you covered 24/7, locally owned for 40 years. Back their work with a 5-year warranty. Your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical, you name it, they got you covered. If Mastercraft can't get you same-day service, they'll take $100 off that next-day service call. Visit mastercraftheating.com. Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year, because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number 1. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something, because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing, but that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
And waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now? All right, let's get to the people. The audience with TJ Lang begins now. We go to Jim, 97.1. Jimmy, what's going on, buddy?
How you doing, Mike?
Excellent.
Good. Without sounding too cliche, I actually have suffered with this team for 60 years, and I think it's time to ditch the SOL because, for one, I've noticed that this team can overcome mistakes like I've never seen them. They can make a mistake, blow it off, adjust. They adjust to things better than I've ever seen them. And, we very rarely in history have we seen a Lions team that could beat you on the ground and in the air at the same time. And I think we've got that combination better than we've had in my lifetime. We saw it a little bit in 95 with Mitchell Moore and Perriman, and we had Barry, and then maybe all the way back to 1970. But I think those combinations of things right there.
Here's the other combination, and it's something you got to just take advantage of. If you were in the AFC, my outlook for this team would be totally different. You are in a phase right now in the NFC where it is truly wide open. Yes, Philly is good. Yes, the Niners are good. But that's really it. You have the ability to join those two at the top of the heap, whereas in the AFC, that goes 7 or 8 deep. So take advantage of the fact you win up front. You need to stack these games. You need to get some home games here. Take advantage of it.
Amen.
I mean, Jim, guys like you deserve it more than anybody, man. Trust me. I can't feel bad for Jet fans because mainly they're bleep holes. But you guys are good people, and you deserve it. This team has done nothing but ruin your life. So it's like for guys like you, just have a good time with it, man. Don't let anybody bring you down. The amount of people last night, TJ, texting me, wow, this isn't the Lions I remember. I'm like, can you just go enjoy this game? Leave me alone. Can you do that for me?
Yeah. Things can change fast in the NFL.
One play.
How bad were the Chiefs forever? I mean, I know they got Patrick Mahomes and one player can make a difference, but yeah, it's different every year, man. But I'm with you. I mean, I will tell you, I was guilty last night.
Oh, no.
When the Packers made a 10-point game, it's like, okay, you need to respond.
You're better than that.
You need to respond right here.
It's PTSD.
The offense had come out. It was a couple 3-and-outs in the third quarter, and it's like, you don't let this get any closer than it already is. And they
TJ,
did. They went out there and they found a way to make
PTSD.
a 3-score game again.
Lions fans can't help themselves because
you have to.
Because I know, but it's because it happens so many times. You see, oh my God, this can only happen to us. Well, no, it happens to everybody.
Well, guess
People
what?
go on long drives.
Counsel
it's the
our
NFL.
next caller. Counsel Will, because Will had PTSD last night. Go ahead, Will.
Oh, it's 100% true. That also first time, long time, love the podcast too.
Thank you.
During that third quarter, I sent some texts that I was not proud of. Very concerned about the team.
Hold on, time out. I'll give you all the time you need. Will, can you share one with us? No potty language.
I'll have to remove some potty language, but yes.
Edit it. I'd love for you to do a dramatic reading of one right now. Can you do that for me?
Total meltdown. Jared Goff letting the Packers back in again was one of them. Not proud of it. And I'm actually high on this team. I thought I told my friends, we're going to beat the Packers by 10. So I was really confident. But that third quarter was with the 2-point conversion and then the play that shouldn't have been at the 0 seconds. I was getting nervous. I was nervous. But this team, I mean, we just said Montgomery. I mean, he had, 32 carries, just constantly getting 3 yards. That was so wonderful to see. I was ecstatic just watching the team work. When I was losing faith, they didn't. So I was really happy to see that. Also, I saw that video Dan Miller posted. That looked like the Spirit Airlines of Spirit Airlines. That was a bad plane.
It was rough. I mean, I'm glad it was a 45-minute flight.
I mean,
it was a long one.
Will, we got to check what's going on down on Rotunda Drive here. We got to do better. What the hell was that? Rico showed me the picture. I went, oh my! All it was needed was a caption that said, "Help this man." Right. It was
that looked like a plane where the pilot asked for gas money at the end. Didn't look like a good spot.
Only the best for Thomas John Lang.
Here's my Venmo account.
We made it back in one piece. All right.
What's the German airline they charge you to use the toilet? Is that Ryanair?
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they charge you $1 if you want to use the airplane potty.
Are you serious?
I think it's Ryanair. You have to Google that.
What if you refuse to pay?
Well, then they're diverting the flight like that Atlanta one from Barcelona. Quote, somebody had a mess all over the plane. 248. Let's go to, oh my goodness. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, bud?
Hey, feeling good on a Friday, aren't we, boys?
This is great. It's the precursor to MSU ruining my life tomorrow. It's going to be fantastic.
Just focus on the Lions.
I can't help you with that.
I know, buddy. It's okay, Mike. Go ahead.
So, weeks ago, you guys talked about what can we do to get that 25% of fans on board, and I think the consensus was give them time, let them show that it's working, right? And I think it's starting to happen. I can tell because of what I'm not hearing, and what I'm not hearing is the traditional, refs bad, always bad calls, Lions always get the shaft, wah. I'm not hearing that. And the third quarter thing was an objectively bad call that had the potential to flip the game, but this team can overcome the bad calls now. So we're not getting that ridiculous thought of, oh, well, the refs toss this game, and we're not getting you have to be better than the ref calls, good teams overcome. Like, we're there. And the fact that I'm not hearing the complaints means I feel like that 25% is starting to buy in.
Yes.
Coupled with the fact that Green Bay is now Ford Field West with the amount of blue that was out there. I've never seen anything like that at Green Bay.
Well,
I'm
I think
seeing it, and I'm not hearing it.
You're going to listen. Detroiters have always traveled well, and there's no smarm. I think part of the thing that helps us is people get the hell out of here as fast as they can, and they spread all over the country. So we always have a nice base in any town.
This is different, though.
It is.
There's a feel when you're in those stadiums, especially in the home games. I've never felt anything like that in a stadium in any context of a football game.
But just
and
wait.
Seeing it travel the way that it does, like apparently the other thing in football that travels is Lions fans.
Just wait. The best is yet to come. So I'm telling you, you guys, you will learn real quick. If this team takes care of business in the next month, and we're talking about being 6-2 with the bye week, getting James Houston back, getting J-Mo back in the fold, talking about seeding.
Sorry, guys. I know you were in the middle. This is huge here. Tom Pelissero, the NFL is reinstating Lions wide receiver Jameson Williams and the Titans offensive lineman effective Monday, 2 weeks before their gambling suspensions were set to end. I guess they've come out with new gambling policy rules, and so immediately after the rules were put in place, he's now reinstated.
And I have
Monday.
Breaking news for you. This team's winning 12 games.
Wait. So yesterday when I said the BOGO, I said, you know what? You win at Green Bay, you're going to win the Carolina Panthers game. It's buy one, get one free. He's like, you can't say that. This is the NFL.
Nothing's giving in the NFL.
Nothing.
Thank you. Except for they're going to win 12 games.
Signed Dallas Cowboys versus Arizona Cardinals.
Everything is coming up, Lions.
Buy one, get one free.
There's no BOGO. I didn't say what games. I'm just telling you. I have said to you for how long? The division will be wrapped up by the time we open our Christmas presents.
You're winning this one.
And now you're winning 12 games.
And you're including next Sunday. Congratulations.
So
J-Mo is back.
He's going to be eligible to play next week.
Against Carolina, according to Dave Burkett, yes.
And you know what the key is, fellas? He doesn't even need to play. Practice him for 2 weeks. Let's get his head right. Let's get him in football shape. One bad read by him, and it's a pick six by Goff. Get him right. Get him in the mix. Because here's my thing. I've said this since the beginning. He was never walking back in this room as the team's number one target share guy, number two target share guy, and I don't even think number three. You bring him in, we work him in slow, but having the option, and now having two guys on the field, it's very similar to Miami in this regard. You have to identify where Gibbs is and where J-Mo is based on foot speed. It's important. We're winning 12 games, people. 248-539-9797.
Including Carolina Panthers.
248-539-9797. More of your calls next. What other good news can we have today?
Keep it flowing, Hatchet.
Unbelievable. David, break out the communion bread. All right. For years, you've heard about capital mortgage funding. Best in the game. Home purchase market? It's silly, is what it is. Multiple offers, overbidding, briefcases of cash. Look, here's the deal. If you have any shot at getting a home, you better have a pre-approval. You got to roll in and make that offer. Capital Mortgage Funding will help you with that. 1-800-LOW-RATE. Harry Glanz, Dan Burke, the whole staff at Capital Mortgage Funding, they're going to make the process as smooth and easy as they can. And that's saying something because it's not easy. It's Capital Mortgage Funding. 1-800-LOW-RATE. That's Capital Mortgage Funding, the best mortgage banker.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
But where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake him up. Bring him out here in his nightie, and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like, dude, don't you get, like, the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like, he's trying to, like, pump his crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if Lloyd Carr came out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys. Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to pump the fans up. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah. What do you expect him to say?
At least he'd done some research.
It looked like somebody told Ryan Day at halftime, if you lose this game, you're fired. Like, that's what his post-game press conference looked like. He looked so stressed out.
Yes.
It just
professed his love for the state of Ohio
and
the Ohio State.
It's always been us versus everybody.
I mean, hey, you got the win, right?
Yeah, it's a big win on the road.
Yeah, but it's like you're Ohio State. Like, you're a powerhouse.
They were favored.
Right? Yeah, right, but you're favored. You're a powerhouse. I don't know if that's really the time to, like, boast or kind of brag. Like, you won the game, right? But
yeah,
it's kind of like you didn't. It was just weird, man. Let's go after Lou Holtz. Guy's barely hanging on, man. Let him enjoy the rest of his life.
Right. However many days that may be. Yeah. If it's true that, hey, Rico thinks that Michigan State would be willing to pay triple, whatever it is that Marcus Freeman is making, that would be in the ballpark of $9 to $15 million. Do you think Michigan State right now is ready to pony up $9 to $15 million for their next head coach? They can. That's not the question.
No, I know. Yes, they could financially. They'll have no problem doing that. I don't think they would do that right now. I don't. I think they're going to scale back a little bit.
They possibly could.
A little bit. I mean, now how much would Urban cost?
I don't know. You probably get Urban at a discount if he just simply wants to get back into coaching.
Yeah.
Because he's got some baggage.
Yeah, you think? Yeah.
Yeah,
But he's a great.
There's no question. We've never denied that.
College football coach.
Yeah, and he's a great recruiter.
Yeah.
Brought to you by the good people at Wunschuller's Cheese Spread and Snacks. The NFL is reinstating troubled Lions wide receiver Jameson Williams effective Monday. That will be 2 weeks earlier than originally planned from his gambling suspension. So J-Mo back in the fold
Heather
as
has been
of next
combing
week.
the
Place
Lions.
Lions.
I have.
Will have 9 days
It's
out
so
before they
hottest
host 0-3
lion.
Carolina
It's so hard
at
based
Ford
off of
Field.
these little
X-rays
like
on
team
defensive end
photos.
Brian
Right.
Branch,
You know who's
his ankle
really cute?
negative, and
And
Coach
this
Campbell
picture,
says it's likely not
Derek
a serious
Barnes.
injury. Michigan
he's so
football
cute.
tomorrow. On
I
the
like
road
him.
at
Derek
Nebraska,
Barnes. Get a
3:30
Barnes.
a.m. 9:50
Colin?
WWJ.
For Heather's
MSU
birthday?
under the
He's-
lights
I like-
at
he's
Iowa.
got a nice
Tigers
smile. I
host
like
Cleveland
his
tonight.
smile.
Miguel Cabrera
Super
being
cute.
honored
Speaking
all
of
weekend.
smiles.
6:40 to first pitch.
We just
right
learned
here on
something about John in the
97.1. The
break.
tickets
He
all
might have
sold
mentioned
out for the
before, but I
finale
didn't
on
remember.
Sunday.
Shock to anyone.
The Americans in the Ryder Cup doing what they
you
do
have
in
a
Europe. After
unwritten
one day,
rule.
they're getting smashed 6.5 to 1.5. At the ticket update desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we are back.
Hold on 1 second. No, go ahead.
J-Mo is back. I didn't mean to interrupt TJ and Rico's conversation. Quickly, we have the picks coming up in about 10 minutes. Rico has shown me the unfortunate wardrobe malfunction from last night for you.
What happened?
You tell me. Is it common you wear your son's clothing?
What? I don't understand.
Rico.
Did I have it tucked in too tight?
Listen, I was shown a picture. I just take us through it.
It was was it a side angle? That's not my good angle.
No, it was just
The front angle? That's not my good angle either.
Okay, TJ. What angle makes that TJ? What are we doing here?
It's the horizontal stripes. That was a mistake.
It's also the collar looks like it's made for a baby.
No,
It's a rookie mistake by me.
Yeah, I mean, TJ.
This is tough.
Yeah. I got to go back to the
Are
solid
you also
colors.
wearing shorts?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
No, the shorts are
If it's
fine.
above 60, I'm wearing shorts.
But when you're large
I
and
didn't
in
realize we had
charge,
Kenny Cott on the
standing on the
sidelines
sideline
last
for
night.
5 hours, I'm comfortable, man.
large and in charge like us, you can't do the whole.
I know. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I wore it I think I wore it last year. I got some good compliments. I'm like, you know what? This might be time to bring it back out.
No, we immediately
Yeah, it
all
was,
stopped. It was like, whoa.
Yeah, that's for home games only because we sit at a desk. And you can't see the lower half. So
You're Ron
when
Burgundy.
we're standing on away games, I gotta go back to the solids.
Just throwing it out there. Hey, J-Mo's back. It's okay. It's okay.
You're not gonna bring me down today,
No.
Rico, all right?
So here's my question. How fast do you think he can get reintegrated into this mix and become a real part of this offense?
It's gonna probably take a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Josh Reynolds is a guy who, man, he's been playing good. He made some catches even last night that tough contested catches. I think Jared Goff trusts him. But if you're looking at a guy, I mean, Marvin Jones, man, it's just like you just keep waiting for him to do something like that. As soon as J-Mo's ready, you feel like that's going to be his role. Trying to take over as the.
But J-Mo to me
kind of deep threat
still
guy.
won't be better than fourth in target share moving forward.
No, not with Jared Goff. I mean, he's going to be, I think at least to start, probably what we saw last year where, you're probably going to have one or two plays a game where you take a shot and he's going to be the guy. I don't think he's going to come in and immediately be the number 2 guy and
That's
get 10
LaPorta.
targets a game.
Number
That's not
1's
gonna happen.
Amon-Ra. Number 2 is LaPorta.
100%.
Number 3 is probably Gibbs on a week-in, week-out basis. Yeah. Number 4 is Reynolds, who's a pro.
Yeah.
So my whole thing with people has been J-Mo's got to earn his way back.
Right, but how long do we
100%.
think that this is going to take
I think
before
it takes
he's
a
now
month.
at least battling LaPorta for number 2?
Oh, that next year. I don't ever see a scenario he's battling it for number 2.
I mean, unless something crazy happens in a couple weeks on Monday Night Football and he catches 9 passes for, $180.
Which would be an outlier.
Right, 100%. Right, but it could happen. I'm not saying it won't,
Correct.
but that's not the way their offense operates. No, it's all up to J-Mo though, right? It just is. I mean, there's been, I think with the last couple of years, there's been just something a little bit there up top mentally that, it's just got to click. And it sounded like it was starting to this training camp, and then it was unfortunate that, he made the decision last year and then had to sit out the first month. because it did seem like he was turning that corner. Now you got to come back and, hey, this is an offense that's rolling, man. They're 3-1.
And it's
right?
a team that's winning.
You're
Don't
not
upset
just,
the
you're not
apple
just going to
cart.
put into a new piece just to put it in there and say, oh, you're our guy now. You're going to have to earn your way into
See
that
what
role.
he's done for you, by the way, Rico, and you don't realize it. He has just allowed you to cement your opinion. Jordan Davis was the better pick.
You know what? Today is all about being
It's
positive.
I just wanted to see if you take the bait. I'm proud of you.
We're not still talking about every
Hey, you know
time
what?
will
I came
tell.
on here and said the Lions impressed me. I've never seen that before. I'm positive. Okay?
Yeah, right. I'm not talking about the draft.
You
from
don't
2
need to
years
get
ago.
negative.
Come
I was
on.
testing him, not you.
Talk about his team taking Trey Lance number 3 overall. Then quit bashing on my
How? They used the last pick in the draft and found Christ.
Oh, right. They also gave up 4 years worth of first-round picks too.
Yeah, and they also cheat the salary cap. How do they afford McCaffrey? We're not doing this today.
You started it.
Okay.
As
Kevin,
Tayshaun Prince
97.1.
once said,
erroneous.
Hi, Kevin. Kevin.
Yes.
Hi.
Hello. Hey, how are you gentlemen doing?
Good.
Listen, I just wanted to give you my take on yesterday's game. And then I also want to tell you what it feels like to be a longtime Lions fan and have to experience something like this. I don't know if you guys caught it, but I could swear going into the halftime or going into the second half, it really did look like their coach was going to cry, right? So you went to Green Bay, you beat them really bad, and you made the coach cry. They have no answers for it. This team is phenomenal, and the thing is to get the fans, they're not going to have a choice to buy in. This is going to get forced down their throat by the Lions, just the way that they're forcing their dominance on the league. Yesterday, all those teams have been put on notice. You've been put on notice. Kind of felt bad that he was going to cry.
No, to hell with that.
But you know
the French
what?
fella?
No, LaFleur.
Yeah,
He looked sad.
I felt bad he was going to cry because
Why?
he's got to come to Lion Country and do this all over again.
Exactly. Good.
On Thanksgiving.
Let's build the pine box.
And
I don't
this
care.
is what it feels like. This is what it feels like to be a Lions fan. I feel like Oliver Twist standing in the line, holding up a bull, saying, "Oh, please, have some more." You know,
Okay, I'm going to look
or-
up that reference. I wasn't born that long ago. I'll look that up, Kevin. Oliver Twist.
You know what Kevin said about LaFleur?
Who's Oliver
and
Twist?
Crying
It's a
and,
movie.
and feeling sad for it. That's what people have thought about this team forever. I
Correct.
just feel bad for them. They try hard.
No, for the
coach
last couple of games,
coach just
TJ,
looks mentally broke down.
what you saw were two quarterbacks who just had that "what the F is going on" moment. Like they take the helmet off and the look in their eye is like, who are these guys?
Yeah, we don't recognize that team.
We weren't supposed to be playing the Eagles.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be playing. We're supposed to be playing the
who is this?
Lions.
Hey,
Yeah.
sorry to break up actual good content. David needs us to,
More good
I
news?
thought he was trying.
You know
to,
what I wish we had is a window shade, and I could just pull it down.
or the
Just
button,
an automatic tinter.
like the limo.
It just shuts off.
You've heard about Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more than Northville Lumber. They moved enough product to cover 26 football fields. You do that by having it in stock in their warehouse, mile down the road. You order it, you get it. No 8, 10, 12-week lead time, no supply chain issues. Just quality products at the best prices in the industry. It's Northville Lumber. Whether you're a do-it-yourselfer or a pro, they got you covered. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something. Because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing. But that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now? There it is. TJ with the belt. And unbelievable. Well, it's also unbelievable we have all these pushes on here. Can we get appropriate lines? But TJ,
those my glasses.
6'2" with the belt.
You look good. Put them back on.
Wallet too.
And I do believe there's a typo in here. He's not 16 and 51. He's 16.
That's called foreshadowing,
and 15. Mike. Let's get to it. It's time for the picks.
Stone Cold music. Yes.
All right, let's get to business. It starts tonight, 9 o'clock in Corvallis. Number 10, Utah, catching 3.5 from number 19, Oregon State. Rico.
Mike, nobody just rolls up into Corvallis as they have the chainsaws banging against the walls. Go Beavers.
That's right. Kenny Cott.
I think the chainsaws are lame, but I'm still going to go Oregon State.
Thank you for that slander. David.
Yeah, I understand what Nate Johnson's look like, but I have to go Oregon State here. They're at home.
Yeah, it's also Cam Rising, again, like splitting reps at practice. No word on if he's going to play. Weather's going to be in the 40s tonight. I'm with you. I'll be surprised. Go ahead.
I mean, kind
Utah's
of story of my
front seven's
life.
really
the Beavers
good.
let me down last week again. It's just too many points. I got to take Utah on the road.
You're a communist. Oregon State. All right, game 2. Go to La Grove. Number 20, Ole Miss catching 2.5 from number 13, LSU. Rico.
Mike, you know what? I was all set to take LSU with this pick, but earlier in the show, you convinced me LSU's defense is not that good.
They're terrible. Do it for your family.
So I should just go with Ole Miss.
All right. Hotty toddy. Kenny, who
And this
belongs in the Grove.
This is where I gain a game on both of you guys. I'm going LSU.
Wow. I think that was a shot. Okay, let's go to David.
Yeah, they seem to be losing faith in Kiffin in the great old state of Mississippi. So I'm going to go LSU in this game.
TJ?
I'm going to ride with Jackson Dart and Ole Miss. And I think mostly because I just think Brian Kelly's a total scumbag and I hate his guts.
Yes. Family. Junkins, Harris, Dart. I don't know. Hotty toddy. I want to see Ole Miss win. Battle Blues. The Elko Bowl. Number 11 Notre Dame laying 5.5. They travel to Duke. Nobody walks into Wallace Wade Stadium and gets out alive. Rico Beard.
You know what? I think somebody will. I don't think that Notre Dame can lose 2 games in a row.
Yes.
Even though it's the devil's number.
Doesn't matter.
Give me the Fighting Irish.
Let's go over to Kenny Cott.
But will they have the right number of players on the field? I think they'll learn from their mistake. Give me Notre Dame.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think they learn from their mistake.
It doesn't
I think
matter.
Duke wins this game.
Wait a minute. You're Captain Christianity. You can't pick against Notre Dame.
I can if I want to, and I will.
I'm going to tell you, you're a heathen. Let's go over to TJ.
Yeah, I'm taking Notre Dame. They actually have a real quarterback, Sam Hartman. Duke, I think they're reading their press clippings a little bit. Elko talking about Riley Leonard should be up for the Heisman.
Last time they played a game I cared about was September 4th. They
That
played
was a long time ago.
Since.
A long time ago. Your quarterback has 2 passing touchdowns
David,
and 4
what was
yards.
the drop that you played?
They're reading their press clippings.
Get out the communion bread. Slug some of that communion wine. The Irish. Why is this on here? Michigan State catching 11.5 from Iowa. Who cares? Rico.
You know what? I was going to take Iowa minus the 10.5, but I don't know if Iowa can score 10 points. I don't think either. The final score is 7-3. Give me MSU in the points.
And NBC demands a refund. Kenny.
Didn't cover last week, won't cover this week. Give me Iowa.
Over to David.
Yeah, not a lot of points when that means Michigan State covers, so Michigan State.
Ooh.
I'd rather just give you $50 and have you punch me in the plums than put any
Isn't
money
that,
on
yeah,
this
that's the line
game.
from
My
National
goodness.
Lampoons.
Yeah, I don't.
Why don't you take half the money? I'll kick you in the nuts and we'll call it a day.
I don't know if Iowa is capable of scoring 10.5 or 11 points. I'm going to take Michigan State just
Brian
off of
Ferentz
principle.
versus Scotty Hazelton.
Dude, we are.
That's one of the signs of the apocalypse.
We're going down in flames. I'm just going to take State because I don't want to be angry tomorrow. It's really the basis of it. All right, Michigan laying 17.5 at Nebraska in 98 degrees and windy.
Jansen is taking 3 changes of clothing. Michigan yet to cover. I think this trends continue.
Wow.
Give me Nebraska in the points.
He's banking on Bobby Huberman or whatever that lousy quarterback. No, he's benched.
Oh, yeah.
This is, I don't know. What? You guys are stiff.
Smitherman.
Go ahead, Kenny.
Yeah, Michigan, the other team in the state that can't cover. Give me Nebraska.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'm also with Nebraska.
That's big talk from a guy whose team hasn't covered all year either. You hillbilly. David?
And I'm with that hillbilly. I'm going Nebraska.
I thought you were your own man. I thought you thought for yourself.
I can't cover.
You're intimidated by him?
No, I'm not at all.
Crackhead Tom Selleck? Get out of here.
I am against those hillbillies, and I think I'm going to take Michigan. This is finally going to be the week they get it done. Donovan Edwards coming out party. It just feels like he's due.
Friends don't let friends bet Nebraska. Michigan. All right, let's go to the NFL, shall we? Chiefs, Jets, Sunday night. Taylor Swift confirmed. Chiefs laying 9.5 to the Jets. What do you got?
The Swifties will make sure that the Chiefs not only win, that they cover. Give me the Chiefs.
I hate that. Go ahead.
Well, I think Travis Kelce will be a little bit tired for some reason before that game.
You cannot say that.
Give me the Jets.
You just can't say that. Let's go over to David. You cannot say that.
Roberts.
The Jets are going to try to match their own celebrity. Aaron Rodgers should be in town for that game. I'm going to go Jets. Wow.
Simply stunning. TJ.
No way in hell am I ever betting Zach Wilson to cover a game against Patrick Mahomes. This is going to be a bloodbath. Kansas City is going to easily cover that.
Worst team in the league covering spreads north of 7? The Kansas City Chiefs.
Erroneous.
Jets Nation. Let's
That's the
ride.
Jets. That's Zach Wilson.
Quit living in the past.
Dolphins, Bills. Bills laying 2.5. Rico.
I think the Dolphins will keep the party going. Give me the Dolphins in the points.
Yeah, 2.5 at home. Not that much for the Bills. Give me the Bills.
Over to David.
I'm sorry. I don't believe in the Bills yet. They got to show me a little bit more. So I'm going with the Dolphins. They've shown me 70 points.
TJ?
Yeah, and Dolphins getting, I think it's going to be a healthy Jalen Waddle back, which is only going to make them more explosive. Josh Allen's still a little too loose for the football. When it comes to division games, that's always the biggest, win-loss factor, who turns the ball over more. I think Josh Allen's going to give away a couple. That's why I got to take Miami.
I'm obsessed with Mike McDaniel. He's just a beautiful weirdo, and I hope they go undefeated. Just give me the Dolphins. I can't get enough. The guy's insane. Let's go Broncos, Bears.
The NFL equivalent to MSU, Iowa.
This is your choices. Ready? Broncos, Bears. Die in a plane crash, get hit by a semi. Pick. Bears getting 3.5. Rico.
Yeah, me and TJ next to each other on a puddle jumper plane. For a 10-hour flight. You know what? Broncos, I don't believe in the Bears.
Let's go over to Jeff Foxworthy.
I'm going to go with the team that does not have Justin Fields. Give me the Broncos.
Over to David.
Oh, my gosh. I am going with the Broncos in this game. The Bears are awful.
Yeah, I got to go Denver too. Justin Fields looks broken mentally, physically. There's something wrong. He's not going to make it too much longer.
Nobody will bet the Bears this week. I will. Bears getting 3.5. Justin Fields' playground ball is back.
Taking Zach Wilson and Justin. Wow.
You just have to do it. Ravens at the Browns. David had the Deshaun Watson update. Tread lightly here. Might be dinged up. Rico.
So because of that, give me the Ravens.
Kenny?
I liked the Ravens before that update, so I'm still going to take the Ravens.
David, Ravens?
Yeah, Ravens.
TJ?
Yeah, they were missing 8 starters last week. They get some guys back. I'm taking Baltimore.
I was all Browns, but if Watson's hurt, I'm out. I got to go Ravens. All right. Seattle. We got a deal. At the Giants on Monday night. Seattle laying 1.5.
Oh, boy.
Rico Beard.
Don't make me do this,
Do
Mike.
it. What?
Seattle traveling across from the
on.
West Coast to the East Coast. I'm sorry, Big G.
No.
Give me the
No.
Seahawks.
No.
Yeah, I'm going with the Seahawks too, Rico.
Unbelievable. A team traveling from the West going to the East.
The Giants are hot garbage.
They're back home after 2 straight weeks out West. I'm going with the G-Man.
David, over under a team from New York wins at home.
Shut your face.
November.
TJ Lang.
I've got nothing to say other than give me the
Do it. Rev the engines. Wow. Oh my God, he sounds like a horse giving birth. Let's do it
Only
appropriately.
you would know what that sounds like.
One time for my father, you rat bastards. Come on.
I want to be wrong for this one.
Me.
Build it up, baby.
The G-Man. You sons of bitches. Let's go. Those are the picks. 97-1.
Sam LaPorta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better?
Rookie tight end.
Is he already better than TJ Hawkinson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hawkinson's rookie year, but TJ Hawkinson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
Own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam LaPorta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
Oh, you can't.
Or
even.
TJ Hawkinson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hawkinson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, LaPorta looks great.
LaPorta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hawkinson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better.
We're brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men, open 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It is wicked awesome. NFL reinstating Lions wide receiver Jameson Williams come next week. That'll be 2 weeks earlier than originally planned from his gambling suspension. He will be eligible to play at home against Carolina a week from Sunday. X-rays and defensive back Brian Branch's ankle negative. Coach Campbell says it's likely not a serious injury. Michigan football tomorrow on the road in Nebraska. That's at 3:30 and AM 950. MSU a 12-point dog at 3-1 Iowa tomorrow night. Tigers in Cleveland at Comerica Park, 6:40 here on the ticket as they honor Miguel Cabrera all weekend. He's expected to play all 3 games. Next year, by the way, he will be a special assistant.
It's 11 o'clock
tickets remain for tonight and Saturday are sold out on Sunday. And at the
Where is
Ryder
he?
Cup,
Wake
Europe
him up.
after one-day leads the
Bring him out here in
Americans
his nightie and I'll
6.5
kick his ass
to
on the
1.5.
Leave him alone.
Team USA
It's
did
like,
not win a
don't
single
you
match
get,
out
like,
of
the whole
8.
setting
Europe
of
needs
Holmes?
14.5
It's
points
basically
to
a
win
pep
back
rally
the
at
cup.
Notre Dame.
At the ticket
Like, he's
update
trying to,
desk,
like,
I'm
pump
Jeff
his
Lesson. For
crowd,
more,
you know what I
97 to
mean?
1, the ticket
Lloyd
at
Carr came
Odyssey.com.
out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys. Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to
All
win.
right, time out. You know what? This was an electric commercial, right? I'm very
Yeah,
sorry to
what
Jeff, who
do you
was
expect him to
preparing
say?
his update.
At least he'd done
we
some
were talking
research.
about a couple of things.
It looked like,
First of all,
it looked like brisket on the smoker.
no, I don't care. You know what? Last week, I don't give a damn you played in the NFL. No one cares. This is ridiculous. This is the second week in a row this man's going to hoe us out, leave before who said it, in the name of something nobody cares about. Now, last week it was a rack of ribs. This week it's a stupid hockey game. No one cares. I don't care. You
care,
will sit
TJ.
in that chair and you
care.
will partake in this radio show.
If I would have stayed for Who Said It last week, I would have been ordering pizza.
Well, then maybe you should be a better pit master.
I timed it up perfect.
Listen.
If you have an issue, go across the hall to Jimmy Power's office and have him rework my contract.
What contract?
I get paid for an hour.
This guy. You know what it is? I'll tell you what, it's that ex-jock thing. They think we care what they did 10 years ago. Well, hey, here's the deal there, Mr. Polk High, Al Bundy. Nobody cares about the city championship.
If Who Said It's that important, let's just do it at 3:15.
Listen, we have a schedule we abide by. You are a guest in this house.
I have a schedule I abide by as well.
No, it's listen, the hockey game will be there. So what? You miss a shift. Who cares?
Yeah, what if he scores a huge goal?
You know
I'm not
what?
there.
That's
you
important.
and I both know his mother will have it on video. We know this.
Fair.
Now, why don't you do your damn job? Oh, I want to be a radio star.
My job
And then he
ended
wants
6
to
minutes ago.
leave. You're with us 4:15 for Who Said It.
Questionable.
Come on, act like a man.
Actually, we're downgraded to doubtful.
That's terrible. It's really, honestly, Rico, I got to tell you.
Breaking news: TJ is out.
J-Mo's back and TJ's out.
Game report is in. He's out.
Right. Rumors are TJ is out for Who Said It.
I think it's low rent, to be honest. It's something I'd expect from John, not you.
I liked you a lot more last year.
Fair. All right. Well, we're going to go to the phones then, and TJ will make a choice on what he wants his radio future to be. Let's go to Dwayne, 97.1. What's up, Dwayne?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas.
Afternoon, Dwayne.
Just Just trying to calm down a bit. Obviously, big win last night. JMO News. Look, trying not to get ahead of myself, but I'm excited. So, Mike, I wish I had you for a while here, helping me with my friends, talk them off the ledge. Let them know that this team is real. We get scared of the same SOL stuff. If the KC game didn't do it, last night should have done it. And guess what? The rest of our division knows it too. I was at the game. Everybody was sad there. I was with Bears fans. They sat down the whole game. They knew it. Everybody knows that we're ready. We got this.
That's right. Because you're able to go on the road and you demolish the team. You took them out of their own building. You took the fans out. You dominated the game. And sure, okay, the percentage of NFL games where the other team never gets remotely back in it is about 10%. Yes, they got within 10 points. What'd you do? You answered. 15 plays, 90 yards, whatever it was. End the game.
Right.
So, yeah, Dwayne, it's just people have to accept this team's good. They're real. And I'll stand by it. Give me 6-2 at the bye week, and we're good to go. I don't care what the wins and losses are, 6-2 at the bye week. It's right there for them. And now today, with the NFL giving them a gift, J-Mo being back, we can move up the clock to where we can be at full efficiency on this offense.
Not only did you get J-Mo back, you also get a buy one, get one free with the Carolina Panthers.
Stop
what?
Oh,
wait, you're still here? Stop what?
I'm not talking to you. Rico,
Bryce Young is going to come into Ford Field and beat him.
Well, Andy Dalton might still be playing.
Andy Dalton, really?
Adam Thielen,
Really?
you seen him lately? White Lightning?
Okay. Yeah, okay. If they can handle Vanilla Vic last year, they can handle Andy
Nothing's
Dalton.
given in this league, man.
Except for this one.
Signed Baltimore Ravens losing to the Colts.
Wow. Stunning. Just stunning.
There were a couple terrible, bad upsets last week. Dallas. I know Dallas, Arizona. There was one more.
I'm not worried about that. This team is on a roll.
It's NFL.
This team, the defense is playing above their head. They're making bad teams look bad.
Imagine if they had taken Jalen Carter. I said that on your behalf. You can't be negative, so I just did it for you. Let's go to Doug, 97.1. Doug, what's going on?
How you doing, Michael?
Good, brother.
You know, last night, for the first time in my entire life, I witnessed something that was remarkable. It was dominance. And I think, like a lot of other fans, when Jordan Love ran in that sneak, the SOL thing did creep into my mind. But I also saw something after that, resilience. This team is resilient, and they went back, punched them right back in the mouth, and they won that game. They took the soul of the Green Bay Packers, and I couldn't get over hearing "Let's Go Lions" on the broadcast in Lambeau. I mean, that's something that's never happened. That place has been haunted for every Lions fan as far back as I can remember. And it's so hard to accept it because we've never had good things happen in my lifetime, really. And finally, this team is real, and we got to ride this wave, like you said. We are a real football team. We are in the top notch of the NFC, a very wide open NFC, and we are a team to be reckoned with, and the division knows it, and the rest of the damn NFL better know it too, sir.
Yeah, Doug, the funny thing was I think it quieted every household party last night in rooms like, wait, am I hearing what I'm hearing? Is that "Let's Go Lions"? Like everybody was like, shh. And yeah, sure enough, you heard it bleed through the TV speakers.
And Rico, I know I don't like I feel like we're all on the edge of with Carolina. Yeah, it could be a win, but like TJ just said, it's the NFL. But the way this team is playing, the way we're dominating up front on both sides of the ball,
don't be scared.
And everyone's contributing. Harris contributed last night. McNeil looked like a man on fire last night. I don't know what they put in that Gatorade, but dang, our D line ate Jordan Love for dinner last night. With TJ's ribs, man, that was just insane, man. It was quite a
well, and you got a shot here. Couple opponents coming up here. Tampa Bay's offensive line is a mess for everyone not named Tristan Wirfs. You know, Carolina's O-line is all kinds of beat up. Look, you got opportunities here. We'll take a few days and enjoy it. You're going to be rested. I agree with Rico. You'll be the better part of a touchdown favorite against Carolina. They got the Keebler Elf starting. Take care of business.
Yeah.
And you're built to sustain.
Oh, you're still here. I apologize.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking to you, Rico.
Okay.
You're built to sustain,
apologies.
right? These are teams. You can run the ball and you can stop the run. That's what wins you games late in the season. That's what wins you games in the playoffs.
TJ, I know you're not supposed to look ahead, but you look at this Lions schedule.
He's looking ahead to that hockey game.
And you probably only one game you won't be favored for a long time. which means just go handle your business.
That's right.
Yeah, and you've shown now twice on the road, primetime games.
Yeah.
You play your style of football, you can beat anybody in this
Because that's more impressive because here at Ford Field, I expect them with the crowd behind you, but you've gone and silenced two places known to be a house of horror.
Right, yeah.
And at the end, your fans are left, their fans are on the freeway.
Yeah, two places that are almost impenetrable by opposing fans, right? You don't see Lambeau usually get taken over from opposing teams. You don't see Arrowhead get taken over.
The fact
from
that
opposing
Montgomery
fans.
felt comfortable enough to do a Lambeau leap.
Yeah,
into Lions fans, but still, think about that.
Yeah, Amon-Ra did. I mean, he got a beer poured over his head, but he
things
still
happen.
got out there. But this is a team that, and you look back in each and every game too. The reason why they stuck with Montgomery, I think, so long yesterday is because they knew he was going to continue to get better. Their run game has been at its best in the fourth quarter when they need a big drive, when they need to go where 6, 7, 8 minutes off the clock and punch in a touchdown. That's when they've been their best. And I think that's what's been so impressive. And I think that's why Montgomery got the heavy workload last night, is because he was that reliable guy, and he knew, hey, eventually these 2 3-yard runs are going to turn into 8, 9, 10-yard runs, and that's exactly what happened when the fourth quarter rolled around.
Well, this brings us to a crossroads. We're going to do Who Said It.
Enjoy.
It's really sad.
Have fun.
Okay. It's hurtful, I got to tell you.
I'll call in. I told you I'll call in.
I hope the ice melts.
Well, if it helps,
Tom
Roberto
Pelisseri is reporting that TJ will not be doing
Yeah,
it.
that's right.
I'm going to be out. I'm going on IR for Who Said It.
TJ will be back in December.
We keep doing it at 5 o'clock. I'm on IR.
He's out until next week.
Well, have fun at your hockey game. I hope it's
do.
everything you dream of. For the rest of
Good to
us,
see you too, Mike.
Hugs and kisses. We'll talk to you later. Leave me hanging here, right here. Okay, you're number one.
Bye, Rico.
Bye, buddy. Goodbye, friend. Yeah. Hey, Rico, why don't you walk our illustrious guest out of here? You scab. Get out of here.
Keeping these sunglasses.
And I'm keep the belt, keep the sunglasses, do whatever you like. It was a gift, Todd. I'm keeping it. All right, America's favorite place to watch football. Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino in Vegas. Catch all the biggest games. 6 pools, 3 floors, the biggest outdoor sports book in America. It's all there at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas. Stadium Swim. Book that spot today. CircaLasVegas.com. That's CircaLasVegas.com. Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who her the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute? In this picture, Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday. Barnes jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh,
mean,
I'm tough,
angry.
John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
All right, every week we do this where we take a listen to what happened, what was said on these airwaves from our coworkers, and we try to figure out who said it.
The game America loves to hate and hates to love. No, I'm terrible at it, but it's a thought-provoking exercise. All right.
Because everything sounds like Wojo in the morning.
I'm going to stay away from that remark because we're keeping it positive. We're in first place in the NFC North. J-Mo's back. As David said during the break, God is good. Let's do it.
All right. So this edition today of Who Said It is going to be a pre-Thursday night football predictions game. So this is what you guys have been saying all week leading up to last night's game and what you think was going to happen. Somebody might have said that. All right. Are we ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. First one. I think it is a big game, but I don't think it's a make or break game like some people think it is.
See, right off the top, I'll tell you what it sounds like.
Cookies?
Damn right. That soft-pedaling moral victory putts. I'm so happy they won, and Jared Goff flipped off the camera and said, F Costa.
Yeah.
That sounds like Costa.
I'm trying to think who else was giving the moral victories. Did they do it in the midday show? I wasn't listening. So I'm going to go with cookies.
You have to show up for work to do that.
Okay, guys, again, it's a positive Friday.
Geez.
We're in first place.
I was just trying to think, like, what?
I think he's talking about what I said.
Oh.
I also thought cookies. That was the first thought I had. So I'm going to go with cookies.
Now, Kenny has been the best at this game over the long haul. It's weird.
He
This
does-
happens to be his life
He
skill.
does double dip.
That's true. But I will use the jank rule if need be. I'll be honest about it.
You know who said this?
I don't know who
Oh.
said this, but it's somebody that is already potentially excusing a loss. It's not a make or break game, right? So it's nobody on this show because
No.
we all were all in on this.
That's right.
So to me, it sounds like it could be a Wojo or it could be a Cookies. But I think Cookies said this.
Well, Cookies got mad at me saying, no, you have to win this game. He got like real indignant.
Whoa.
What did he morph into Gosder Cherylus? Whoa. All right. I think it's Cookies.
I do too.
Who said it?
All right. Who's right? Who said it?
I think it's a big game, but I don't think it's a make or break game like some people think it is.
Biggest waffler on the station. How do we not guess that one?
Because
He's always on the fence.
Oh, Stoney, how could you do that to us? All right. Damn it, I hate this game. All right. Number 2.
All right, here we go. I just think it's going to be a really close game, and I think the defense will come through in the end, and a field goal by Green Bay will be no good.
I just hope both teams have fun.
Orange slices.
Right.
I'm going to say, I'm going to go from the book of David Hull. Sounds like Gator. That sounds like a Gator kind of predicting the game, final outcome. Going to miss a field goal, we'll win. Everybody's happy.
Okay.
I like the other co-host in this. I like Kang in this.
No, it's the missed field goal by Green Bay that tells me that's Gator. That's all I needed to hear.
All right. I don't have a strong opinion. I'll lean on you two with this. I want to make sure we get to all of these, so I'll follow suit. Say Gator.
All right. Who said it?
And I just think it's going to be a really close game.
Yep.
And I think the defense will come through.
Honest
in
to
the end.
God. Stoney, do you have a
Field goal by Green Bay
spine?
will be no good.
He answered you. He said no good. He doesn't have one.
Oh, no.
Come on. I'm sorry. I'm upset. That's damn it. You're the Godfather. Do better.
What you got next for?
Oh, golly gee. Field goal. No good.
But it'll be no good.
Next. This game sucks.
Here we go. It would almost get to the point that if you lose tomorrow, the Thanksgiving Day game, you could see over the next few weeks turning into a must-win.
Now, I will tell you I said something similar. I don't think I said it that way. All I said is the importance is you want to force Green Bay to come here and have to win. I didn't say it about you. I said steal it from them now. Right. I don't think it's me. No. So I wanted to at least, but what
I
do you
didn't think it was you either. You know what?
Maybe it's Stoney again.
He's been doing this for the longest. I'm simply going to say Stoney because Roberto's lazy. And he just listened to the morning show. And he just took
Could today be the day of all Stoney edition?
Now
I'm going
All right.
Stoney.
All right, Kenny, you look very stressed.
Could I hear this one more time? Because I have an initial guess, but I want to hear something.
It would almost get to the point that if you lose tomorrow, the Thanksgiving Day game you could see over the next few weeks turning into a must-win.
A lot of caveats, a lot of what ifs. This sounds like it could be a Doug Karsh, a Karshian masterpiece.
I also don't buy he's going triple Stoney. You never go triple Stoney. David, you look confused. Are you all right?
Because I don't want to guess Stoney. I don't want to guess
You know
Stoney.
what, guys? I represent. Pick somebody else. I'll cover the house. I'll take Stoney.
I'll go with Kang then.
I'm gonna go with Kenny. The whole Karshian tease, if you will. I don't really have a strong read, but go ahead. Who said it?
Who said it?
It would almost get to the point that if you lose tomorrow, the Thanksgiving Day game, you could see over the next few weeks turning into a must-win.
Wow,
I'm
good
on a
job.
plane to Nebraska.
Good job. Very nice. Doug Karsh.
Roberto, are you present? Let's go. Keep it
Okay.
rolling. Come
All
on.
right, I was just saying congratulations.
Well, thank you. Here. Hold on. I have a speech prepared. I'd like to thank Jesus Christ and my family and everyone who supported me for getting this right.
All right, here we go.
Is this the Oscars? You gotta believe. Nobody believed in us. God did.
All right, that's enough. All right, that's enough now. Here we go. I think it does mean something to beat Green Bay. Even if it's not the Aaron Rodgers Green Bay team, it still has the mystique of the Green Bay Packers.
That feels like Wojo to me. Doesn't it?
I'm going Wojo as well. All I heard was Wednesdays with Wojo.
Mystique, and that could either be Wojo or Cookies, but I'm going to say Wojo. I think it is Wojo.
No, he's right, though. Nobody uses big, folksy words to sound smart more than Jimmy. So it does mean, like I'm Network Costa.
Yeah, right.
I don't know, man. That's sneaky Costa.
It is sneaky Costa, but it's obvious Wojo.
And it is a honeypot for Roberto to use Wednesdays with Wojo.
He does love using that segment.
David, your thoughts?
I can't remember another day Cookies was on outside of yesterday, so I have to go Wojo.
Hold on.
Because Cookies didn't say it yesterday.
He was on today.
But this is pre-game.
Wasn't he on Monday?
Oh, you're right.
I think he worked
Morning
Monday.
show.
Yeah, real stressful week for Jim.
Well,
Yeah.
Jim
Big 2
Costa
days.
was on pre-game yesterday.
Yeah, but he didn't say that. I was sitting right here. He didn't say that.
He didn't say much of anything. He basically looked at Rico and I and said, do my job.
Oh, jeez.
Hey, I'm hosting network, but it's Mike and Rico.
Positive.
Oh, hey, these guys are until 7:15. Let me lean on them.
Wojo.
All right, I'm going to go Wojo. Kenny's going sneaky Costa. Who said it?
Who said it?
I do think it means something to beat Green
F
Bay.
this.
Even though it's not an Aaron Rodgers Green Bay team, it still has the mystique of the Green Bay Packers.
You know the worst part is after he plays it, you wonder how the hell didn't I get it? Mm-hmm. You hear Gators saying it, your blood starts to boil, and you go, how didn't I get this? David, I know. It's okay. That hurts when it's Gator because you always guess Gator.
I know, and he is scared of things, so.
All right.
I guess he did a good job this week. We got time for one?
No, we do not
You
have
did a
time
good
for
job,
it.
Roberto.
It was very confusing and taxing.
Thank you.
It had a theme.
Right. It's amazing.
My God, competency.
You know what? Let's be positive.
We're being positive.
Stay positive. Stay
J-Mo's
positive.
back.
Positive,
Who said
you're
it wasn't
competent.
a disaster? And the weather's looking up next week.
There it is.
Boom. Let's take care of some business. We'll get to your calls next. All right, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook right now. New customers, $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. You've been thinking about joining. Well, I mean, what else are you waiting for? It's the heart of football. Get involved. It's FanDuel. More ways to play, more betting markets, more SGPs, all of it. FanDuel.com/ticket. Kick off the NFL season with FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
And we're brought to you by the good people at Twin Peaks. NFL reinstating troubled Lions wide receiver Jameson Williams come Monday. That is 2 weeks earlier than expected from his gambling suspension. He will be eligible to play at home against Carolina a week from Sunday. X-rays on defensive back Brian Branch's ankle negative. Coach Campbell says it's likely not a serious injury. Tigers, Cleveland tonight, Comerica Park, 6:40 first pitch here in the ticket. They honor Miguel Cabrera all weekend. He's expected to play all 3 games. Next year, he will be a special assistant to the president. A few tickets remain for tonight and Saturday. They are sold out on Sunday. Tomorrow, Michigan favored by 17 at 2-2 Nebraska. That's at 3:30 and AM 950. MSU a 12-point dog at 3-1 Iowa tomorrow night. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. I'll explain later, David. 248-539-9797. Why don't we
Good day.
Why don't we just get to the people? Yeah.
It's like Ice Cube said, today's a good day.
Because tomorrow won't be.
Let's step in today.
Iowa 23.
You know what?
MSU 0.
Today, Iowa can't score.
Iowa can't hurt me today.
Right now, we're handing out buy one, get one free coupons because with last night's victory, you get a victory.
You have a really
in
good
9
team.
days.
Like you're real. The Lions are real. Do you accept it as fact? Yeah. We go to Keith, 97.1. Hello, Keith.
What's going on, fellas?
Keith,
Big
good to hear
Keith.
you again. What's going on?
Oh, man.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they are for real. I got to tell you guys something. Man. Do you know how good it feels to look in that press box or the offices upstairs and see a confident GM? Do you know how many times I felt you remember that movie The Omen when the nanny would jump out she stood out on the ledge and said, "It's all for you, Damien." You know how many drafts I stood out there, "It's all for you, Quinn," and just wanted to jump off a ledge. It feels so good watching a competent GM put together a competent product on that field. After so many years of wanting and wishing. Do I believe? Yes, I do. And I'm so glad they put the NFL on notice because finally I can say this is not the same old Lions.
No. Same old Lions don't go on the road, short turnaround in the division, and dump truck an opponent. They just don't do it.
But I'll say this, Keith. You know, in order for same old Lions to die.
Oh, no.
No, Lions fans need to stop bringing up same old Lions and just live right
Bell.
here, right now.
Bell.
Well, Rico, you got to understand the wounds are deep, bro. And it's going to take a minute.
Listen.
You know
But
what?
I'm
Go get
enjoying
some,
the ride while
go
I
get
got
some
it.
back team, put
Listen.
it on there. You'll be okay.
Here's the deal, Keith. You broke up with her 10 years ago.
Right.
She can't hurt you no more. It's over.
Right. Quit driving past our house.
All
It's
right?
okay.
That's right. She moved on. She married a loser. You're a winner, Keith. Remember that. Say it in the mirror. Stop letting this team hurt you.
Right. Because, you guys, no, you guys mentioned same old Lions.
Oh, last night. Oh, my God. I can't
In the
believe
third
this
quarter.
is real life. I'm like, it all makes sense on paper. This isn't magic.
No.
They win up front.
And surprise, surprise, as Keith said, you go out and your draft picks in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th rounds stick and play on the team.
And what it makes up for is the mistakes Brad Holmes has made.
Yeah.
Okay? He's
No
not-
GM is perfect.
No, the point is, barring something spectacular, J-Mo's a mistake. Because the entire time, if you had drafted Davis the way we wanted, you make the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
If you drafted Davis, what do you think your front looks like? So my point is, it looks like a mistake. It's a pick I tried to defend. But he's done so well with like we talked about it. Branch and LaPorta are better than Campbell and Gibbs.
Once again, if I told you that they were the first round picks,
I'd have
you would
no
be like,
problem.
Oh, man, those were great first rounders. Actually, they were in the 2nd.
Jack Campbell's uniform, way too clean last night. Again. And why am I looking at Montgomery getting 32 carries and the other guy gets 9? Come on now.
And you know, hey, we staying positive.
We are. But my point is, it's a credit to Holmes that things like that aren't arising because of how well he's drafting in other spots. It was a compliment by way of Angst.
You know what? I should have asked him in cross. Like, next time you do cash the ticket and download that if you haven't.
Oh, thank you.
Ask Cookies, does he believe in Goff yet? Because Goff may not be Patrick Mahomes. But you know what he is? He gets the job done.
But Cookies, David said this to me in private. Cookies is a non-believer. He don't believe in God. He don't believe in haircuts, collared shirts. Cookies just doesn't believe.
He believes in cats.
Right. He believes in rats that purr, and he drives a clown car. I don't know what his problem with Goff is, because right now I look up, and here you are. If you value PFF, you don't. Just take a grain of salt. PFF's number 4 overall quarterback. Is he perfect? No. Do you need to protect him? Yeah. But he's good, guys.
Yeah, he throws the pick, and okay, I gave you one, and that's all you get. Watch what I'm about to do to you next.
He's good enough. I'll continue to say this, and I know there's weeks I'll look stupid. Rico, he's good enough to get you to a Super Bowl.
Mike, he
if
is.
Rat Purdy's good enough, Jared Goff's good enough.
I really thought we were bonding.
Rat Purdy, number 18 on PFF's list.
You mean Brock Purdy? No, but the fact that Goff stands in there, knows he's going to get hit, takes the hit, gets up, and just moves the ball down the field. I like that.
That's right. Tanner, 97.1. What's
Brock
up, Tanner?
Purdy.
How are you?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. What's going on?
Hey, so I got something on both sides of the ball that have really stood out the last couple of weeks. I think why I think this team is different.
Okay.
Number one, I'm not very happy. I wasn't very happy that after getting 24 points in the first 17 minutes of the game, I was really hoping for that 40 burger to throw on these guys and really, really make that statement. And they let them back in a little bit. But the difference was, I feel like through the Patricia era and just with Stafford in general, when third quarter historically we always kind of let the team get back in, just didn't know how to close. But this team, unlike those teams, knows when it's time to flip the switch back on, but not in a panic, and really knew that, hey, this is the drive where we got to take time off the clock. We will run the ball at will, and we have to put points up. But it's not.
Well, and let me give you one more example, too. Tanner, think about it. Quay Walker, who, by the way, is a bird brain. I mean, this kid really is a bird brain. But Quay Walker takes a ridiculous penalty on a field goal, and you made him pay. You made him pay by cashing it in, 15 plays, and we're going to get 7, and we're really going to finish this thing. That's what good teams do. Yeah. And that's how I know you're a good team.
That's right. And that was perfect, and they did the same thing against the Falcons, where it got a little bit interesting.
That's right.
And they had that long drive that just sucked the life out of them, too.
Right. This isn't, I think the problem that happens, Tanner, and look, it's a blessing. It's why part of the reason I love working here is we have college football and people care. But college football perverts people's perception of realities on Sunday. Because on Saturday, we see teams, 38 bagel executions. The NFL is different. The idea that you're going to play a game where the opponent is never in it nor gets into it is not reality. And I don't care who you are.
Right. The Dolphins-Broncos game doesn't come around that often.
Bills-Commanders. Right. There's like one a Sunday. Other than that, you're going to be in a cage match.
Right.
And when the other team starts to get back in it, you have to make a decision as a team whether we're going to respond or not. You did.
Yeah, it's a blowout is probably 10 to 13 points.
Or if you're a Niners fan, it's every week. Privilege. I will say, your Thursday night uniforms, those are fire, as the kids would say. They're beautiful. 248-539-9797.
Unfortunately, next week's Thursday night game, well, you could probably go ahead and mow the lawn. Bears,
Commanders.
Yeah. I was like, what's the name of the team?
It's bad when you're cutting a commercial for a corporate sponsor and you openly tell them this is unwatchable. So you probably need to bet on it to make it watchable. Close quote.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went off script. I couldn't sell people on Thursday night being excited.
Bears, Commanders.
Bears, Commanders. Divorce. You pick.
But I will say once again, Lions, congratulations. You went on national TV and you showed the world what Detroit's all about. And with the fans showing up as well, man, that go ahead. What are you about to hit?
In essence, the Lions are...
You know what? They are.
They are. It feels good, doesn't it? It's nice. Nice. All right. More of your calls. Prop Bet Casino. Is TJ joining us today?
Did he make it back?
I
from the
received
plane?
no communications from him last night.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Oh, I can tell you why. I'll show you the video.
Oh, dear. 97.1. Hi, it's me again. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more than Northville Lumber. Last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex decking from Northville to cover 26 football fields. There's a reason Northville Lumber sells so much. It's because it's all in stock. Some as low as $1.59 a foot. What else are you waiting on? Whether you're a pro or a do-it-yourselfer, Northville Lumber has you covered. Get the products you need at the price you want. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a.
Oh.
Where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
But where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake him up. Bring him out here in his nightie, and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like, dude, don't you get, like, the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like, he's trying to, like, pump his crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if Lloyd Carr came out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys. Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to pump the fans up. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah. What do you expect him to say?
At least he'd done some research.
It looked like somebody told Ryan Day at halftime, if you lose this game, you're fired. Like, that's what his post-game press conference looked like. He looked so stressed out.
Yes.
It just
Professed his love for the state of Ohio
goodness,
and the Ohio State.
It's always been us versus everybody. I mean, hey, you got the win, right?
Yeah, it's a big win on the road.
Yeah, but it's like you're Ohio State. Like, you're a powerhouse.
They were favored.
Right? Yeah, right, but you're favored. You're a powerhouse. I don't know if that's really the time to, like, boast or kind of brag. Like, you won the game, right? But
yeah.
It's kind of like he didn't. It was just weird, man. Let's go after Lou Holtz. Guy's barely hanging on, man. Let him enjoy the rest of his life.
Right. However many days that may be.
Need this.
Yeah. If it's true that, hey, Rico thinks that Michigan State would be willing to pay triple, whatever it is that Marcus Freeman is making, that would be in the ballpark of $9 to $15 million. Do you think Michigan State right now is ready to pony up $9 to $15 million for their next head coach? They can. That's not the question.
No, I know. Yes, they could financially.
Couple of news and notes. I mean, it's an incredible day. Lions are first place in NFC North. Dump truck the Packers. J-Mo gets a pardon from the NFL. We found Tupac's killer.
Yeah, first time in 6 years, not Tupac's killer, but Lions in first place all by themselves.
Right, and
Tupac killer has been basically sitting at the police department waiting for them to arrest him.
And we have a major award. And Kenny will be proud. Kenny's our resident SEC hunk, right? Loves the SEC. Nobody does it like the SEC. Everything else
they
is a
want
pillow
more,
fight, right? Well, it means more.
Yeah.
Well, do you know the SEC has 7 of the top 10 in STD infection rate? I'd like to congratulate Kenny and his Southern brethren, because apparently there's a chlamydia outbreak of biblical proportions. Mississippi, number 1 in the poll. Louisiana, number 2. Georgia, number 3. South Carolina, number 4. Bama, number 6.
Roll Tide.
How did South Dakota get in the mix, huh? Arkansas coming in at 8.
Somebody flew home.
But apparently, the South, the STDs are an epidemic. Just figured everyone would want to know.
Means more
in the SEC.
The STD SEC.
Just make the patch. 1949, 2023. All right. Here's the other thing. David, I know you have special music. I wanted to do this now so we can get back into the Lions. But we have the latest and greatest coaching list for Michigan State's vacancy. Brought to you by a man who's, well, the next story he gets right will be the first. Brett McMurphy, everybody.
The Murphster.
So, Brett McMurphy says, source tells me. Here's the problem. You know what the sources are this time of year? Hangers on, agents.
Oh, there it is.
No one who actually makes a decision is talking to Brett McMurphy right now. Sorry to tell you that. But here we go. MSU candidates. Sources tell Action Network HQ.
Wait, can I guess?
Well, you've seen the list. That's not fair.
Okay.
It's not fair.
I was just trying to, it's theater of the mind.
All right, hold on. So let me start. It'll all be downhill from here. Ready? First guy on the list, Mike Elko, head coach Duke. I don't have any issue with it. I don't know that I'm all in.
He's on everybody's list.
But it makes sense.
As you stated before, right now he's the hot name, but in 6 weeks, no. You may be able to do better.
And now we go off a cliff. The second name on Brett McMurphy's list,
Arkansas offensive coordinator Dan Enos. Dan Enos has been Satan to every fan base that he's ever coached at. Nobody wants him there. Ask an Arkansas fan if they're pumped up to have him at OC.
Yeah, I was about to say, including the 10 minutes he gave the middle finger to Michigan.
Oh, but he played at State. Right. That's number 2 on the list.
Remember, he was on the Michigan staff for 10 minutes.
Right.
I forgot about that.
Yes.
Now, the next name on Brett McMurphy's list. LSU defensive coordinator Matt House. One problem, LSU's defense. Outside the top 100 in every analytic. Great. You've hired more attractive Scotty Hazelton.
I was about to say, yeah, you just keep the party going.
Number 4 on the list, Charles Huff. Marshall head coach, 39 years old, Alabama, Penn State, spent a year at Western. Okay.
Top recruiter, but.
Number 5, march to the stadium and tear it down brick by brick if they hire this man.
Oh, is he coming down from the press box?
As Jeff Rieger famously used to say, it's the Nard Dog.
It's the Nard Dog. Yeah.
If they hire Pat Narduzzi, shut the program down. I'd say burn the stadium to the ground, but it's a erector set and it wouldn't burn. And the last name on the list, a man with a brim on his hat so fierce, they may as well be blinkers on a horse. A man whose defenses were famous for giving up 4th and forevers, and it would be the D'Antonio hire. I give you Mike Tressel. Ha ha.
Lockdown Wisconsin defense.
I just beg of you. Please.
So wait. So is this everybody who had anything to do with Michigan State not named Pat Shurmur?
The only guy missing would be like Robert Newkirk or Sorry Canoe. I have nothing to offer you. Please do not take Brett McMurphy's list seriously. No one making a decision would be offering these names. They might be somewhere on a list between 30 and 50th.
Elko and Huff,
fine.
Sure.
Matt
the
House,
rest,
Nardog, Dan Enos, shut the program down.
I did see one with Pat Fitzgerald.
No.
And I was like, that may just be a little too soon.
Just wanted to take 4 minutes out of a 4-hour show and give that to you. I thought you'd enjoy the music. I thought you would enjoy the list. I'm not stressing.
No, I'm not. I'll give you credit for something. And here's the thing. I like to think outside the box. Everybody's giving you all these different names. But in essence, you got to make a top 15 hire. But who's the best candidate you won't know for another 6-7 weeks? It's like saying who's the best team in college football right now.
You're starting your process, and you're going to cast a wide net. But there's A selections, B selections, and then dear God help us if we get to this list.
Because you know what happened after the last game of Colorado? I don't hear about their coordinator anymore.
Oh, Sean Lewis?
Yeah.
Look, I'm not going to deep dive into
No.
this.
I'm not saying that he's gone, but everybody wanted him.
I respect what he did at Kent State because that is the poverty program of poverty programs. Like, that's like not only do you have body odor, you have the worst body odor on the continent. That's Kent State. He damn near went 500 there. He's a brilliant offensive mind, outstanding beard, and 37 years old. He'll get hired, Rico.
No, he will.
I just don't know if this is the job.
But it's just that name that everybody wants.
I know.
Yeah.
Don't worry. All right, I'm glad we did that. Now we can go positive again. Lions next. NFL. New customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet with FanDuel. Win or lose. And if you've been thinking about joining, I don't know what you're waiting on. You're in the height of football. FanDuel.com/tickets. More markets, more ways to play. It's FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117.
if it's true that, hey, Rico thinks that Michigan State would be willing to pay triple, whatever it is that Marcus Freeman is making, that would be in the ballpark of $9 to $15 million. Do you think Michigan State right now is ready to pony up $9 to $15 million for their next head coach? They can. That's not the question.
No, I know. Yes, they could financially. They'll have no problem doing that. I don't think they would do that right now. I don't. I think they're going to scale back a little bit.
They possibly could.
A little bit. I mean, now how much would Urban cost?
I don't know. You probably get Urban at a discount if he just simply wants to get back into coaching.
Yeah.
Because he's got some baggage.
Yeah, you think? Yeah.
Yeah,
But he's a great.
There's no question. We've never denied that.
College football coach.
Yeah, and he's a great recruiter.
Yeah.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men, open 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It is wicked awesome. You heard it today right here at 97.1 The Ticket, the National Football League. Reinstating troubled Lions receiver Jameson Williams come next week, and that is 2 weeks earlier than originally planned. And that means he will be eligible to play against Carolina at Ford Field a week from Sunday. Good news on Lions DB Brian Branch. His ankle was x-rayed. They're negative. Coach
Heather
Campbell
has been
said
combing
likely not
the
serious.
Lions. I have.
Michigan football
It's so
tomorrow on
hottest
Brother
Lion.
Station.
It's so
AM
hard
950
based off of these
WWJ
little, like, team
against
photos.
Nebraska
Right.
on
You
the
know who's
road. It
really
begins
cute?
at 3:30.
In this
MSU plays
picture,
tomorrow night at
Derek
Iowa.
Barnes.
Tigers Cleveland tonight
This
at Comerica
he's so
Park,
cute.
6:40 as they say
I like
goodbye to
him.
Miguel
Derek
Cabrera all
Barnes.
weekend.
Derek Barnes.
Hear it right here on
Colin?
97.1 The
Birthday?
Ticket.
Barnes.
Meanwhile,
He's got a nice smile.
at the
I like-
Ryder
I
Cup,
like his smile.
the Americans
Super
getting
cute.
trashed
Speaking of
6.5 to 1.5 after
we
one
just learned
day. And if
something
you
about
feel as
John
if
in the
you've
break
seen this
that you
movie
might have
before,
mentioned before,
it's
but I
because you
don't know.
have.
Shocked
Despite
anyone.
being favored
No.
every time they meet, the Americans haven't won
you
in
have
Europe
a
since
unwritten
Bill
rule.
Clinton was in
I
the
have a
White
personal
House
policy.
in
Go
1993.
Go ahead, explain.
Yes.
Tell everybody
National
what
Ticket
the
policy
Update
is
Desk.
any
I'm Jeff
football
Lesson.
picture,
For more
you don't smile.
97.1 The Ticket or
Gotta
Odyssey.com.
be bad.
Oh, I'm tough,
angry.
I'm tough, John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
Oh, glory be. We are the best. The Lions, they hit Matt LaFleur with a speeding train. First place in the North, stealing a divisional road game, emasculating the Packers. J-Mo getting a last-minute pardon from the governor. He's back. Goodell says you're forgiven. You beat the Packers on national TV. Bomb squad. Divisional game, first place in the North. J-Mo's back.
I don't know. Oh, and we found Tupac's killer. It is a banner Friday.
This may be the best day in Lions history in a long time.
Not even Scotty Hazelton could ruin it. Just wait. That's tomorrow.
See, I want to. You're like the SOL people. Just focus on the positive.
I'm excited
on the positive.
And my positive is
Don't mention the other name.
I'm positive we're winning the division. I'm positive they get a A+ grade through the first 4 games, being 3-1. And now with J-Mo returning early, with the vibes of last night, I'd like to upgrade them from an 11-win team to 12. This is a 12-5 football team.
I mean, looking at that schedule and seeing that Bryce Young will now be playing in the game on this
12-5.
weekend.
6-2 at the break.
You're 4-1.
Right, 6-2 at the break is all I need.
Yeah, you're winning the next game.
People,
Bryce Young is back.
I want to know where you're at. Do you finally
buy one get one free, David?
Do you finally accept you got a really good football team? That even when the Pack tried to make a comeback, you snuffed it right out. That, yes, Seattle happened. And how did they respond? 2 dominant performances in a row. You got wins in Kansas City and Green Bay in the month of September on primetime. Rico's right. You got 10 days to rest up and play a team that's quarterbacked by the Keebler Elf. Okay, it's got to be a win.
Yeah.
You know, yes, you're going to have losses. There's going to be things that go wrong. But you're getting healthy. You got a big bonus today because now, a month early, J-Mo gets to come back.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to know where you're at with it. Because for me, last night meant a lot. It's why I wasn't accepting Jim Costa's moral victory bistro.
Or Stoney's.
Right, win. Good teams go out and win. You went and crushed the Packers. That game was over in the first quarter.
And the thing is, Mike, that team knows that they're a good team. And that's what's the difference. It's no hope. It's no, well, maybe if we do this, they know. I mean, watching Goff throw the interception, shrugged it off. You know, you're about to run into our defense. We'll get the ball back. You won't score a touchdown. Maybe you'll get a field goal, and that's it. And sure enough, they kick the field. They go backwards, kick a field goal, and then the Lions eviscerated them. So when you're watching this, they know. It's like Campbell finally gets it. I don't have to just go for it all the time because I have a good defense. They rushed 4. There was no blitz packaging. It was just 4 guys. You move Aidan around, but it was just 4 guys. And Love took his helmet off, and he had the same look that Desmond Ridder had of just what is going on. Who are these guys we're playing? Because that's not the Detroit Lions that I know.
And that's good. You don't want to know them. They're the ones who didn't have their life together.
You really didn't. Because this Lions team, they have their life together.
They're good. They're physical, and they're built right. This is what I've been saying for the last year, basically. Once they got their life together, right, they were on the precipice. I mean, when they were sitting 1-6, if Dan Campbell didn't get it turned around quick, and you were talking about a guy who was 4-24 as head coach, guys, you were looking at the cliff. But they turned it around. They started to play well. Then they stacked wins. Then we had the fantasy of making the playoffs. Got it dashed. Answered the bell against the Packers versus lying down. And what they've done to start this season at 3-1 is build. The Seattle game, I will go to my grave believing they should have won. But they gave it away. The fumble by Montgomery, the pick 6, and the worst defensive game plan you'll ever see. But all you can do is move forward. What have they done the last 8 quarters?
See, I think if you had to do it all over again, I think that Campbell would have been more aggressive in that final 50 seconds.
I know.
So, yeah, I think that they learned their lesson, and you've just seen a different team. Goff is just out there taking punishing hits, getting up, moving the ball down the field. Montgomery comes back and shows you that he's the workhorse of this offense. I mean, it's hard to stop this team because there's not one person that you have to stop. Okay, fine. You slow Montgomery down, Goff will just beat you in the air. LaPorta didn't do that much, but he didn't have to.
248-539-9797. Let's get to it. I want to know if you are now fully over the PTSD. And frankly,
they're not.
Okay.
And I mean, not to cut you off, but I promise you, Lions fans in the third quarter, when the Packers took the ball down and scored, we're all thinking, I knew it was too good to be true.
248-539-9797. David, where are you at with it?
The fact that I thought the end of the first quarter was the end of the first half because they dominated that game so much that I'm like, oh, there's no way. There's still a second quarter here. They took control of the defensive line and the offensive line. They had Decker searching for blocks. Hutchinson was all over the place, which you're right, Mike. If you said this, he does have to get more comfortable when they move him inside. He does have to get more comfortable there because you can just tell he's not. And the minute you know that, an offensive lineman's not going to worry about it because you're no threat there. But
That was funny
overall,
'cause they highlighted him at one point. Look, he's just walking around. Well, that one wasn't a good one because he got blocked. But you know what we mean, people.
But the addition, I think, of Buggs, for some reason, I don't care what happened to bench him the first few weeks of the season, but he's not going to allow them to bench him again. He played well, and that helps the defensive line. But overall, they took control of that game. They took control of the division.
That's it. Now your job is 3-1 in the next 4. I mean, ask any NFL fan. Rico, you got one of the best teams in football. Would you take 3-1 blindly in the next 4? Damn right. David, you don't even know who the Steelers play your next 4. Would you take 3-1?
Yes, I would.
Giants, same deal. I don't care who you are. Call up Philadelphia radio today so you could sign a blood oath with Satan to go 3-1 in your next 4. You're going to take it. That's all you can ask for a football team. That gets you to a 12-4 with a swing at the end. That's elite. So now, line up and do it again. 10 days rest.
Yeah, 12-4. Worst case is you're 12-5 to finish the year off.
And the best part, by the time you are back and you play Carolina, your best corner is going to be in the lineup in Mosley. One of your starting safeties will be back in Kirby Joseph. You'll get Brian Branch healthy, who got dinged up last night. Your offensive line has a chance to be totally intact, the whole bit.
And you get to work in your receiver. Jamo, back.
That's the one I have a feeling we're going to be doing a lot of shows on. Because I think it's going to take a while.
But see, because he's back earlier than expected, just treat it that same way. And just slowly get him back into the line. Nobody expected him back until what? The Ravens? It was the Ravens. Would have been the first game back. So, yeah, and that's October 22nd. You get it early. So just go ahead and take your time with it.
What a day. What a Friday. I mean, you don't get many of these. You really don't.
This may be the best day for the Lions since that playoff victory against the Cowboys.
Okay, now hold on. What about Christmas Eve with Cliff Averill?
Okay.
Come on. I mean, give the people something, for Christ's sakes.
No, but I'm just saying where it meant something. Okay, yeah, it was a good day here.
And it was a divisional opponent on the road.
You were headed to the NFC Championship.
Hey, by the way, I'm being serious. Who wants to be in their current spot less on a day-to-day basis? Kenny or Al Michaels? All Al Michaels wanted to do was be on his couch in his underwear. He has no desire to broadcast these games. Al, you can kindly leave.
Maybe he doesn't like the Amazon sales department.
Then he should get a look at ours. 248-539. Oopsie daisy. 97.1. We'll get your calls next.
Hey, guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. What are you waiting for? You want a career in radio, TV? Maybe you could become the next Al Michaels one day, but you will actually care about what you're doing. Why? Because you're going to be taught by some of the best in the business. If you're a graphics design artist, don't worry. They have you covered as well. Here's what I need you to do. Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program. Specs at LTU, located right here in the heart of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business. That means we're not going to waste your time, but you will start learning from day one. Why? You're going to get your hands dirty. It's not a lot of classroom work. It is a lot of hands-on work. So, once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. And when you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing, but that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now? Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. It's not up for debate, and neither is the best mattress on the market. It's the iComfort
Sam
Eco by
LaPorta,
Serta, supportive
offensively.
and designed to keep you cool.
I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran
pressure
in
relieving
this
comfort
league.
and support
And he's done
while
what no
maintaining
tight end has
a
done in the
balanced
National Football League history.
Serta,
Through 3
made
weeks,
Michigan,
have
been
18
for over
receptions.
110 years. Just go to Serta.com.
I mean, is he already better?
rookie tight end.
Is he
You're-
already better than T.J. Hawkinson?
Yes.
And not T.J. Hawkinson's rookie year, but T.J. Hawkinson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but
Straight to the people. On an exciting Friday, we go to Jay. Incredibly patient. I know we had some things to take care of, but Jay, the floor is yours.
Yo, Mike, Rico, Jay in Saratoga, New York. I'm going to be patient for you guys.
My man.
Because I'm excited. I've been excited. I don't even have to address it. I've been on this since before the season started. This is just a special year. And I just want to talk about one name. Everyone's getting a lot of credit, right? Brian Branch, Hutchinson, credit deserved. No one's really talking about Cam Sutton. That guy has been shut down for the first 4 games.
Yeah.
And now with Mosley coming back, I mean, our secondary is going to erupt. And Jerry Jacobs, I don't even care if he had 6 interceptions last night. He's going to go to where he belongs.
That's right.
At 4th quarterback.
You know what else?
Quarterback.
You know what else I like too, Jay? All the secondary guys, even Jacobs, they're physical. They're able to play at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
They're able to support on the edges. And you've seen several of those big perimeter hits. A lot of teams don't have that. You do, and I think you got 3 guys that are willing.
Yeah, Mosley's going to be physical too, so it's going to be exciting. And then on offense, I mean, I think they're going to scheme in at least 2 to 3 plays for JMO for Carolina. They have to because I'm going to the game, and I'm just
it's exciting.
My wife's first Lions game. She has been telling me, I've been married for 17 years, Mike. Rico, she's been laughing at me for 17 years. I mean, I think the Lions are going to roll the Panthers. And if I didn't love my wife so much, I would.
Don't get yourself in trouble.
Toxicity in me. I would serve her divorce papers if I hated her at the game.
Hey.
How much she hated on my team.
Jay,
Jay, deep breaths.
Jay,
we're going to stay focused in the positive.
Jay sounds like me the night before Saratoga opens and I'm flying home. This is the energy right here.
Jay, this is just a game. That's a lifetime. Don't throw it all away.
Hypothetical situation. But here's what's definite. I know it in my heart. I know it in my bones. We're rolling the Panthers. We're rolling the Panthers.
I've said the same thing.
I love it. I love
right,
Jay.
baby. Thanks
Jay,
a lot, guys.
call anytime.
Right.
I love it. That's fantastic. That's me the night before I go home. That's tremendous.
You go serve divorce papers. Please don't.
Jay is pumped.
I mean, and for 17 years, I had to listen to this. Here.
Kindly leave.
Sign this.
Let's go.
I'm out.
Let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's up?
Mike, how are you? Rico,
Excellent.
all my friends, how are you?
Excellent. What's going on?
Well, I'll tell you. Regarding MSU, Mike, I think I have the solution to your problem. If you simply put a cardboard cutout of one Rico Lamar Beard with his arm around Rat Purdy on the sideline, all your wildest dreams will come true. They really will.
Okay.
And there's silence. Okay.
It's not your best, but let's just keep it rolling. We're going to recover. It's a positive Friday, Paul.
Okay. Regarding the Lions, I have upped my expectations. I figured conservatively, and we had this conversation a while back, 2-2 after the quarter would be acceptable. I would think, okay, we're on the right track.
Mm-hmm.
But after watching this team rebound from the disappointing Seattle loss, I got to tell you, guys, my expectations are now this. No less than a number 2 seed in the NFC. And we host playoff games, and I truly expect an NFC championship game. Now, where it goes from there, I don't have any idea, because that's like a funnel. You get put in the funnel,
right?
And if you come out the bottom, anything can happen. That's where it gets hard.
Paul, I'm still in the same spot. I can't speak to seeding. I can't be disappointed if they go out and win 12 games. And, look, maybe San Francisco and Philly are winning 14 each. All I'm saying is, all offseason I said to you, it's win the division. It starts there. This wild card stuff, I don't want to hear about it. I want to rewrite history. It's time to win a division.
No, and this team is good. They're damn good. I mean, what Holmes has done in 3 years, and Campbell being the motivator of men that he is, this team is so fired up. They're young, they're quick, they're fast.
And here's the other thing.
It's going to be for us, reload.
The way to win the NFC, you must be physical. You can finesse your way a little bit in the AFC. Paulie, in the NFC, all roads lead through San Francisco and Philly, and they are two of the handful of most physical teams in this league. If you think you were going to finesse them, you're crazy. You're built to succeed, and you're built to last. And you are the antithesis of a dome team. Yeah. Now, your problem resides, and this is not a shot. No one sticks up for him more. Jared Goff's terrible outside, and even worse in cold weather. So, you know what? Your story's going to be the same as most dome teams.
Yeah.
And while you're physical, you best have those games be here.
Yeah. Yeah, because Philly and San Francisco, though you're stopping the run, they're going to bring a different type of run game.
And they bring a different type of pass rush.
Yeah.
My point is, they're built right. And if you got the foundation down, it's a lot like Michigan. Michigan's built to last. The good up front both ways. They're going to lean on most opponents, wear them down, and get a win. Yeah. 9 weeks out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they've been doing. In the third quarter, it's over. They've worn you down.
Right,
you
they're
got
not flashy.
Nothing left in the tank.
And they have deficiencies. But the point is, you can wear people out. And the Lions are built the same way. It's valuable. A lot of these teams, there's a lot of sizzle and a lot of fun. It ain't fun when someone's punching you in the face.
Look at Green Bay. LaFleur was just ready, what? It's 20. He's looking at the score at the end of the first quarter.
He was looking for the PlayStation in the sky to hit the reset button.
Yeah,
it didn't go well.
He was totally in disbelief.
End of the first quarter, as David said, felt like the end of the half. And it's like, oh, wait, we only get 30 seconds and we're just changing sides.
Go to Brandon, 97.1. What's up, Brandon?
What's going on, guys?
Hey,
Thank
Brandon.
you for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
So I've been a Goff fan since his Rams days. My first year of fantasy football, I had him as my quarterback, and I watched him play, and I never quite understood why people doubted him. Like, I get he had his moments, he had his decision-making choices that weren't smart, but, I mean, he's got an offensive line like what he has with Detroit. He's got weapons galore. I personally don't see why we don't go into every single game expecting we're going to win, and even when we're up, a couple scores, thinking we got this. Our defense is showing that they can keep up with what the offense is doing, and I just don't see why people can't get on that train yet.
Look, Brandon, it's a lifetime of disappointment for a lot of people. They get scared. It's easier for me because even though I've lived out here for so long, I grew up with a different team. I know what winning looks like. I understand all of what it is, and it's like I can identify it. It's not that I ever wanted to hate on you guys. It's that you guys were awful. But when you started building it right, it's easy for me to go, guys, this is going to be okay.
Right. But I think the other thing, Brandon, when it comes to Goff, you're comparing him to Mahomes, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts. Not you.
Right.
But that's what a lot of fans want from their quarterback. And when they don't get that, well, he's not that good. And the guys, he actually is good. He's just winning a different way.
And here's the key. Is he good for you in your scheme? I mean, Brandon, I make fun of Rat Purdy all the time. The reality is Brock Purdy's perfect for San Francisco. He's highly insulated. He's an intelligent kid who played a decade in college. And Shanahan's offense requires that you process quickly and accurately. He's perfect for them. If I take Brock Purdy and I could put him on the Lions, it wouldn't be the same thing. Jared Goff is where he needs to be. There's a connection. They've brought comfort. Listen, my fear, we're not doing it today. But Rico made fun of me last year, but I stand by it. I was terrified of Ben Johnson leaving. There's clearly a connection with these two. Yeah. And you better enjoy it because Ben Johnson's going to be a head coach next year.
Hey, how about this? Because, David and I had this pre-show talk again.
Oh, wait for it. In our pre-show call.
You keep this up, you're looking for 2 new coordinators.
Yeah, Aaron Glenn. Sure.
Aaron Glenn.
Costa doing business.
Right. But you know what? That's what happens to good teams. You're constantly getting the coverage rated, and you just hire somebody else, and they keep going. And they become the head coach.
I have no argument for it. Look, they're built to last, man. They can run it, and they stop the run.
But Ben Johnson, he's gone.
Oh, and rightfully so. I just hope he goes to a good spot that's not one of these hopeless.
I'm waiting for him to pop up on the MSU list. Brett McMurphy.
There's part of me where it's like I love a good coaching search, and then there's part of me where it's like, can this end? Because the amount of
happened too soon.
The amount of ill-informed people and the idiocy around this is like, you know what? Just hire Grimace. Tunes us to driving cat.
He got fired too soon in the season, so you still got about another 6 weeks.
I know
all of this stuff,
but it's why I don't take any of these lists seriously because it's an idiocracy.
Because I would simply say the list that you see the majority of candidates or the field, I'll take the field.
Callers, sit tight. Picks are coming up. Get to your calls. Lots to do. 97.1. Let me tell you about national benefit plans. Over 282,000 auto accidents in Michigan last year, many of them ending with someone dying or being critically injured. Distracted driving is a huge problem. National benefit plans shops over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide, guarantees you the best possible rate, and in the event of that car accident, your family's covered. Longer you wait, possibility of not getting coverage increases. So here's an idea. Don't wait. Call Mike Papura now, 877-734-2200. That's 877-734-2200. Or just go on the web to nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a.
Oh.
Where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
Where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake him up. Bring him out here in his nightie, and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like, dude, don't you get, like, the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like, he's trying to, like, pump his crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if Lloyd Carr came out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys. Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to pump the fans up. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah. What do you expect him to say?
At least he'd done some research.
It looked like somebody told Ryan Day at halftime, if you lose this game, you're fired. Like, that's what his post-game press conference looked like. He looked so stressed out.
Yes.
It just
professed his
emotional.
love for the state of Ohio and the Ohio State.
It's always been us versus everybody.
I mean, hey, you got the win, right?
Yeah, it's a big win on the road.
Yeah, but it's like you're Ohio State. Like, you're a powerhouse.
They were favored.
Right? Yeah, right, but you're favored. You're a powerhouse. I don't know if that's really the time to, like, boast or kind of brag. Like, you won the game, right? But
yeah.
It's kind of like you didn't. It was just weird, man. Let's go after Lou Holtz. This guy's barely hanging on, man. Let him enjoy the rest of his life.
Right. However many days that may be.
Need this.
Yeah. If it's true that, hey, Rico thinks that Michigan State would be willing to pay triple, whatever it is that Marcus Freeman is making, that would be in the ballpark of $9 to $15 million. Do you think Michigan State right now is ready to pony up $9 to $15 million for their next head coach? They can. That's not the question.
No, I know. Yes, they could financially. They'll have no problem doing that. I don't think they would do that right now. I don't. I think they're going to scale back a little bit.
They possibly could.
A little bit. I mean, now how much would Urban cost?
I don't know. You probably get Urban at a discount if he just simply wants to get back into coaching.
Yeah.
Because he's got some baggage.
Yeah, you think? Yeah.
Yeah,
But he's a great.
There's no question. We've never denied that.
College football coach.
Yeah, and he's a great recruiter.
Yeah.
And we're brought to you by Cars for Kids. First place Lions now have 9 days off before they host 0-3 Carolina at Ford Field a week from Sunday. When they do, they will have wide receiver Jameson Williams back in the fold. That is 2 weeks earlier than originally planned from his gambling suspension, NFL reinstating him effective next week. Brian Branch's x-rays on his ankle were negative. Coach Campbell says it's not a serious injury. Michigan football tomorrow on our brother station, WWJ. They're visiting 2-2 Nebraska. It begins at 3:30. MSU a 12-point underdog at 3-1 Iowa tomorrow night. Tigers, Guardians tonight, 6:40 right here on the ticket. They honor Miguel Cabrera all weekend long. Tickets for Sunday's game, a complete sellout. After one-day competition in Europe at the Ryder Cup, it's been all Euros again, 6.5 to 1.5. Europe needs 14.5 to win back the cup. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1, the ticket or Odyssey.com.
There it is. TJ with the belt. And unbelievable. Well, it's also unbelievable we have all these pushes on here. Can we get appropriate lines? But TJ,
Those my glasses.
6'2" with the belt.
You look good. Put them back on.
Wallet too.
And I do believe there's a typo in here. He's not 16 and 51. He's 16.
That's called foreshadowing,
and 15. Mike. Let's get to it. It's time for the picks.
The Stone Cold music.
All right, let's get to business. It starts tonight, 9 o'clock in Corvallis. Number 10, Utah, catching 3.5 from number 19, Oregon State. Rico.
Mike, nobody just rolls up into Corvallis as they have the chainsaws banging against the walls. Go Beavers.
That's right. Kenny Cott.
I think the chainsaws are lame, but I'm still going to go Oregon State.
Thank you for that slander. David.
Yeah, I understand what Nate Johnson's look like, but I have to go Oregon State here. They're at home.
Yeah, it's also Cam Rising, again, like splitting reps at practice. No word on if he's going to play. Weather's going to be in the 40s tonight. I'm with you. I'll be surprised. Go ahead.
I mean, kind
Utah's
of story of my
front seven's
life.
really
the Beavers
good.
let me down last week again. It's just too many points. I got to take Utah on the road.
You're a communist. Oregon State. All right, game 2. Go to La Grove. Number 20, Ole Miss, catching 2.5 from number 13, LSU. Rico.
Mike, you know what? I was all set to take LSU with this pick, but earlier in the show, you convinced me LSU's defense is not that good.
They're terrible. Do it for your family.
So I should just go with Ole Miss.
All right. Hotty toddy. Kenny, who
And this
belongs in the Grove.
This is where I gain a game on both of you guys. I'm going LSU.
Wow. I think that was a shot. Okay, let's go to David.
Yeah, they seem to be losing faith in Kiffin in the great old state of Mississippi. So I'm going to go LSU in this game.
TJ?
I'm going to ride with Jackson Dart and Ole Miss. And I think mostly because I just think Brian Kelly's a total scumbag and I hate his guts.
Yes. Family. Junkins, Harris, Dart. I don't know. Hotty toddy. I want to see Ole Miss win. Battle Blues. The Elko Bowl. Number 11 Notre Dame laying 5.5. They travel to Duke. Nobody walks into Wallace Wade Stadium and gets out alive. Rico Beard.
You know what? I think somebody will. I don't think that Notre Dame can lose 2 games in a row.
Yes.
Even though it's the devil's number.
Doesn't matter.
Give me the Fighting Irish.
Let's go over to Kenny Cott.
But will they have the right number of players on the field? I think they'll learn from their mistake. Give me Notre Dame.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think they learn from their mistake.
It
I
doesn't
think
matter.
Duke wins this game.
Wait a minute. You're Captain Christianity. You can't pick against Notre Dame.
I can if I want to, and I will.
I'm
Duke.
going to tell you, you're a heathen. Let's go over to TJ.
Yeah, I'm taking Notre Dame. They actually have a real quarterback, Sam Hartman. Duke, I think they're reading their press clippings a little bit. Elko talking about Riley Leonard should be up for the Heisman.
Last time they played a game I cared about was September 4th. They played
was a long time ago.
Since.
A long time ago. Your quarterback has 2 passing touchdowns
David,
and
what
4
was
yards.
the drop that you played?
They're reading their press clippings.
Get out the communion bread. Slug some of that communion wine. The Irish. Why is this on here? Michigan State catching 11.5 from Iowa. Who cares? Rico.
You know what? I was going to take Iowa minus the 10.5, but I don't know if Iowa can score 10 points. I don't think either. The final score is 7-3. Give me MSU in the points.
And NBC demands a refund. Kenny.
Didn't cover last week, won't cover this week. Give me Iowa.
Over to David.
Yeah, not a lot of points, so that means Michigan State covers. So Michigan State.
Ooh.
I'd rather just give you $50 and have you punch me in the plums than put any money on this.
That's the line from National Lampoons.
Yeah, I don't.
Why don't you take half the money? I'll kick you in the nuts and we'll call it a day.
I don't know if I was capable of scoring 10.5 or 11 points. I'm going to take Michigan State just
Brian
off of principle.
Ferentz versus Scotty Hazelton.
Dude, we are.
That's one of the signs of the apocalypse.
We're going down in flames. I'm just going to take State because I don't want to be angry tomorrow. It's really the basis of it. All right, Michigan laying 17.5 at Nebraska in 98 degrees and windy.
Jansen is taking 3 changes of clothing. Michigan yet to cover. I think this trends continue.
Wow.
Give me Nebraska in the points.
He's banking on Bobby Huberman or whatever that lousy quarterback. No, he's benched.
Oh, yeah.
This is, I don't know. What you guys are stiff.
Smitherman.
Go ahead, Kenny.
Yeah, Michigan, the other team in the state that can't cover. Give me Nebraska.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'm also with Nebraska.
That's big talk from a guy whose team hasn't covered all year either. You hillbilly. David?
And I'm with that hillbilly. I'm going Nebraska.
Yeah. I thought you were your own man. I thought you thought for yourself.
I can't cover.
You're intimidated by him?
No, I'm not at all.
Crackhead Tom Selleck? Get out of here.
I am against those hillbillies, and I think I'm going to take Michigan. This is finally going to be the week they get it done. Donovan Edwards coming out party. It just feels like he's due.
Friends don't let friends bet Nebraska. Michigan. All right, let's go to the NFL, shall we? Chiefs, Jets, Sunday night. Taylor Swift confirmed. Chiefs laying 9.5 to the Jets. What do you got?
The Swifties will make sure that the Chiefs not only win, that they cover. Give me the Chiefs.
I hate that. Go ahead.
Well, I think Travis Kelce will be a little bit tired for some reason before that game.
You cannot say that.
Give me the Jets.
You just can't say that. Let's go over to David. You cannot say that.
Roberts.
The Jets are going to try to match their own celebrity. The Aaron Rodgers should be in town for that game. I'm going to go Jets. Wow.
Simply stunning. TJ.
No way in hell am I ever betting Zach Wilson to cover a game against Patrick Mahomes. This is going to be a bloodbath. Kansas City is going to easily cover that.
Worst team in the league covering spreads north of 7? The Kansas City Chiefs.
Erroneous.
Jets Nation. Let's
That's
ride.
Jets. That's Zach Wilson.
Quit living in the past.
Dolphins, Bills. Bills laying 2.5. Rico.
I think the Dolphins will keep the party going. Give me the Dolphins and the points.
Yeah, 2.5 at home. Not that much for the Bills. Give me the Bills.
Over to David.
I'm sorry. I don't believe in the Bills yet. They got to show me a little bit more. So I'm going with the Dolphins. They've shown me 70 points.
TJ?
Yeah, and Dolphins getting, I think it's going to be a healthy Jalen Waddle back, which is only going to make them more explosive. Josh Allen's still a little too loose for the football. When it comes to division games, that's always the biggest, win-loss factor, who turns the ball over more. I think Josh Allen's going to give away a couple. That's why I got to take Miami.
I'm obsessed with Mike McDaniel. He's just a beautiful weirdo, and I hope they go undefeated. Just give me the Dolphins. I can't get enough. The guy's insane. Let's go Broncos, Bears.
The NFL equivalent to MSU, Iowa.
This is your choices. Ready? Broncos, Bears. Die in a plane crash, get hit by a semi. Pick. Bears getting 3.5. Rico.
Yeah, me and TJ next to each other on a puddle jumper plane. For a 10-hour flight. You know what? Broncos, I don't believe in the Bears.
Let's go over to Jeff Foxworthy.
I'm going to go with the team that does not have Justin Fields. Give me the Broncos.
Over to David.
Oh, my gosh. I am going with the Broncos in this game. The Bears are awful.
Yeah, I got to go Denver, too. Justin Fields looks broken. Mentally, physically, there's something wrong. He's not going to make it too much longer.
Nobody will bet the Bears this week. I will. Bears getting 3.5. Justin Fields' playground ball is back.
Taking Zach Wilson and Justin. Wow.
You just have to do it. Ravens at the Browns. David had the Deshaun Watson update. Tread lightly here. Might be dinged up. Rico.
So because of that, give me the Ravens.
Kenny?
I liked the Ravens before that update, so I'm still going to take the Ravens.
David, Ravens?
Yeah, Ravens.
TJ?
Yeah, they were missing 8 starters last week. They get some guys back. I'm taking Baltimore.
I was all Browns, but if Watson's hurt, I'm out. I got to go Ravens. All right. Seattle. We got a deal. At the Giants on Monday night. Seattle laying 1.5.
Oh, boy.
Rico Beard.
Don't make me do this,
Do
Mike.
it.
What?
Seattle traveling across from the West Coast to the East Coast. I'm sorry, Big G.
No.
Give me the Seahawks.
No.
Yeah, I'm going with the Seahawks too, Rico.
Unbelievable. A team traveling from the West going to the East.
The Giants are hot garbage.
They're back home after 2 straight weeks out West. I'm going with the G-Man.
David, over under a team from New York wins at home.
Shut your face.
November.
TJ Lang.
I've got nothing to say other than give me the...
Do it. Rev the engines. Wow. Oh my God, he sounds like a horse giving birth. Let's do it
Only
appropriately.
you would know what that sounds like.
One time for my father, you rat bastards. Come on.
I want to be wrong for this one.
Me.
Build it up, baby.
The G-Man. You sons of bitches. Let's go. Those are the picks. 97.1. There it is. TJ with the belt. And unbelievable. Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something. Because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing, but that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
Oh, yes. It is a happy, positive Friday. The Lions went to Green Bay, and they just got the job done, plain and simple. They destroyed the Packers. They took the Packers' soul in the first quarter, and they never looked back. And this is the team that I think everybody has been saying for the longest. Just wait. They've turned it around. They're going to be different. Guys, for the first time in my lifetime, I see different. I see a team that can compete with pretty much anybody out on the field. That defense, here's the thing. When you look at Atlanta, and when you look at Green Bay, when you look at the two quarterbacks, no, they're not world beaters, but you made bad quarterbacks look bad. You made bad teams look bad, and that's what really good teams do, is you don't let teams hang around and think about the fact that maybe we could upset you. You jump on them early, often. You just take away their will. The fact that Desmond Ridder and Jordan Love each had shots on TV of they're taking their helmet off and they just have a look like, can this game end? It can't end soon enough. You know what? Send the backup in. I don't want to do this. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls. Plus, got a bonus segment today because the Tigers come. We're going to take you all the way up to the Tigers game at 6:10. David, a couple ticket texts, then we'll hit back to the phone line.
If we lose to Carolina next Sunday, I'm blaming it all on your BOGO talk.
No. See, here's the thing. All summer long, people got on me, you don't believe in this team. I'm telling you, Carolina's going out there with Bryce Young, rookie quarterback who looks all of a rookie. He's going to be coming here. You, the crowd, are going to be showing up. If you lose to Carolina, it ain't my fault. Trust me. Don't blame me because this is an auto win. You went to Kansas City. You've gone to Green Bay. I'm not even entertaining the thought that you're going to lose to Carolina. I don't see it.
In my best Lee Corso impersonation, not so fast, my friend, according to this texter. Last time we had 10 days off, we laid an egg.
When people say, David, write this down. You and Kenny write this. When people say you don't believe in this team, this is why. Because I'm trying to tell you that you're going to win. Until the Lions fans can take the shackles of losing for 70 years off, you're never going to be a great team because you hold you back. Nobody else is. You guys are holding on to your history. You're holding on to the same old Lions. You're not. You're showing me that you're different. And I'm telling you, you can beat Carolina. If you lose to Carolina, man, Geno Smith coming in here was one thing. Bryce Young, that's something totally different. Give me one more. You're depressing me. It's a positive Friday.
My heart dropped when Branch got hurt.
Okay,
he
mine
is a
did,
dog. Aaron Glenn needs credit for his game plans. That is from Glenn. Let me give you good news. Dan Campbell spoke today. It's good news on Branch.
When I see a player go down for non-contact injury, I'm thinking either you blew out your knee or you blew out your Achilles, and that's not going to be good. When I saw him getting carted off, and it was just like, when you're hoping for a high ankle sprain, you know you're desperate. Just let it be a high ankle sprain, and he'll be back in 4 to 6 weeks. Please, don't let him be done for the year, because here and now, him and LaPorta are battling it out of who's the best draft pick so far. Ironically enough, both taken in the second round, but I'm glad he's going to be there. I'm glad he's going to be back. And, yeah, you're going to beat Carolina. 248-539-9797. Let's go to the phone lines. Who's been holding the longest? Let's go to Glenn. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, Rico?
What's happening, man?
Hey, well, I was going to talk crap to Mike, but he's gone. So, you know what? Anyway, Brian Burns is available in North Carolina. I live down here in outside of Charlotte, and they're talking about trading pieces already. Why not give up a second or third round pick for him when you're going to get a third round pick for Aaron Glenn in the draft?
I mean, that's actually, the compensatory pick, because you're right. I like where you're thinking, Glenn. I like where your head is at. It just depends on if this is what Brad Holmes wants to do. Now, the only thing I don't like about Brad, I love his draft picks, especially from the second round on.
Right.
But, man, he just really believes in his players and thinks that, you know what, we have all that we need in-house. But you're right. You get a Brian Burns, or you can get an extra pass rusher. It'll just great teams make their teams greater by bringing in extra players.
Enrico, they give you crap for being a 49ers fan. You know what? I grew up in Royal Oak. I'm down here in North Carolina. Obviously, you know what? The Lions frustrate you over here. So Joe Montana and all that, Jerry Rice were my team, so I rooted for them on the side. You know, Lions were my secret boo. But, you know, I got privileged to go to Carolina games down here and seeing a winning organization over here. They've been to 2 Super Bowls. That's more in my lifetime. I was at the last Lions game in 91, Rico.
I was too, Glenn.
Yep. Yeah, I know. It seems like I tell you what. It seems like we're damn old,
right?
But you know what? I mean, seriously, it's weird, but you know what? And I got a last question. I know this ain't today's topic, and I'm glad you're in studio today, Rico. You know more anything about MSU than anybody. How nervous are you about the next head coaching search when Tom Izzo wants to be involved? And say, because that tells me the head coach has been picked, and it's Mark D'Antonio.
No, Glenn, I appreciate the phone call. No. I appreciate the phone call. No, if it's Mark D'Antonio, I will literally walk out. No, I'm not even entertaining that. No, David, as this says, just get thee behind me. No, nope, no, you're not stealing my joy today, devil. No. D'Antonio's not coming back. He's a temporary thing. No. Nope. You want to see people? No. See, I'm trying to stay positive. Glenn was doing so well.
He was
so well. I mean, we bonded over the night, and then he hit me with this and just hung up the phone. Glenn, have a great weekend there, buddy. Let's go back to the phone. We got enough time for one more? All right, let's go back to the phone lines. And Josh, you're on 97.1.
Hi, it's Josh from Taylor, Michigan. This is the best Lions Friday of my entire life. So great that I've been watching this show for the last 10 years. It's my first time calling up.
Oh, thanks, man.
I'm thinking 13 wins here. I've been hitting chest every single day on the bench so I can be Dan Campbell for Halloween. And in the words of Matt Floor, the Lions manhandled and spanked our biggest rival. I'm just so amped.
No, as you should, man. As you should. Appreciate the phone call. Enjoy that Halloween costume. You should be amped. You should, because beating Kansas City was one thing. Beating Green Bay is something totally different. I don't know. Kansas City was the defending Super Bowl champion. That felt good, but this Green Bay game means more. Divisional opponent. And you're not going to see another divisional opponent till after the bye week. And looking at them, how they're playing now, you're going to be afraid of Green Bay coming here on Thanksgiving. My God, if you're nervous about me saying it's BOGO with the Carolina Panthers, you don't want to know how I feel about your 2 games with the Chicago Bears. You just don't want to know. And then you got to finish out with the Vikings at the end. I think they're the best 0-3 team out there. But, man, you're at the top. For the first time since October 1st, 2017, hey, Detroit, take a look around you. You're sitting atop of the mountain with nobody else sharing that with you. You're at the top of the NFC North. Congratulations. We got one more segment. Stick around. 97.1.
Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little like team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute in this picture? Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
He's
a Barnes jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh, I'm tough,
angry.
John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
Brought to you by Hall Financial. A few tickets remain for tonight and Saturday. The Tigers and Guardians sold out on Sunday. It's Miguel Cabrera's weekend. They honor him for his final 3 games he plays. 6:40 the first pitch, 6:15 the broadcast right here on 97.1 The Ticket. He's expected to play all 3 games. Next year, he will be a special assistant to the team. X-rays on Lions defensive back Brian Branch's ankle were negative, and today the NFL reinstates troubled Lions wide receiver Jameson Williams effective next week. He will be eligible to play against Carolina. That's who the Lions play a week from Sunday at Ford Field. At the Ryder Cup, after the open day competition, it's all Team Europe. They lead the Americans 6.5 to 1.5 points. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, I'm getting all teary-eyed and weepy because this is the last time we got to do the Tiger stuff, and Miggy's going to be leaving as well, and he's moving up to the front office, and all is well. And yeah, I mean, you know he's going to hit a home run sometime this weekend because they're going to groove a pitch to him. It's his final series, but it's over.
You know what? And I just realized I forgot to ask TJ this, and I wonder, what do you think of this? How many Lions fans do you think were at that game last night? It seemed to be at least 10 to 12,000.
It was because they said something on the broadcast of how it was Milwaukee season ticket holders, but it looked as if they didn't want to make the trip and they sold them all. Now, there's nothing better when you can buy out the home team. And buy out the stands, and you look, and there's all of your fan base sitting there. There's nothing worse than when somebody buys out your stadium and you're looking at all the opposing fans. But Lions fans, they went to Kansas City. They did it again for Green Bay. I can only imagine what Chicago's going to look like. You might as well just call that Ford Field West because they're going to take that over. New Orleans.
Yes.
Bourbon Street.
They also have a game.
Kenny, you headed down there? Never been to Bourbon Street?
No, I have not.
Really?
I would love to. I'm not saying I would.
I figured that was your bucket list. Seriously, it's like
it's on there. It's not high on there, but it's definitely a spot that I got to go.
I mean, you got cops down there with dancing horses. Yeah,
I love it.
It's.
I haven't been there, but your next cruise, you got to dock there.
Yeah,
and then take a cruise. Yeah, that's what you got to do.
Yeah. They embrace debauchery. No other way to put it.
Thanks. Thank you. When you think debauchery, you think Kenny Conn.
Aha. But, yeah, they bought out the stadium. They took it over. So, Lions fans are ready. They're prepared. They believe in this team. Now, you have to lose the shackles of everything that happened in the past. You're not going to win every game by 20 points. But you're gonna win a lot of games. Looking at this schedule, I mean, you're 3-1. I think you're gonna be 4-1. Probably Baltimore is gonna be the next game where you're not favored. But most of the other games for the rest of the year, maybe the Cowboys late in the season, you're gonna be the favorite team. You're not gonna win them all, but you got to get used to it in your mind that you're really good. You're a really good team.
It was interesting towards the end of that game, and they started looking at the schedule for both teams, and Kurt Herbstreit basically said they should be favored in their next games leading into their bye week. Except for maybe Baltimore.
Baltimore only because Lamar's a mobile QB. That's been the one stickler of this Lions defense is containing mobile QBs. But all right, let's get to the phone lines. Paul, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Rico, what's going on, my man?
Paul.
How are you?
Hey, man, good. How are you?
So listen, I was at the game yesterday, drove up from Chicago and just got back a few hours ago. Yeah, in terms of the fans, I just want to say this and give a shout out. We showed up. We were loud. We were into the game. It was a fantastic environment. The Green Bay fans are actually very nice, fine people, and they took their whooping pretty well. And then afterwards, what I would say is, the fans behaved themselves. Like, it was really great to see. It was really just more about our exuberance versus getting anybody's face. And I wanted to really commend the fans of Detroit for the way that they came out and acted and enjoyed themselves.
No, and Paul, yeah, I appreciate that. That's a great thing to see. Now, here's what I do. I forgot who scored the touchdown. Was it Montgomery? And the fan poured beer on him?
St. Brown. It was St. Brown who scored the touchdown.
St. Brown. And they poured beer. Like, who the hell do you think you are that you could you're that entitled that, he scored in my stadium. And if St. Brown would have done something to him, St. Brown would have been wrong. That guy should have been arrested, tossed out the game. Just because he scored, you have no right to dump the beer on top of him.
Well, look who sits in those types of seats, though. Those seats aren't easy to get. If it's a Packers fan, they own those seats more than likely.
Yeah, you know what? Not anymore.
Yeah, I agree.
Not anymore. You just lost that. And for Packers, it's like a 100-year waiting list. Correct. Guess what, buddy? You're at the back of the list. Okay? Maybe your great-great-great-grandchildren can get these seats back. And when you say, what happened? Because great-great-great-granddad just really went out there and did something stupid. This is how you end up seeing the fights in the stands. It's stuff like this. Well, it was just harmless beer. You don't have the right to pour beer over anybody, let alone an athlete because he scored. You don't like it? You know what? Boo your team. They should play better. Man, I saw that and was like, come on. I hope they kick that guy out. And if you're Green Bay, I hope they revoke his season. His season tickets gone. What did Roberto have to say? Okay.
No, we were talking about something else. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. All right. Ticket text, and then we'll get you to Tiger baseball.
Someone says it was amazing to see the second half start with penalties, and that didn't derail the Lions team. That usually happens.
Because this Lions team believes, and they know they're not the same Lions. Now, fans have to let that stuff go, plain and simple. All right, guys. This is it. Miggy's last home stand. Then he's moving up to the front office. Been a great run, but all good things come to an end. Detroit Tiger baseball up next, 97.1.